And now back to ABC's Abbott and Costello show.
Where are you going?
Well, as you know, I have a baseball team. By the way, Costello, why don't you come along and play on the team?
You mean it?
Sure, why not?
That's a good idea, Abbott, but I don't think I know any of the players. I mean, after all, you see, some of these guys on the team I'd like to know.
Well,
if I'm going to join your team, here we go.
Well, I'll introduce...
So, Abbott, what I'd like to know is this here.
I'll introduce the boys to you. Suppose it's that.
You tell me who's playing on your team.
You know, strange as it may seem, they give these ball players nowadays very peculiar names. You know, like Dizzy Dean and
His brother Daffy?
Daffy Dean.
I'm your cousin.
Who are you?
Goofy.
Goofy, eh?
Yep.
Well, now, let's see. We have on the bags. We have who's on first, what's on second. I don't know's on third.
That's what I want to find out.
I say who's on first, what's on second. I don't know's on third.
Are you the fellow that knows all the players?
Certainly.
Well, then who's on first?
Yes.
I mean, the fellow's name.
Who?
The guy on first.
Who?
The first baseman.
Who?
The guy playing first.
Who is on first?
Now, what are you asking me for?
I'm not asking. I'm telling you who is on first.
I'm asking you who's on first.
That's the man's name.
That's whose name?
Yes.
Well, go ahead and tell me.
Who?
The guy on first.
Who?
The first baseman.
Who is on first?
Have you got a contract with the first baseman?
Absolutely.
Who signed the contract?
Well, naturally. It's no good unless he signed it.
It's no good unless who signs it.
No.
So who signed it?
Absolutely.
When you pay off the first baseman every month, who gets the money?
Every dollar of it. Why not? The man's entitled to it.
Who is?
Yes.
So who gets it?
Absolutely. Sometimes his wife comes down and collects it.
Whose wife?
Yes.
All I'm trying to find out is what's the guy's name on first base?
Oh, no, wait a minute. Don't switch him. Don't switch him around. What is on second base?
I'm not asking you who's on second.
Who is on first?
I don't know.
He's on third. Now, we're not talking...
How did I get on third base?
You mentioned his name.
If I mention the third baseman's name, who did I say is playing third?
No, who's playing first?
Never mind first. I want to know what's the guy's name on third.
No, what's on second?
I'm not asking you who's on second.
Who's on first?
I don't know.
He's on third.
There I go.
Well, I can't say
Will you please stay on third base and don't go off it?
What is it you
Now,
want?
who's playing third base?
Now, why do you insist on putting who on third base?
Now, who am I putting over there?
Yes, but we don't want him there.
What's the guy's name belongs on third?
What belongs on second?
I'm not asking you who's on second.
Who's on first?
I don't know.
Third base.
You got a hot field?
Oh, yes, yes.
The left fielder's name.
Why?
I don't know. I just thought I'd ask you.
Well, I just thought I'd tell you.
All right, then tell me who's playing left field.
Who is playing
Stay
first?
out of the infield. I want to know what's the left fielder's name.
What's on second?
I'm not asking you who's on second.
Who is on first?
I don't know.
Third base.
Is the left fielder's name?
Why?
Because.
Oh, he's center field.
This
Plays as well as I do.
Look, you got a pitcher on the team?
Now, wouldn't this be a fine team without a pitcher?
The pitcher's name.
Tomorrow.
You don't want to tell me today?
I'm telling you, man.
Then go ahead.
Tomorrow.
What time?
What time what?
What time tomorrow you going to tell me who's pitching?
Now, listen, who is not pitching?
I'll
Who
break your arm, you say who's on first.
Go ahead, have it.
I want to know what's the pitcher's name.
What's on second?
I don't know.
Third base.
You got a pitcher?
Oh, absolutely.
The catcher's name.
Today.
Today. And tomorrow's pitcher.
Now you've got it.
Oh, we got us a couple of days on the
Well,
team.
I can't help that.
You know, I'm a catcher, too.
I know that.
Now, I'll get behind the plate, do some fancy catching. Tomorrow's pitching on my team, and the heavy hitter gets up.
Yes.
Tomorrow throws the ball, the guy puts the ball. When he puts the ball, me being a good catcher, I'll throw the guy out of first base. So I pick up the ball and throw it to who?
Now, that's the first thing you've said right.
I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Well, that's all you have to
Is
do.
to throw the ball to first base?
Yes.
Now, who's got it?
Naturally.
If I throw the ball to first base, somebody's got to catch it. Now, who caught it?
Naturally.
Who caught it?
Naturally.
Who?
Naturally.
Naturally.
Yes.
So I pick up the ball and I throw it to naturally.
No. You throw the ball to first base, then who gets it?
Naturally.
That's right. Now we're talking.
So I pick up the ball and I throw it to naturally.
You don't.
I throw it to who?
Naturally.
That's what I'm saying.
You're not saying it that way.
I said I throw the ball to naturally.
You don't. You throw the ball to who?
Naturally.
Well, say that.
That's what I'm saying. I throw the ball to who?
Naturally.
Ask me.
You throw the ball to who?
Naturally.
That's...
Same as you. I throw the ball to first base, then who gets it?
Naturally.
Who has it?
Naturally.
He better have it.
Now, that's it.
Now, I throw the ball to naturally. Whoever it is drops the ball, so the guy runs to second. Who picks up the ball and throws it to what? What throws to I don't know. I don't know, throws it back to tomorrow. Triple play.
Yes.
Another guy gets up and it's a long fly ball to be called. Why? I don't know. He's on third, and I don't give a darn.
What was that?
I said, I don't give a darn.
Oh, that's our shortstop.
Henry! Coming, Mother.
Thank heaven, American boys eventually grow up. But no matter how important or how old they become, they always like to grow down to boyhood again, to recapture their teenage in the adventures of Henry Aldrich. The scene opens in the Aldrich front hall. It is Saturday morning.
Well, I guess I'm just about all set, Homer.
Gee, Henry. Gee, how'd you ever talk your folks into it?
I didn't have to, Homer. After all, it's the most natural thing in the world to do.
Boy, I bet this is the biggest day in your life since your first pair of long pants.
Homer, gee whiz. My mother and father just suddenly realized that I've reached the age of manhood.
Gee, I wish I would.
Henry?
Yes, Mother?
Have you got your money?
Sure, Mother.
Well, here, I want you to tie it up in this handkerchief.
Mother.
Now, Alice, stop worrying. He won't lose it.
Sure. Gee whiz, didn't we all agree I wasn't a kid anymore?
That's right, son. Now run along and use your own judgment about the whole thing.
Thanks, Dad. And Homer, when we get down there, I don't want you saying anything.
Nothing at all?
Only if I ask for your opinion.
And even if he asks you, Homer, please don't interfere. We want Henry to make his decision entirely on his own.
Sure. Come on, Homer, let's go.
Only, Henry, if you really can't decide, be sure and phone me.
I'll be okay, Mother.
Good luck, Henry.
Dear, have you got the handkerchief?
Yes, Mother. Goodbye.
Well, please be careful. And Henry...
Alice, let him go.
Sam, we should never have let him do it.
No, Alice, Henry's perfectly capable of handling a thing like this by himself.
Well, maybe he is. But just the same...
Why are you putting your coat on?
Sam, I'm going to stay a good 100 yards behind him.
Alice, you're going to do no such thing.
Well, here I am, everybody. How do you like me?
Henry!
Henry Aldrich, of all things.
Gee whiz, what's so terrible?
Sam, speak to him.
I refuse to say a word to him until he takes that thing off his head.
You mean you don't like the hat, Father? Why, after you told me I could choose my own?
All he needs now is spats and a cane.
Henry, I hardly know what to say to you.
But, Mother...
My goodness, a straw hat. Dear, what on earth possessed you to buy a thing like that?
Look, Mother, it's a genuine West Indian straw worth $14.50. And on account of winter coming on, I got it for only $3.
Do you suppose any of my friends saw him walking along under that?
Mary, Mother said I could pick it out myself.
Oh, no, I didn't. Sam, you were the one who decided your son could choose his own clothes from now on.
Alice, he's your son as much as he is mine.
Look, let me sort of walk away from you, Mother, so you can get a better perspective.
What's that?
The whole trouble is everybody's just looking at it too closely. Pretend I'm walking down the street, see?
Yes?
Doesn't the hat begin to look better?
Keep on walking, Henry.
Sure, you see my point?
There. Now it looks fine.
But, Father, I'm out in the hall.
Precisely.
Henry, will you please stop this foolishness and come back here?
Mother, won't you please try to look at the overall effect? You always have to make an adjustment when you see a man you're not used to in a hat. Oh, I mean...
Henry, let's not waste any more time talking. You'll just have to march straight down to the Emporium and return that hat.
Return it? Mother, you don't mean... You're just kidding, aren't you?
I've never been more serious in my life.
But gee whiz, Mother, I can't. Father, you see my side, don't you?
Sam, will you please explain to Henry that you were wrong about the whole thing?
As a matter of fact, Alice, I just remembered some work I have to do.
Sam!
Mother, look, I can't go back. I can't.
Henry, it's a perfectly simple matter to walk into a store and say, I've changed my mind about this and I'd like my money back, please.
Of course it is, Henry.
Oh, boy.
My goodness, I do it all the time.
But, Mother, the clerk will think that I don't know my own mind.
Just tell him your mother refuses to let you wear it.
After him calling me sir? Oh, gee. Gee whiz, I can't walk into a store and start talking about my mother as if I was a little boy.
Dear, even big boys have mothers. Now, please start.
Gee whiz, Mother, I can't. I just can't.
Very well. Mary, will you please take Henry by the hand and...
Mary, don't you touch me.
Then, Mary, are you ready to go by yourself?
Mother, listen, won't you please try to look at it this way?
Is there something I can do for you?
Why, yes, as a matter of fact, Homer, how would you like to sort of step over there and look at those coats a minute?
Well, Henry, I'm interested.
Oh, you interested in buying a coat, young man?
Me? Gee whiz, no, I've got a coat.
Homer.
Well, I guess it wouldn't do any harm to investigate.
Look, mister, about this hat. It isn't that I don't like it.
I knew you'd like it, sir. Why, in all my years in hats, I've never seen a face that fitted a hat the way yours fits that one.
Yeah, sure. Only, that's exactly what worries me, the fit.
The fit? Well, we can certainly remedy that.
You can? Well, I don't mean the fit so much as my doctor.
What's that?
Well, I don't know how it slipped my mind, but according to my doctor, I shouldn't wear a hat, I think.
Why not?
Well, I'm sort of losing my hair. And
Oh, is that so? Well, if you're really losing your hair, you don't ever want to be seen without a hat.
I don't?
No, sir. Now, just let me set it back on your head.
But, mister, what I...
Always remember to give it a pat, like this. There you are.
Well, sure, only...
How do I look in this?
Homer, where are you?
Right here inside this coat, isn't it?
Young man, are you interested in buying that raccoon coat?
I'm interested, sure. How much is it?
$300.
Yeah? Well, frankly, I've suddenly lost interest.
Mister, look, about this hat. I've decided to return it.
Return it?
Sure, and I'd like my money back, please, if you don't mind. Well, that is...
What's the matter? Didn't your mother like the hat?
My mother? Well, gee, she has nothing to do with it. Well, that is...
Well, I'm sorry, sir, but I'm afraid we can't take it back.
Why not?
What about your initials?
Oh, I forgot about the initials.
There they are, right on the sweatband. H.A., as large as life. We never take a hat back once it's been initialed.
But couldn't you remove them?
Remove them?
Yeah.
Well, how could we remove initials? They're perforated. Look, H.A.
Oh. Well, couldn't you just add a T to the H.A.? And then you'd have H.A.T. You know.
Now, just a minute, son.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello. Is this Mr. Harold Acorn?
Alcorn, Henry.
What's that?
I mean Alcorn.
Yeah? Who's this?
Well, you don't know me, see. I just found your name in the phone book.
You did?
Sure. I'm phoning everybody I can find who has the initials H.A. And look, how would you feel about a swell new hat?
Yeah? What program is this?
What program?
Sure. Didn't you say you were giving away a hat?
No, gee whiz, I'm selling it.
Selling it?
Look, just let me ask you this. What size is your head?
8.5. What's it to you?
8.5? Wow. Just forget the whole thing. Goodbye. Quick, let's see the phone book, Homer. Are there any more H.A.s?
Sure, only I think all this phoning is hopeless.
Homer, there just has to be one H.A. in Centerville with a 6.5 head size who needs a hat. What's the next number?
Elm 669.
Number, please.
Elm 669.
Elm 669.
How'd you make out on Mr. Alcorn, Hen?
Boy, he was the biggest sorehead I ever heard of.
Yeah, 8.5.
But I've got a feeling this is my lucky customer coming up.
Gee, Hen, I sure hope so.
Hello.
Hello, may I speak to H. Andrews, please?
Well, this is Hildegard Andrews.
Hildegard?
Yes? Who's this?
Well, gee, I don't think you'd be interested.
Well, I might be. Come on, who is it?
Well, no, I'm sure you wouldn't be. Goodbye. Homer, we're just not getting any place.
Hey, Henry, I just got a swell idea. Why don't you phone the police department?
The police?
Sure. After all, they keep fingerprints. Maybe they keep head sizes, too.
Homer, you're crazy.
Henry?
Oh, boy.
Henry, haven't you left yet?
Left, Mother? For where?
Dear, didn't we decide you were to take your hat down to the Emporium and get your money back?
Well, I'll tell you, Mother, I did go down, see?
Oh, you did? Fine.
Sure, and I had a long talk with the clerk, see? Only...
Oh, and he gave you your $3 back?
Why, not exactly.
You mean he gave you credit?
Credit?
That's just as good, Henry. You and I'll go down later this afternoon and pick out another hat for you.
Mother, wait, you don't understand.
Yes, I do understand how you feel, but until you're a few years older, you need help in selecting your clothes.
But Mother, if you'd only let me explain.
Let's not talk about it now, dear. I have to start lunch.
Gee whiz, Homer, my mother thinks I returned the hat.
Why didn't you set her straight?
I tried to, Homer. What's she going to do when she finds out I've hidden it up in my room?
Boy, you're in a spot, Hen.
Wait a minute.
Who are you going to phone?
The Centerville Times. I've got the whole thing figured out.
Number, please.
L909.
Who's down at the
L909.
Times, Hen?
Mary's boyfriend, Kermit, and he always said if there's anything he can do for me, he'd be glad to do it.
Yeah?
Sure, and I know he'll be just crazy about my hat, even if his initials aren't H.A.
Centerville Times, Editor Blake speaking.
I'd like to speak to one of your reporters, please. Kermit Hannigan?
Hannigan isn't here, sorry.
He isn't? Oh, just a minute. Homer, he isn't there.
He isn't? Well, why not leave a message?
Sure. Hello?
Yes?
Look, could I leave a message, please? A very important message.
Who is this?
Why, you wouldn't know me, but I'm a member of the general public who reads your paper, and I'm trying to locate somebody with the initials H.A.
You mean he's lost?
Lost? No, gee whiz, I just have to find him.
Why not call the police department?
The police? Would they fool around with a thing like this?
I told you, Henry.
Well, that all depends. What's this fella done?
Who? The fellow that wouldn't give me my money back?
He wouldn't. Well, how much was involved?
Well, gee, every cent I had.
Is that so? All right, let's have all the information. Initials, H.A.
Sure, with a 6.5 head size.
Are they going to help you, Hen?
Homer, will you please beat it? Hello?
Hello?
Okay, Henry, I can take a hint. Mrs. Aldrich.
The important thing is he has to like straw hats.
Are you in the living room, Mrs. Aldrich?
Yes, Homer. Mr. Aldrich and I happen to be having a private discussion.
Well, did I hear you say it was almost lunchtime?
Not quite, Homer. You have plenty of time to get home.
Yes, dear.
Well, are you sure I can't help you in any way, Mrs. Aldrich? Set the table or anything?
No, thank you.
Oh. Well, I guess I'll be running along then.
Goodbye, Homer. Where were we, Alice?
I was saying, Sam, that you should take a lesson from what happened this morning and put your foot down.
That was unfortunate, Alice, but I still maintain we should give Henry one more chance to choose his own hat.
Sure, I agree with Mr. Aldrich.
Homer, I thought you'd gone home.
Alice, try to look at this whole thing from a boy's viewpoint. I was a boy once myself.
Sure, so was I.
If you lead him down to the Emporium by the hand, you'll destroy every shred of his self-respect.
Dear, I don't intend to take his hand.
Psychologically, you'd be taking his hand.
Sam, the important thing is Henry has to have a new hat. And since he isn't capable of choosing one himself, then someone has to do it for him.
But Mrs. Aldrich...
Homer, will you please go home? Sam, listen to me. Someone has to help Henry.
Very well, Alice. Have it your own way.
Oh, I'm glad you're being reasonable, Sam. And when you get down there...
Down where?
To the Emporium with Henry.
Alice, I'm not going with him.
Yes, you are, Sam. I've changed my mind. You're a man. You're definitely the one to help Henry select a new hat.
Now, wait a minute, Alice.
I think so, too.
Homer, will you please go home?
Well, ladies, you'll never be in a predicament when it comes to making a choice if you choose gay, shimmering Jell-O for dessert. Tomorrow night, try Raspberry Pear Whip. Just prepare a package of raspberry Jell-O as usual, then whip it up. Fold in a cup of luscious pear pulp and chill until firm. All 6 Jell-O flavors, strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime, have that wonderful locked-in goodness that reminds you of the real ripe fruit itself. Ask for Jell-O, America's favorite gelatin dessert. And now, getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. Having been told by his parents that he could choose his new hat himself, Henry came home this morning proudly exhibiting a genuine West Indian straw. And then, ordered to return the hat immediately, he ran into difficulties. Now Henry is searching for someone to whom he can sell the hat. The scene opens in the Centerville police station. It is that afternoon.
But, Sergeant, what's this fellow done?
I don't know what he's done. All I found out is the Centerville Times is on his trail, and they'd sure like a chance to show us up.
You're right.
Now, here's all I know about him. His initials are H.A., and his head size is 6.5.
His head size, that's a new one.
Yes, and from what I can gather, the main clue is a straw hat. Now, if you find that, we'll be on the right track.
Okay, I'll start checking hat stores and cleaners.
Yes, and if you run into anyone from the newspapers, don't let on we don't know anything, but try to find out who it is we're looking for.
Mary, please.
Henry, let's go. I have to get ready for the beauty parlor.
Mary, listen. If you had a brother and he was going to die any minute now, wouldn't you make a move to help him?
Of course I would.
Well, okay, I've got to have $3.
Henry, do you think I'm made of money?
But don't you realize Mother thinks I've got a credit of $3 at the Emporium, and I haven't?
And don't you realize that Kermit is coming here for dinner tonight, and I'm a sight?
Look, Mary, why waste your money in beauty parlors?
What?
If you're going to marry Kermit someday, don't you think the only fair thing to do is let him see you in your natural condition?
Henry Aldrich!
Mary, wait, before you get mad. When is Kermit's birthday?
In June. Why?
How'd you like to buy him a swell present? It's worth $14.50, and you can have it for $3.
No.
$2.95.
No, and goodbye. I have to fix my hair.
You mean you're not going to the beauty parlor?
Of course I am, but I can't go there looking like this.
Okay, Mary. Just wait until you want me to be best man at your wedding.
Henry?
Mother, are you sure there hasn't been a phone call for me?
No, dear.
Oh, gee whiz, a reporter that won't even answer a phone call.
Henry, I have to run over to your Aunt Harriet's first, but I want you to meet me down at the Emporium in 45 minutes.
At the Emporium?
Yes, it seems your father has suddenly disappeared.
Well, look, Mother, don't you think a new hat is just a waste of money?
Certainly not.
But, gee, you know how I always lose everything, especially a hat. Why, I won't have it a half an hour.
Now,
gee whiz, Mother, I'd lose my head if it wasn't fastened on.
And now, dear, you really need a hat, and you have a credit of $3 down at the Emporium.
Mother, listen, there's something I've got to tell you.
Tell me down at the Emporium in 45 minutes.
But it'll be too late then.
Oh, Homer!
Excuse me, Mrs. Aldrich. Did I knock you over?
Not quite. And please don't be late, Henry.
Hey, Henry, where's your hat?
It's hidden up in my room.
Well, listen, I found this pilot, see, who wants a straw hat.
He does?
Sure. He flies planes from Miami to Chicago, and he wants a straw to wear while he's in Miami.
Homer, you don't mean that.
Sure, and his head size is 6.5, and he doesn't care a darn about the initials.
Oh, boy, Homer, let me shake your hand.
Sure, shake.
Shake. Ouch. Oh, I'm sorry, Homer. It's just that I'm so grateful.
Well, stop twisting my arm, and I'll give you his address.
Sure, and then let's go upstairs and get the hat.
You know what happened to me on the way over?
What?
A cop stopped me on the street and asked me my initials.
He did?
Sure. And when I told him HB, he said I was just one letter out.
Funny.
Do you suppose I nearly won a prize of some kind?
I'll answer the phone, Henry.
Okay, Mary, only if it's Kermit. Tell him he's missed his chance.
Hello?
Hello, Mary, dear.
Why, Kermit. How are you, Kermit?
Fine. As a matter of fact, Mary, I'm on top of the world.
You are?
I just wanted to prepare you. By the time I come over for dinner tonight, I might be out of obituaries.
Really? My goodness, what's happened?
Well, I haven't time to explain, Mary, but I'm working on a big story. I'm going to scoop the police department.
No.
Yes. So, it won't be long now, Mary, before you and I can talk over a breakfast table instead of a telephone.
Oh, my. Oh, my goodness.
Well, I've got to be getting along. Duty calls, Mary.
Of course. Goodbye, Kermit, and good luck.
Mary!
Yes, Henry?
Listen, Mary, I give you my word, I didn't mean it.
You didn't mean what?
Anything I've ever said to you, except when I paid you compliments.
Henry, get to the point.
That's what I said.
Mary, whatever I've done to you, let's both be good sports and give me back my hat.
What hat?
My West Indian straw that was up in my room.
I haven't been anywhere near your
Mary, I haven't time to joke. Now hand it over.
But, Henry, I haven't got it.
Listen, Mary, I'll have Father sue you.
Go ahead. I'll sue you for false arrest.
Henry, I don't think she's got it.
But somebody's got it. I can't have lost it.
Why not? You'd lose your head if it wasn't fastened on.
Oh, boy. Homer, get out of my way. Maybe I put it in here.
Henry, are you going to throw everything out of your whole closet? Hey, cut it out. You nearly hit me with that coat hanger. Henry, put down that rubber boot.
Yes, sir, we clean and block hats.
Well, what I want to know is, do you stretch them?
Why, sure.
Well, you see this straw hat? It's a 6.5. It belongs to my son. And if it's possible, I'd like it stretched so it would fit me.
Well, may I see the hat, please?
Yes, certainly.
Oh, it's a very fine hat.
Yes, genuine West Indian straw.
My, your son has good taste.
You think so?
Mm-hmm.
To tell you the truth, I agree with you.
I'm surprised he'd want to part with it.
Well, he isn't anxious to, but his mother, that is...
I understand what you mean. I'm a married man myself.
It isn't that mothers mean to be unreasonable. It's just that, through no fault of their own, they're women.
That's quite true.
So I'd like to help my son out and buy this hat from him.
Initials H.A., huh? Now, do you think you can stretch it? I'm pretty sure I can, sir. It'll only take about 10 minutes.
Good, that's fine.
Just make yourself comfortable while I step into the back room. And don't go away.
Mother, I just got back from the beauty parlor. Where are you?
Down at the Emporium. I've been waiting for nearly 2 hours. Have you any idea where Henry is?
He isn't here. And, Mother, do you realize it's almost dinner time and Kermit will be here any minute?
Oh, my goodness, I'd forgotten. Mary, you better start peeling potatoes and let your father entertain Kermit.
But Father isn't here either.
He isn't? Well, dear, I'll get a taxi and be home in 5 minutes.
All right, Mother, goodbye.
Goodbye, dear.
Father, where did you come from?
Good evening, Mary.
My goodness, that straw hat you have... That's Henry.
Mary, I don't want to hear this hat mentioned again in this house. Do you understand?
Father, you look upset. Is anything wrong?
Mary, let me ask you something. Do I look to you like a common criminal?
Of course not, Father. You don't look the least bit common.
Mary, I've just come from the police station.
The police station? What'd you go down there for?
I was taken down there in a police car.
You were, Father?
I was arrested.
Really, Father? Really and truly?
1 minute I was sitting quietly in the cleaners thumbing through the Hat Buyers Monthly, and the next minute I was sitting under a bright light answering questions. It seems the cleaner telephoned some eager beaver newspaper reporter, and he sent the police down.
But why did they arrest you?
How should I know? They didn't even know themselves.
Excuse me, Father, I've got to phone Kermit. My goodness, when a prominent lawyer gets arrested, that's news.
Mary, put down that phone.
But, Father...
Put it down. Do you really mean you'd sell your own father down the river just to get Kermit out of obituaries?
But, Father, our whole future is involved.
So is mine.
Yours, Father?
Aged as I am, Mary, I have a few good years left. Please answer the phone.
Hello?
Hello, Mary. This is Kermit.
Oh, my goodness, speak of it. Hello, Kermit.
Mary, I'm afraid I won't be able to come up for dinner tonight after all.
You won't? Why not?
No, I'd rather not go into details, Mary, but a case I was working on more or less blew up right in my face.
Oh, Kermit, that's a shame.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Never mind, Kermit. I've got a scoop for you. Only you'll have to promise not to print it.
What is it?
Guess what happened to my father.
Mary, I really have to go now.
Kermit, aren't you interested? He was arrested.
Oh? Arrested? Well, I'm certainly surprised. Arrested? Why, that's terrible. Well, goodbye, Mary.
You're hanging up right in the middle of our conversation? And, Kermit, why can't you come to dinner tonight?
I've got to cover an obituary.
Hello, everybody. I'm home.
Look, Mary, could you meet me on the corner?
From the corner?
Mary, gee whiz, here it is, my straw hat.
Wait a minute, Kermit. Henry Aldrich, what on earth have you got on your head?
What does it look like, Mary? Mother!
Hello, Kermit, listen.
Mother, are you in the living room?
No, Henry, she isn't home yet.
She isn't? Oh, boy. When she gets here, Father, will you help me explain how I got tied up?
Hey, wait a minute. Henry, what's that thing on your head?
An aviator's helmet, Father.
Well, yes, but...
See, it has ear flaps and everything. Don't you think it's the most practical type hat for me?
Where did you get it?
From a pilot friend of Homer's. He sort of traded it to me on trust, see? And now that I found my straw hat, all I have to do is take it over to him.
Henry, about that straw hat...
Boy, am I lucky he takes 6.5.
Yes? Well, the hat is now size 7.5.
What? Well, how can that be?
Never mind, it is. You just have to return that helmet to your pilot.
Return it? Oh, no, Father.
Henry, let me have a look at you. You, Mary.
In the living room, Alice.
Oh, boy. Listen, Mother, I can explain everything.
Henry, you can explain later. First, I have something to show you all.
What is it, Mother?
Well, while I was waiting for Henry down at the Emporium, I bought... Here I am, everybody. How do you like me?
Mother.
Alice.
Mother, gee whiz. What is it?
Why, dear, it's a hat.
A hat?
I don't believe it.
Mother, a brace of pheasants?
Certainly, Mary.
Alice, you will march down to the Emporium first thing in the morning and return that
hat, Father.
Return it? But, Sam!
What, Homer? If I'm coming to dinner tomorrow night, do you suppose we should tell your mother I'm on a very special diet?
Gee whiz, you are?
Sure, because I'm anemic.
You are? Gee, Homer, that's tough.
Sure. To build up my strength, I have to have second helpings of everything.
Well, second helpings is what everybody asks for when there's Jell-O tapioca puddings for dessert. Yes, Jell-O tapioca puddings, newest members of the famous Jell-O pudding family. And they're a miracle of goodness, a marvel of speed. There's Jell-O vanilla tapioca, Jell-O chocolate tapioca, and Jell-O orange coconut tapioca. All three are luscious, light, and delicate, gloriously rich and creamy. And you know that name Jell-O is a trademark. It's the property of General Foods, and it tells you that you're getting a genuine Jell-O product. Ask your grocer for Jell-O tapioca puddings. And while you're about it, better get 3 packages so you'll have plenty for the weekend. That's Jell-O tapioca pudding.
Well, here's hoping you'll be in your living room and ours next week at the same time. Good night, folks.
And this is Dan Seymour in New York saying the Aldrich family is brought to you by the Jell-O family.
For desserts that are delicious, boy, believe me, you should know. They are made by famous Jell-O.
Listen again next Thursday, same time, same station, to another sparkling half hour with the Aldrich family.
Hiya, babe. Say, how about little... Ouch!
Does that answer your question, buddy?
The Adventures of Maisie, starring Ann Sothern. You all remember Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's famous Maisie pictures. In just a moment, you'll hear Maisie in radio, starring the same glamorous star you all went to see and loved on the screen, Ann Sothern. But first, your announcer. And now here's Ann Sothern as Maisie.
Yep, I'm Maisie, like the fella said, Maisie Revere. Just a gal from Brooklyn who's faced more of life than Portia. Frankly, there's nothing unusual about me. If you saw me walking down the street, you wouldn't give me a second look. And if you did, you'd be wasting your time. Yep, I've traveled all over the country and worked at all kinds of jobs. Right now, I'm returning from a job I had in a department store out west. I was in the notions department, and I quit because the floor walker also had notions. Of all the seats available, I had to plunk myself down alongside one of those women with a baby. It had the face of an angel and lungs like an air raid siren. This child didn't cry all the time, just when he was awake.
Now, darling, shh. Mommy can't read when you cry. So play with the nice lady and shut up!
Yeah, little man. And do Maisie another small favor, will you? Stop drooling into my purse. My lipstick is starting to float. Madam, please do something, will you? He's been yelling so much I'm liable to wind up with cauliflower eardrums.
Oh, what's the matter, baby mine? Hungry again?
Well, he can't be unless his little stomach has no memory. Just 10 minutes ago, he ate half my salami sandwich.
Well, I'll take him just as soon as I finish the story I'm reading. You don't mind holding him on your lap, do you?
Well, I didn't mind it through Nevada, Montana, and Colorado. But Junior did get a little heavy through Kansas. Here, Mama, he's all yours. Goodbye, Madam. I'm going to find a seat up forward.
Oh, hush, darling, now hush. Only a few more hours and you'll be back with Papa. And you can drive him nuts for a while.
Pardon me, miss. Is this seat taken?
No, it isn't.
Thanks. You care for some gum?
No, thanks.
Was anything wrong, honey?
No. Everything's just dandy.
Oh, now don't cry, honey. Dry your eyes. Here, use my handkerchief. Uh-oh. I don't have one. That baby's mother ran short of equipment, so she drafted my handkerchief.
Baby.
I said something, maybe?
You don't understand. I'm going to have one.
Well, don't take on so.
Oh, it's not that. It's... Oh...
Mrs., don't... Conductor!
Huh? Yes, miss. What is it? Oh, what's wrong with her?
She fainted. Stop the train.
Just because she fainted?
Well, don't you understand? We got to get her to a doctor at once. Stop the train. She's going to have a baby.
Oh, but she can't. She only bought one ticket. I mean, we've got a schedule to keep.
Yeah, but the stork can't read a train schedule. Nobody can, for that matter. Stop this train immediately.
You can't, miss. Hey, let go of that emergency cord. Oh, now we're going to be minutes and minutes late.
Oh, well, never mind that. Pull your head out of my suitcase and help me with this girl. I'm getting her to a hospital.
Yeah, but...
She's going to be there when the baby arrives.
The mother is always there when the baby arrives.
I mean to the hospital. Come on, honey.
Where am I? What happened?
Save your strength, honey. You're going to need all of it. We'll get you to the nearest hospital if I have to carry you there. Don't waste your strength calling for the train, honey. If you want to yell, wait till a car comes up the road.
Oh, this is awful. We're miles and miles away from everything.
Well, we'll get a lift to the nearest town soon. You just lie down and rest till one comes along.
Oh, this is awful. Awful.
Oh, poor kid. Here, take this.
What do I want with a pencil?
Well, just bite on it. It's supposed to ease the pain.
But I don't have any pain.
You don't? But you're supposed to. It's important. Try, honey. Try and have some pain. Just a little, please.
I've been trying to tell you. The baby. I'm not going to have it now.
Well, I hope not. You must wait till we get to a doctor.
No, it won't be born for 8 months yet.
Now, don't talk, honey. It's... What?
I tried to tell you, but you rushed me off the train.
Oh, brother. Well, that's me. Never waits till the last minute. Well, look, I'll walk to the nearest town and send your husband a telegram to come and get you.
Oh, no. He mustn't know where I am. You see, I'm running away.
Running away? Ah, he beats you, huh?
Tom does not beat me. He's wonderful.
Well, if he's so wonderful, why are you running away? And what about the baby? The one you're going to have sometime. Doesn't that make a difference?
Well, that's why I'm running away. He's had too many expenses already.
The baby?
No, my husband. Tom doesn't make much money. And you don't know what it's like to have to count your pennies.
Yes, I do, honey. Look,
Betty Grayson. Mrs. Betty Grayson.
Oh, well, I'm Maisie Revere, miss.
Hello.
Look, Betty, I know I've interfered in your life enough already, but I think you're making a big mistake. Running away rather than tell your husband he's going to be a father.
Well, how did you know I didn't tell him?
Well, because maybe you're the kind of woman whose only enjoyment out of life is feeling sorry for herself.
But don't you see the money, the cost? Tom and me always broke. We never got to go anyplace.
Well, maybe when the baby's born you won't want to.
Gosh. Do you really think
Well, it's worth a try, isn't it?
Well...
Come on, we'll get a lift home somehow. And I'm going with you to see that you don't talk yourself out of it again.
I don't think I will. Gosh, Maisie. How do you know so much about, a kid needing a father and mother?
Oh, that's simple, honey. I happen to know all about parents. You see, I never had any.
Oh, then it's all right, Tommy. About the baby, I mean.
All right, it's wonderful. It's terrific. Gosh, Gosh, imagine me with a son.
You want a boy, Tommy?
Well, what else? It'll be a boy, won't it?
Well, I'll try, Tommy. Really, I will.
Well, your wife can't guarantee the make, Tommy. After all, you're dealing with a firm that's just starting in business.
Oh, well, it doesn't have to be a boy. Girls are wonderful, too. After all, Maisie, you're a girl.
The most wonderful girl in the world. If it hadn't been for you, Maisie, you've been an angel.
Yeah, what you've done was a miracle. How can we ever repay you?
Oh, skip it, kids. This one's on the house. Well, I guess I'll be shoving off.
Oh, but where are you going? You told me you had no place to go and no money.
Maisie, I have a little money.
Oh, no, that's sweet of you, Tommy, but save it for your man-child. You know, babies are all born with one nasty habit.
Nasty habit? What?
Eating. So long now.
But I've got lots of money.
You have?
Yeah, I'm loaded.
Well, you sure sound like it. You been celebrating in advance, Tommy?
Oh, I mean it, Betty, honey. Right after you left, it came in, my GI insurance refund. $137.
$137?
Yeah.
Hey, Tommy, you're a millionaire.
Oh, honey, we'll save our money. All we'll get are just the bare necessities. Like that new car you wanted.
Oh, yeah? And that beautiful grand piano we saw in the window.
Yeah.
Some bare necessities, I'll say. Look, don't you two kids realize that having a baby's expensive?
They are? Well, gosh, how would I know? I never had a baby before.
Very few men do. Doctors charge money to deliver babies.
Yes, that's right. And my doctor said I was going to have a big one. About 8 or 9 pounds.
Gosh, how much will that cost?
Well, who knows? Doctors don't charge for the pound. and you'll need money for emergencies. Babies sometimes get sick.
They do? Oh, my goodness.
Oh, now,
yeah,
Betty.
what you kids need to do is save that GI insurance dough.
You're right, Maisie, you're right. Betty, honey, here's the check. You take care of the money.
Oh, no, darling. You take care of it. Oh, I wouldn't trust myself. Money just always slips through my fingers.
Oh, mine, too. I can't hold on to a dime.
Oh, that's silly. I know if I had that kind of loot, I'd know how to save it. And every other hunk of change that came into the family piggy bank.
You can?
Gee, Maisie, would you?
Would I what?
Take care of our money. Save it for us.
Please.
What?
Well, we couldn't pay you much to be our Secretary of the Treasury,
But you could have your room and board free, and you could sleep on the couch in the living room.
Oh, well, this is the new one. I've worked as a babysitter, but this is the first time I've ever been offered a job as a money sitter.
You'll do it, won't you?
For us. And the baby.
Oh, look, kid, you're both being silly.
Our poor kid, he may get sick with a fever. Need money for doctors.
A specialist. And the money won't be there. We spent it all.
Oh, look, now,
Look at him, lying in his crib, so tiny and so helpless.
He needs serum. It's expensive. It's got to be flown from Washington.
We have to charter a plane, but there's a storm all over the country.
And the pilot won't take a chance unless he gets paid for it, the rat.
My poor child. His fever's going up. He's got to have that serum. He's just got to. Around.
Oh, okay, honey, I'll do it. But I just thought of one horrible thing.
Well, what's that, Maisie?
Well, suppose the kid don't catch that sickness and we don't need to charter a plane. We'll be stuck with all that money.
And now back to Maisie.
I beg your pardon, buddy.
Oh, I'm sorry, chum. No dimes for a cup of coffee. My business manager said I should. Well, if it ain't Lieutenant Porter.
At ease, Sergeant Grayson. The war's over. You don't have to salute me anymore.
Yes, sir. I mean, Lieutenant. I mean, Mr. Porter. Oh, things are pretty tough for you, huh, pal?
Oh, don't let this threadbare suit of mine throw you, pal. I'll be out of it soon.
Well, looks like you're almost out of it in a couple of places now, Harry. Say if a couple of bucks
Oh,
are
thanks, kid, thanks. What I need ain't a couple. It's a couple of thousand.
Oh, sorry, chum. My business manager, Maisie Revere, don't let me carry around that kind of cash. She thinks I might spend it foolishly.
Oh, smart girl. But I'm going to get the money. I'm on my way now to the bank. The vice president, Mr. Thomas, practically promised to lend it to me.
Oh, he did, huh? Well, I'd better get to Maisie fast and tell her to deposit my GI insurance check someplace else. She's at the bank now opening an account for me. And if they'll lend you that kind of cash, I ain't got much faith in the safety of my dough.
Oh, the bank isn't worried about its money, chum. They know they'll get it back with interest. Mr. Thomas is a man with vision. He has a head on his shoulders.
Yeah. Sounds like he's got two heads on his shoulders.
Well, I'm glad that Thomas isn't like you, Tommy. He doesn't think building a bridge in Hawaii is too much of a gamble.
A bridge, huh? Hey, say, Harry, while we were over there during the war, you were working on that bridge-building proposition, weren't you?
Uh-huh. As an engineer in civilian life, I realized that could be done there. And that's the reason for the condition of my wardrobe. You see, I spent every dime working on getting that franchise to build. And now I got it, with government backing. We leave for Hawaii just as soon as I get to see Thomas at the bank. He's loaning me plane fare to fly my workers over there.
Well, you lucky devil. Going to Hawaii, huh?
Yeah. Say, Tommy, why don't you come along?
My business manager won't go for the expense.
Well, what I meant is I'll be needing a foreman out there when I build. I'll give you $100 a week.
You just hired yourself a foreman, sir. Oh, boy. Wait till I get home and tell the wife that our kid will be able to afford sicknesses that poor kids can't even get a chance at. When do we leave, boss?
Just as soon as I see Mr. Thomas and get that loan.
Oh, sure. Oh, Harry, why don't you come up to the house for dinner tonight? I want you to meet my little mother, and also the smartest little dame with a buck, Maisie. Oh, brother, the way she looks after the safety of my money. There's a gal that don't throw money away.
Oh, a Republican, huh? See you later, foreman.
Yes, miss? My secretary said you insisted on seeing me here in my office.
That's right, Mr. Thomas. I'm thinking of opening an account in this bank for a client of mine. But before I do, I must make certain that my money is absolutely safe.
Oh? This amount you have is a large sum?
I'm the one that asks the questions, Mr. Thomas. After all, I never did business with you before. And I'm not so sure you're the type to be trusted.
I'm not?
No. To me, your eyes are a little too close together.
Well, I can't help it, miss. I come from a poor family, and I grew up in a very narrow room. Now, look, miss, you can't go wrong leaving your money with us.
Oh, well, it isn't my money. That's why I'm so careful. It belongs to an ex-soldier.
Oh. Now, how much do you want to open this account with?
The whole check. $137.
You're kidding.
You can't handle that much, huh?
We'll have to divvy it up amongst our branches. Yes? What is it, Miss Peters?
There's a Mr. Harry Porter to see you about that bridge loan.
Okay, send him in.
Right.
And now, miss, that our little bank passed the honesty test, I hope you'll excuse me. You can go to any of the windows outside, and any one of our little army of busy beavers will be glad to open that account for you.
Well, not so fast, Mr. Thomas. If you're going to give a man a loan, I'd like to stay right here and make sure that he deserves it. After all, you may be loaning him my $137.
Miss, believe me, this Mr. Porter knows what he's doing.
Yeah. But do you?
Yes. And I've made up my mind to loan him the money to get to Hawaii with his crew and build that bridge.
But he'll have to prove to me that it's a good bridge before I come across.
Miss, this is none of your affair, so if you don't mind, come in.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Thomas. Ready to give me that loan, I take it?
You won't take it till we make sure you deserve it.
Oh, this your wife, Mr. Thomas?
Heaven forbid. Miss, I've some important business to discuss. If you want to waste somebody's time, please waste the vice president's.
Oh, is he in charge of new deposits?
Also in charge of seeing that when depositors are forced to stand in line, that they refrain from staring into each other's deposit books. Good day, miss.
Well, okay, if you think it's safe.
Well, Mr. Thomas, I'm all set to go. I've hired my foreman already. And now all I need is that loan we discussed so I can get started building my bridge in Hawaii.
Yes, Mr. Porter, we've given it a lot of thought.
But not enough. What's the idea of building a bridge in Hawaii? Why don't you build it here where the people can see what they're getting for their money?
Miss, please keep your 2 cents out of this.
I will. And my $137, too. You should be ashamed of yourself, Mr. Thomas. Gambling your poor depositors' money on this bum.
Bum?
Miss, just because my clothes are a bit shabby doesn't mean that I'm a bum.
Mr. Thomas, if you go ahead and loan out your trusting depositor's money to this bum, you'll be sorry.
Sorry?
But you've got to give me a chance to make good. I know I'm nothing right now, but remember the old saying, giant oaks from acorns come.
Oh, what's an acorn? Just a nut. Mr. Thomas, maybe this is none of my business.
Just maybe?
It isn't my friend's $137 I'm worrying about. It's all the money poor folks have left here in your care.
Yes, but banks do business by loaning money. That's what we're here for. If we don't loan money, we don't make money.
Just as I thought. Nothing but a selfish attitude.
Mr. Thomas, I've heard enough from this screwball.
No, you haven't. Mr. Thomas, if you go ahead and give this fly-by-night character the depositor's money, I'll go from door to door and tell each one to get their money out before it's too late.
Oh, but that'll start a run on the bank. We'll be ruined.
Better you than those poor schnooks that put their life savings in your keeping. Well, Mr. Thomas?
Mr. Thomas?
Good day, Mr. Porter.
Maisie, for gosh sake, aren't you dressed yet?
Tommy's new boss will be here for dinner any minute, Maisie. Do hurry.
Well, I'm doing the best I can, but it isn't easy getting dressed in the kitchen closet. It's so dark in here for the last 5 minutes, I thought I was brushing my hair, but it turned out to be your floor mop.
That must be the boss now. I'll get it. Hiya, boss. You're just in time for dinner. How about a little something first? What do you have?
Make mine an arsenic and soda.
Arsenic? Isn't that a little strong, Mr. Porter?
This is the little woman, boss. The mother of my son-to-be.
Oh, it's wonderful to meet you, sir. And I want to thank you for what you're doing for my Tommy.
Frankly, Mrs. Grayson, there's nothing to thank me for. Tommy, about that job of yours.
Oh, I quit that. I told the old boss what he could do with his old job.
Quit it?
And we're all set to leave for Tommy's new job. Maisie helped me pack.
Maisie?
Yeah, my business manager and pal. She's our little fixer. I want you to meet her.
Thanks, but I've had all the little fixers I can take for one day. A little lady fixer fixed it, so he ain't going to Hawaii.
Not going?
But I thought it was all set.
It was, but a certain nosy body unset it. Talked the bank right out of giving me the loan. Oh, just wait till I get my hands on that dame.
Oh, this is terrible, terrible. We need advice, but bad. Maisie!
I'll be with you in a sec. I got my stockings on backwards again.
Say, that voice. It sounds familiar.
Maisie, come out right away. Something terrible's happened. The bank didn't give that bridge loan to Mr. Porter.
Oh, that's a terrible thing for a bank to do. Porter? A tall, skinny guy?
Yeah. How did you know?
Oh, I just took a stab in the dark. And right now, if I had a knife, I'd like to take another.
Maisie, this is serious. Now that job of mine is all off, I have no future.
Yeah, come on out, Maisie.
I'd rather stay in here. I'd like to have a future.
Oh, come on out.
We need advice, and we need it bad.
Then I'm your girl. There ain't nobody can give us that advice as me.
Come out, gal.
Maisie!
Hello, all. You like my new hairdo?
But it's combed right down over your kisser.
Yes, Maisie, and I can't see your face.
I'm glad. Well, folks, I think I'll skip dinner. I got a date. I think I'll run now.
She's the dame that's responsible for all this mess.
No, I'm sure I'll run.
Maisie, you did it?
My franchise to build that bridge expires tomorrow, and I have to be in Hawaii by then with my crew or else.
Maisie, now you've spoiled everything.
Well, but I only did it to protect your money. I didn't think it was fair to loan a total stranger millions of dollars that didn't even belong to the bank to build the bridge.
Millions of dollars?
Yeah.
But, Maisie, Mr. Porter didn't want to borrow millions.
All I wanted was a couple of $1,000 to get my crew over to Hawaii.
Only a couple of $1,000?
Yeah. The government's backing the actual construction.
Well, gosh, why didn't you say so, Mr. Porter?
Why? You didn't ask me.
But I couldn't think of everything. I'm no genius, you know.
I think you are.
Ah, you're just being sweet.
A genius at messing things up.
Well, that takes talent, too.
Oh, Maisie, how could you? Now it's too late.
Yeah, and where can we get $2,000 just like that?
Well, that's easy. From Mr. Thomas at the bank.
Miss, you're stupid. Banks close at 3.
And now it's 7.
And no banker ever opens his bank for loans at this hour.
But Mr. Thomas might come down and open his bank if somebody calls him and tells him she thinks his bank is being robbed.
But his bank isn't being robbed.
Well, how am I supposed to know that, Mr. Porter? Like you said, I'm stupid. Well, when Mr. Thomas came rushing down to his bank after I called and found out it was just a trick, he saw red. But Mr. Porter saw green. $3,000 worth of it. The next morning, he, Betty, and their crew chartered a plane and flew to Hawaii. They wanted me to join them there in 2 weeks, but I can't leave for 30 days, the judge said. Yeah, that's what I got for sending in a false alarm. And Betty and Tom were so grateful. They said they were going to give their kid my name. They might just as well, because for the next month I won't be using it. I got a number instead. Well, it's time for chow now, so I might as well get in line and see what the chef has dreamed up today to turn our little stomach.
You have just heard The Adventures of Maisie, starring Ann Southern. Maisie was written by Arthur Phillips. Original music was composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman. Supporting cast included Elvia Allman, Frank Nelson, Lorene Tuttle, Jerry Hausner, Byron Kane, and Peter Leeds. Jack McCoy speaking.
Around the average house, there are enough petty details to drive an ordinary man to ginger ale. For instance, take a look at the daily schedule of the Squire of 79 Wistful Vista. 8 a.m., out of bed, wash face, brush teeth. 9 o'clock, breakfast, read paper. 9:30, back to bed. 10 o'clock, up again, shave, shower, dress, do crossword puzzle, smoke half cigar, work on ship in bottle, take short nap, decide not to mow lawn. 10:30, scold wife for laundry not being back, no clean shirts. 10:31, wife says laundry's been back 3 days. 10:32, decide to wear sweatshirt and old flannel pants anyway. 10:33 is where we join Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
Gosh, if I was smart, I'd get up early in the morning and dash down to the Elks Club. Stick around here and everybody finds a job for me to do, morning till night. Work, 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 work. Slave my hands off. Work, work, work. Same old thing every day. Never a minute's relaxation.
What's anybody asked you to do today, dearie?
Well, everybody that, huh? Oh, there's been a dozens of things. You keep asking me to do stuff that can just as well wait till tomorrow.
Such as?
Well, such as... Well, didn't you ask me to do something while we were having breakfast?
Yes, I did. I asked you to put the cover back on the sugar bowl.
You see what I mean? Work, work, work. One chore after another. All day long. Gee whiz. Hey, who let Beulah in this morning? I thought we didn't have any extra keys.
Oh, well, Beulah stopped and had some extra ones made.
Oh.
Here's 3 of them. Now put them away someplace where you'll be able to find them.
Oh, fine, thanks. Okay. Hey, Molly, did you stop at the bank yesterday and get the dough for the FHA?
Yes, it's in the desk. 3 nice new $10 bills. If you're going downtown, you can stop and make the payment.
That's fine, I will. I gotta get my gun repaired anyway.
What gun?
This old hog leg of Uncle Sycamore's. The one he used in the Texas Rangers.
Heavenly days, put that blockbuster away before I go back to kindergarten.
Huh? What do you mean, go back to kindergarten?
Well, every time I see that pistol, it scares me out of 10 years' growth, and I've seen it 4 times. That's 40 years.
Oh, it won't shoot. The trigger's busted. It's a museum piece. It's historical.
Yeah?
Uncle Sycamore fought the Indians with this.
Well, he didn't take very good care of it. There's 10 or 12 nicks in the handle.
Those are notches. Every time Uncle Sycamore would kill a man, he'd cut a notch in his gun butt.
You mean Uncle Sycamore killed 12 men?
Yep. All in one day, too.
Heavenly days. Who were they?
They were members of a jury that convicted him of horse stealing.
So he added murder to larceny.
Not at all. They sentenced him to be hung, so he shot him. It was his life or theirs. Self-defense. The law of the Old West. He told me that one time when he was...
Oh, hello, Alice.
Hi, Alice.
Hello. Has anybody called? Jeepers, Mr. McGee, where'd you get the gun?
Belonged to my Uncle Sycamore, Alice. Old Indian fighter and Texas Ranger.
He was killed when his gun jammed, daughter.
Yeah.
The coroner's verdict was hardening of the artillery.
Great old guy, Uncle Sycamore. Kind of a Robin Hood of the border. Used to rob the rich cattlemen and give the money to the poor sheep herders. What you might call blameless burglary.
You mean it was a stainless steel?
Oh, Alice.
Well, if Bert should call, which I doubt, will you let me know, Mrs. McGee?
Certainly, Alice. Are you going to bed now?
Yes, but I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep much. The sun is so bright and I forgot to get a new sleep mask. This one is all bent and torn.
Sleep mask.
Uh-huh.
That what this thing is?
Yeah.
Sleep mask. Looks like one of those false faces you wear to a macaroon.
You don't mean macaroon, dear. You mean masquerade.
I don't any such a thing. Masquerade is that black lipstick a woman puts on her eyelashes. Stuff that makes her look like she'd spent the day shoveling coal.
No, Mr. McGee, that's mascara.
What are you gals doing? Give me the old razzmatazz. Mascara is the capital of Russia.
Ah, McGee, that's Moscow.
Well, then, doggone it, what's a macaroon?
It's a small cake or cookie.
Of course it is, and they always serve them at masquerades, so what are you trying to hand me? Well, this is a sleep mask, eh?
Mm-hmm. Yes, dearie. Those are for people who have to sleep in the daytime.
Mm-hmm.
Keeps the light off of the eyelids.
Yes, lots of us war workers use them.
Is that so?
The first time I ever wore one, I woke up at noon, thought it was midnight, leaped out of bed, ran into the wall, and knocked myself unconscious.
Who told you? Leave this one with me. You leave this here with me now, and I'll get you a new one this afternoon.
Oh, thanks very much. Good night.
Good night, dear.
Night, Alice.
Well, it seems a little odd to be saying good night at 11 a.m.
Yeah.
My goodness, you never know. Excuse me, folks.
Yeah, Beulah?
There's two cops at the door. They won't see Mr. McGee.
Cops?
Policeman Beulah? Say, are you in trouble, McGee?
I can't think of any crimes I've committed lately. I took a paper off the newsstand last night without paying for it, but the kid knows I always pay later.
You say the word, Mr. McGee, and I'll unharness them bulls like I was a female Roy Rogers.
Now, wait a minute, the both of you. This might be serious.
What do you mean, serious? I haven't done anything. I don't think. They look friendly, Beulah?
No cop ever looked friendly to me, Mr. McGee. Even though I never bust a law in my whole life, every time I see a brass button, my spinal cord twang like an E string.
Well, I suppose we better tell them to come in and face the music, whatever it is. Let them in, Beulah.
Yeah, but not too fast. Stall them a while, Beulah. Talk about the weather or something. You might hint that I got a lot of influence down at the city hall. If they behave, I'll have them promoted, see? Otherwise, they'll end up as mounted policemen with their heads over my mantelpiece.
Mounted policemen with their heads over the... I love that man. Well, leave it to me, sir. I'll stall him for 4 Right this way, please. Mr. and Miss McGee, the law is here. If you need me for anything, folks, I'll be in the kitchen cooking with the heavy skillet.
Well, is this a friendly visit, officers, or shall we call our lawyer, Perry Mason?
I'm Hogan, ma'am. This is Davinsky, headquarters detail.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, ma'am.
How do you do, I'm sure?
Well, now, this is all very cozy and polite, but before we start serving the sherbet and ladyfingers, why don't you guys break down and hand us the subpoena or whatever the bad news is?
Oh, well, Davinsky and I are selling tickets to the policeman's benefit, Mr. McGee. $5 a ticket. How many do you want?
How many, McGee?
Are you kidding? Do I look dumb enough to pay any part of a fin to see a bunch of tavern-tummied, muscle-bound, handcuffed rattlers shaking their fallen arches around a third-class ballroom? Bah! Not a chance, boys, not a chance.
Well, if it's for a benefit, McGee, we might take a couple.
No, sir, I wouldn't curry favor with a bunch of stoplight bandits for all the tea and tutti frutti. I'm sorry, boys.
Had a gun in your pocket, McGee?
Gun? Oh, this? Yeah. Old Frontier model. Belonged to my Uncle Sycamore, old Indian fighter.
Got a license for it?
A license? Why, that revolver's over 100 years old.
So's marriage, but you're still going to have a license for it. Let's see it, McGee.
Okay, but it's just an antique. Just an old shooting iron that my Uncle Sycamore...
Serial number's been filed off, Hogan. That's bad.
What's bad about it on an old gun like that? Are you still working on the shooting of Dan McGrew?
Pipe down, lady.
Don't tell my wife to pipe down, you red-faced refugee from the boys in the back room. I got friends in the city hall that'll transfer you so far out into the sticks you'll have to report for carrier pigeon.
Yeah, we hear that every day, friend. Hey, there's something funny here, Dubinsky. Take a look around.
Okay, Hogan. Keep an eye on them two. They look...
Take off your hat, Hogan.
Yes, ma'am. Now look here, McGee. About this gun.
You better load your blunderbuss, Sherlock. This might be flat top.
Well, whoever it is, we can send a message to the mayor. Come in.
Ah, there. Good day, Mrs. McGee. Good day, McGee. Goodbye, officer.
Come back here, you.
Certainly, officer. I was merely going to perform a small favor for the fire department.
What was that, Mr. Wellington?
Move my car from in front of the fire plug. Fine body of men, our fire lad is. Wouldn't want to cause them any trouble in case of a conflagration or even a fire.
Mm-hmm. These laddies will take care of the matter for you, Wellington, when they get through with the case they're now working on.
And what is that, McGee?
Who killed Cock Robin? They got 3 sparrows and a hoot owl lined up as suspects. But their stool pigeon was too...
Be quiet, you. What's your name, mister?
Sigmund Wellington, manager of the Bijou Theater, my friend, and keep a civil tongue in your unpleasant face, or I shall have you on the carpet so fast you'll think you're part Persian.
Well, good for you, Mr. Wellington. Just because we wouldn't buy any tickets to the police benefit, they think they can...
Quiet, lady, quiet.
Who's telling who to be quiet?
You mean who's telling whom, old man? In this instance, telling, you see, is used as a transitive verb and thus takes the object. Even in times of stress, leave us not forget our grammar.
Look, Wellington, can you mind maybe...
And I will. And if I hear one more uncouth remark from you, my nightstick numbskull, I shall take great pains to see that you are transferred so far out in the country, it will take the National Geographic 12 years to discover you.
Yeah, I know. We've been through that. So you own the Bijou Theater, huh?
In fee. Simple.
What's that?
He says he owns it in fee simple. That's a legal term. But you wouldn't understand it if it's legal.
Why did you ask about the Bijou Theater and take off your hat, Hogan?
Yes, ma'am. I was asking about the Bijou, Wellington, because your marquee extends 2 feet beyond the legal limit over the sidewalk in violation of Ordinance 212, Section C, Paragraph 4, page 813 in the old book. Now, you still want to vouch for these people?
I never saw them before in my life. Good day, officer. Good day, strangers.
Why, that dirty little opportunist threw us to the wolves to save his own neck. Hey, what's the charge against us anyway? You either got to book us on some charge or release us. This isn't legal.
I'm holding you as material witnesses, and I may charge you with carrying concealed weapons.
Well, that's a laugh. Concealing that weapon would be like trying to hide a giraffe in a rumble seat. Quite simply ridiculous.
Hey, Hogan, you were right. This is a regular criminal hangout.
Yeah, what'd you get?
Look.
What'd you get?
McGee, look, he's got my jewelry. Why, of all the
Be still, you. You'll have a chance to identify it.
Look, Hogan, jewelry. 2 wristwatches. One of them with the initials DD on it. Wasn't that stole from that minister last week? Don't DD mean Reverend?
That watch belongs to my wife's uncle, Dennis Driscoll, and the other one is mine. And if either of you light-fingered Lugan
McGee, be quiet or I'll tap you with my strap. Go on, Dubinsky.
Well, there's all this jewelry, see? And here's $30 in new $10 bills. Brand new $10 bills, Hogan. Like was lost when the First National was stuck up.
We got those bills at the bank yesterday to make an FHA payment.
Sure, lady, and these 3 skeleton keys that was on the desk there. I suppose those unlock the padlock on your diary.
We never claim to have a diary. We buy our milk from the Wistful Vista Creamery. What are you trying to do? You trying to...
What else? What else, Levinsky?
Look what I found right here on the table, Hogan. A black mask.
That's a sleep mask that belongs to our roomer.
Yeah, any stoop could see there's no eye holes in it. The only thing you can hold up with that mask is your eyebrows.
No eye holes don't mean anything, friend. Might be a clever dodge to keep the victims from seeing your eyes.
Oh, my
This
God.
is perfectly silly. Those keys are extra ones for our back door. The maid had them made yesterday.
Yeah, likely story.
This is really shaping up, Dubinsky. Revolver with numbers filed off, fresh money, skeleton keys, black mask, odd jewelry.
Doggone it, you can't do this to us. I'll see that something...
Stand by, Dubinsky. We'll see who this is.
We certainly will. Come in.
Hello, folks. I was just back. Oh, excuse me. You got company, I see.
Yeah, and they're about as welcome as fog at the airport.
We're police officers. What's your name?
Why?
Better tell them, Mr. Wilcox. They'd beat up their own mothers for a fig Newton.
Come on, buddy. Here. Turn that light in his eyes, Hogan. That's it.
They're going to give you the 3rd degree, Junior. If you're the guy who put the lighted lantern under Mrs. O'Leary's cow, now's the time to get it off your chest. Or if you happen to know where Judge Crater
Shut
is...
up, you. All right, what's your name?
Harlow Moffett Wilcox.
Moffat. Well, heavenly days, what the police don't find out.
Born?
No.
What?
They found me in a cabbage patch. They think the pixies brought me.
Well, that altitude won't get you nowhere, buddy. We can always take you downtown and work you over. Where was you born?
Omaha, Iowa.
Omaha's in Nebraska.
I know that, but I didn't think you would. Okay, Omaha, Nebraska.
What's your racket?
What's yours?
Oh, Hogan and me go around. We're asking you, smart guy.
You better tell them, Mr. Wilcox, I don't like the look in their eyes. In fact, I don't like their eyes. In fact, I don't like them.
Move over. I hate them, too.
All right, Wilcox, what's your game?
Wax. Wax, eh? I get it. You use wax to make an impression on locks.
No. I use wax to make an impression on housewives.
Oh, confidence game, huh?
Well, sort of, yeah. They all have confidence in me.
Well, tell us about it, boy. We're your friends.
This is once I'm going to enjoy myself.
Me too.
Well, here's how I work, see. First, I case a joint.
Yeah?
Then I take my wax and go in. I use nothing but Johnson's wax, see?
Why? Makes better impression?
Makes a wonderful impression. When those housewives see how Johnson's wax saves them hours and hours of housework and protects and preserves so many things from dust and dampness, why, it makes an impression that lasts the rest of their lives. It's simply wonderful the way it makes a house gleam and sparkle with new beauty and cleanliness.
Gee, sounds great. We're going to go buy some.
Dubinsky, snap out of it. Don't let him sell you anything. Snap out of it.
Where am I? What was that?
Oh, all right, you get out of here.
My gosh, Junior, 30 seconds more and you'd have had Dubinsky setting up housekeeping in a pink apron.
In a bungalow. He's the bungalow type. Low roof.
Go on, Wilcox. Beat it.
And when you get downtown, Junior, please tell the mayor that...
We'll tell the mayor. Get going, salesman.
Okay, but I'll come back.
Yes, and he will, too. He always has.
You Gestapo agents will soon be able to concentrate in your own camp. In the meantime, what are you staring at, Hogan?
What's in that room there?
What room? Oh, there. That isn't a room. That's the hall closet.
Open it up, Dubinsky.
No, gentlemen, you can't do that.
Looks like we stumbled onto something, Hogan.
What's in there?
Nothing.
Everything.
Well, which is it? Nothing or everything?
Well, it's both, Mr. Dubinsky. It's everything you can imagine, but nothing you'd want.
Never mind the double talk, lady. What's in that room?
It isn't a room, it's a closet. And I warn you, Bud, you open that door at the risk of your life.
Oh, threats, eh? Well, Hogan,
There's something in there they don't want us to see, Dubinsky. Go ahead and open it.
We warned you.
Okay, you open it for us. You, McGee.
No. Shoot me if you want to, but don't ask me to open that door, please. Anything but that. No, not that.
All right, McGee. Now for the last time. Are you going to open that door or not?
No, I'm not. If you want it open, open it yourself.
Now, what's in there? Why are you so anxious we don't open it?
You'll find out.
Now, look here, lady.
Take off your hat, Hogan.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, McGee, quit stalling. When I count 3, you open that door, I'll slug you.
I believe you would at that, Hogan. You're strictly a bruiser, fist last and always. And what's more...
Oh, I never realized before how beautiful those door chimes are. Come in. Oh, Dr. Gamble. Hello, Doctor.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, pin-up boy.
Hi, Doc.
What goes on here, if I'm not too nosy?
These two characters are cops, Doc. They busted in here to sell us a couple of tickets to the policeman's benefit, and we wouldn't go for it, so they started getting nasty.
Yeah, for which they are eminently qualified.
Aren't you men exceeding your authority a little?
A little? These raisin heads are farther out of line than a cross-eyed chorus girl.
Pipe down, you. Now, look, Doctor, this man got very impudent with us officers. We found him carrying a gun with no license for it. He also had several skeleton keys, some fresh $10 bills, and a black mask.
Yeah, now he refuses to open this door here.
Do you blame us, Doctor?
I told them they'd open that door at their own risk.
This I shall have to see.
Yeah.
Why, you blundering, bull-headed bandits, you got a lot of moxie to come barging into a private home and browbeating 2 innocent citizens?
Yeah, but...
Why, you 2 Neanderthals couldn't detect a sliced onion in a nose bag. I'll speak to the commissioner about you, and you'll wind up so far down on the seniority list, you'll have to be promoted 5 times to be a citizen.
Yeah, that's 3 times we hear that in 20 minutes. Let's do something, Hogan. I want to know what's in that room.
We told you it isn't a room, it's a closet.
That's what you say. Now, look, we'll give you one more chance. You can buy a couple of tickets.
Take off your hat, Hogan.
Yes, ma'am. All right, McGee, open that door. I won't ask you again.
You're a witness to this, Doc. I want you to remember everything. Because when I get these gorillas up before the Civil Service Commission, I'll make them squirm like a bucket of bait.
I'll testify, all right. What are their names again?
Lugan and Budinsky.
Hogan and Dubinsky.
Oh, yeah.
Can I be any help to somebody, ma'am?
No, thanks, Beulah. Just stand to one side so you won't be hit by flying teeth. Okay, Hogan, what are you going to do?
I'm going to open that door myself. There must be something very valuable in there.
Interesting would be a better word.
Go ahead, Hogan. Open it up. We'll confiscate any evidence we find.
That's what I was thinking.
You was the kind that confiscated a red-hot stove from an orphan asylum.
Shut up. Go ahead, Hogan. Okay, cover me. Cover me, Davinsky. Here we go.
Well, I'll be,
You always have been.
So that's why. All right, McGee, just for holding out on us, I'm going to... Look out for the laundress,
What
Hogan.
she got?
Oh. Don't you call me no laundress. On Tuesday, I was a cook.
What's the idea of conquering my partner with that skillet, you? Just for that,
Nice going, Beulah. Nice going.
Sorry, I only brought a frying pan, sir. But I didn't know I was going to have to cook somebody's goose.
Are they breathing, Doctor?
Oh, yes, they'll live, but we better get a doctor right away. So, what am I saying? I'm a doctor.
Nice follow through you had on that swing, Beulah. You use the overlapping grip?
Yes, sir, and I had to give that last one a little English on the left as he was standing kind of squeezy from it.
Yeah, but Beulah assaulting a couple of policemen. Now we are in trouble.
No, we ain't, man.
What do you mean, Beulah?
Mr. Wilcox, he checked up on these men and slipped me a note through the back door.
Yeah?
There ain't no policeman benefit this year, and headquarters never hear of Hogan and Dubinsky.
Oh.
The real cop is on the way over. These folks is rocketeers.
Well,
You should be very glad Beulah, Mrs. McGee prepared the ground for you.
Yeah, if it hadn't been for her, Hogan would have had his hat on.
Beulah, you're the smartest one in the household.
Oh, that's the truth, man.
Now that we're reaching the out-of-doors season, that back door of yours will be open more of the time, your front door also. That means, of course, that your linoleum floor coverings in the kitchen and front entrance hall need to be protected. And that's a job for Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat. Because you not only want the linoleum protected against wear, you want it easy to keep clean and gleaming with beauty. You've practically told the Glow Coat story right there. Protection, work-saving beauty. The tough Glow Coat film guards the linoleum surface against wear, makes it last 6 to 10 times longer. Glow Coat needs no rubbing or buffing, and therefore it takes practically no work to apply it. And because dirt and spilled things are quickly wiped up with a damp cloth, keeping a glow-coated floor spotless is a cinch. And on the count of beauty, everybody knows by now that Glow Coat keeps linoleum colors bright as a new dollar and the floor itself glistening. For your linoleum floors, don't be satisfied with anything less than Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat.
What'd the police say when they picked up those two hoodlums, Molly?
Well, they said we should have made them prove they were real officers.
Oh, my gosh. Who'd have expected a couple of crooks to be selling tickets for a policeman's benefit?
Yeah.
Might as well expect to find Tom Dewey inviting Mrs. Roosevelt over for a game of pin the tail on the donkey.
Good night, all.
There's no Mr. It's Higgins, sir.
The National Broadcasting Company presents a new comedy series, It's Higgins, Sir, created and transcribed by Paul Harrison, and starring Harry McNaughton as Higgins. Every summer for the past 15 years, the entire Roberts family has gone to their lakeside cabin in the woods. And now, on this long, hot summer afternoon, the magic words have been spoken again.
Oh, boy, Lake Platatuki.
Yes, Mr. Roberts' vacation starts tomorrow, and the family leaves for the cooling breezes of their summer home, called
The Roberts Nest.
But, of course, this year, something new has accidentally been added to the Roberts family. Higgins, the butler.
Me? Go to the woods?
Yes, Higgins objects. But what about Mr. Roberts?
I've gone to the blasted cabin every year for 15 years. This year, I'm going to rest and play golf at home.
Yes, summer vacation is a little more complicated this year.
Mother, could we get some mosquito stuff that smells nice this year? When I had it on last year, the only place the boys would take me was fishing.
Yes, Operation Vacation is in full swing today. D-Day -1.
Who's there?
It's Higgins, madam. I believe I've located all the bathing caps, madam.
Thank you, Higgins. Now, what about your packing?
My packing, madam?
Of course, you'll need some outdoor things.
Outdoors, madam? I loathe the outdoors.
But, Higgins, we could go on hikes. There's a great big swamp about 5 miles away.
Swamp? I say there's a misunderstanding here. I'm Higgins, not Chloe.
Now, Higgins, I'm sure you'll enjoy staying at the Roberts Nest.
Roberts' Nest? You mean, madam, you're living in a tree?
Oh, no. Roberts' Nest? Robin's Nest. I made up the name myself.
Roberts' Nest? Now I understand that American expression strictly for the birds.
Roberts' Nest, nestled on the wooded shores of Lake Platatuki, deep in the mountains of Loon County.
Lake Platatuki?
Well, sure. It's an Indian name. And there's lots of Indians up there, too.
Indians? Madam, I have a very strong feeling I should stay behind and look after the house.
Get Higgins. You don't need to be afraid of them. All they do is run an old souvenir stand.
Yeah. They sell baskets and blankets and old dried-up scalps.
Yeah, scalps? Did you say scalps, Miss Deborah?
Sure. Scalps with hair on it. I bought one last year. Do you want to see it?
Thank you, no, but I must force myself to forego the pleasure. I'll answer it. Scalps. Over here, the only safe head is a bald head. Oh, it's you, Mr. Roberts.
Sorry to ring, Higgins, but I forgot my key. Look at me, Higgins. No more office for 2 weeks.
I see, sir. Your holiday has begun.
Yes, sir. Vacation. You see before you a man as free as a bird.
Yes, and the nest is waiting for you.
What nest?
The nest on Lake Platatuki, land of the swarming savages.
Oh, that. Higgins, come closer.
Yes, sir.
If I play my cards right, I'm not going.
Not going? Sir, would you mind if I played cards with you?
Higgins, I've gone up there for 15 years. I've come home dead, tired, covered with poison ivy, eaten alive by mosquitoes, chased up trees by snakes, bruised. I'm telling you, Higgins, I come back from there a physical and mental wreck.
The cabin in the woods sounds idyllic.
Yes. Well, I'm going right up and speak to Mrs. Roberts. Just leave everything to me.
Very good, sir.
Oh, Elizabeth!
Oh, Philip, is that you? Come right on up. I've started packing your suitcase already.
Yes, dear. Don't worry about a thing, Higgins.
Did you remember to get your injections at the doctor's office, dear?
What are you, injections?
Yes, dear. Your shots for poison ivy and hay fever. You didn't get poison ivy or hay fever for a whole week last year.
I know. I was so stiff in the shots I didn't get outside for a week to catch either one.
Now, help me pack your suitcase.
Elizabeth, I've been thinking, dear. This year, I'd like you and the children to go up without me.
Without you? Oh, but you've always come along. The children wouldn't have any fun without you.
Well, they could hike a lot further. Last year, I felt pretty silly having the three of them carry me home.
Oh, that wasn't your fault. After all, you did sprain both your ankles.
Yes, but how? Twisting to slap a mosquito in the middle of my back.
They'd be so unhappy if you didn't go, Philip.
No. You and the children go. I'll just take a quiet week or two playing golf and resting and then come up on weekends.
Well, I don't know. You'd be here all alone.
Oh, no, I wouldn't. Higgins is going to stay here with me.
Oh, of course. How nice. He could look after you.
What needs to be done now, madam?
Higgins, I'm afraid I have a little disappointment for you.
I'll brace myself, madam.
Mr. Roberts is staying here, and I want you to stay with him.
I can't go to the cabin? Oh, madam, what a bitter disappointment.
Oh. I'm sorry, Higgins. I didn't realize you actually looked forward to it.
Oh, you have no idea, madam. I'm simply crushed.
Higgins, don't overdo it.
What's that, dear?
I told Higgins we'd go up over the weekend.
Oh, well, and now I must keep on with the packing. We're leaving very early in the morning.
You did it, sir. Oh, bully for you.
Let's not push our luck, Higgins. Never count your chickens till they're hatched.
Yes, sir. But you did lay a dandy egg.
Goodbye, dear Higgins, and I'll be up for the weekend.
I'll take good care of Mr. Roberts, Higgins.
You may depend upon me, madam.
Yes, he'll take care of it. And then drive carefully now. Higgins.
Yes, sir.
Listen.
I don't hear anything, sir.
I know. Beautiful, gorgeous, quiet.
Cozy, isn't it, sir? Just the two of us.
Well, take off your coat and make yourself comfortable, Higgins.
Yes. Take my coat off, sir?
Yes, take it off. It's a hot day.
But after all, sir, I haven't removed my coat in the presence of others since I was a child.
Higgins, I'm not asking for a strip tease. Just take your coat off.
If you say so, sir, but I shall feel positively nude.
Oh, this is wonderful. This calls for a celebration, Higgins.
Very good, sir. I shall get the tea.
Tea? All right, you tend to the tea. I'll answer the bell. No, why should I? What do we care? We're free and independent. I'm not expecting anyone. I'm not going to answer it.
Here's the tea, sir. Whoever was at the door seems to have left.
Wonder why I didn't think of this 15 years ago.
1 lump or 2, sir?
3. I'm gonna live.
I'm so happy for you, sir.
Higgins.
Yes, sir.
How are you at poker?
Poker, sir?
Sure, poker.
Are you referring to part of a fireplace?
No, Higgins. It's a card game. Poker.
A card game? Oh, I see. You hit each other.
I'm going to enjoy playing poker with you, Higgins.
I hope I warrant your high opinion, sir.
I called a few of the boys in the office this morning. I've got a nice little poker session all set up for tonight.
I see, there goes that bell. Sounds like a fire alarm.
Oh, let it ring. Here, have a cigar.
But, Mr. Roberts, I don't smoke.
Oh, have one anyway.
They seem very nice.
Darn good cigars. With one of these, you can really relax.
You're right, sir. I can feel myself letting go already.
I wouldn't smoke too fast. Strong, you know.
Oh, I like it.
Yes, well, have fun while you can.
The phone. Would you answer it, sir? I'm feeling much too relaxed.
Interesting shade of green you're turning. Now let the phone ring. Ever notice what a big part bells play in our lives, Higgins?
Oh, yes, sir. The phone again. I wonder for whom the bells toll.
Oh, Higgins.
Sorry, sir. It's this cigar. It seems to be making me lose my sense of balance.
Oh, Higgins, what a peachy smoke ring you just blew.
I did? I wasn't aware of it, sir.
Look, you did it again. 2 small round smoke rings side by side.
They probably came out of my eyes, sir. The fireman is back, sir. He seems to have brought an axe with him.
Sounds like a big bad wolf. Well, this piggy's house is made of stone. Pour me some more tea, Higgins.
Yes, sir. I say, my word, now they're trying to come in through the windows.
Hey, Higgins, look at that horrible face staring at us through the window.
That's no face, sir. It's your Aunt Millie, sir.
Philip, open the door!
Aunt Millie. Oh, Higgins, we're trapped like rats.
We could run for it, sir.
It's no use. She can run faster than either one of us.
Open up before I break the door down!
Hello, Aunt Millie. Was that you who was knocking?
No, it was the big bad wolf. And what are you 2 little piggies up to?
Well, Aunt Millie,
Sitting around in your shirt sleeves, smoking cigars. Uh-huh. I thought so. What's in these teacups? Tea!
Madam, what did you expect? Aviation gasoline?
Well, I never. Philip, why didn't you answer the door?
I couldn't hear it. Tommy's turtles were sneezing.
I sent a telegram. I phoned. I came out twice.
Well, if I'd known it was you, Aunt Millie.
My apartment's being redecorated, and I wired to tell you I was coming to stay here for a few days. I knew you'd be at the cabin. Say, why haven't you and your whatchamacallit gone?
Madam, I am a butler.
Well, nobody's perfect.
Well, we couldn't leave with the family, Aunt Millie. I had some business to attend to. Very important.
Well, are you leaving or staying?
Are you leaving?
I'm staying.
We're leaving. We're leaving the house to you.
Your coat, Mr. Roberts.
Thank you, Higgins.
Shall I carry in your bags, madam?
I can carry them myself. I'm no weakling.
I can see that, madam.
I'll bring them in. The idea not answering the phone.
Higgins, let's get out of here.
To the cabin, sir.
It's Poison Ivy or Aunt Millie. Now take your pick.
I don't know what poison ivy is, but without hesitation, I take my choice. Which way to the woods?
That sounds very nice, dear.
Say, Mom, will you pour a little chloroform in the bottle? I want to fix this rhinoceros beetle for my collection.
Certainly, dear. Oh, it's a lovely beetle. Are they rare?
Not around here, boy. Say, Mother, how does my bathing suit look?
Oh, let me see it, dear. Go put it on.
Mother, it is on.
All of it, dear?
Mother.
Well, I certainly hope it doesn't shrink.
Hey, Mom, look down the road. A couple of men walking.
Good goodness. I wonder who they are.
Hey, I'll get Pop's gun. They might be bums.
Oh, boy, I get to shoot one. I get to shoot one. It looks like Higgins and Father.
Oh, boy, it's Pop. I'll bet you to him, Debbie.
Bet you don't.
It's Pop and Higgins.
Yeah. Hey, Pop. Hiya, Pop.
Don't jump, Debbie. I'm too tired to fall down. Oh, hello, Tommy. Hello, sweetheart.
Let me carry your suitcase, Pop.
I'll carry yours, Higgins.
Oh, thank you, Tommy.
They're quite heavy.
Oh, don't be a fool, Higgins. Your knees are caving in.
Oh, yes, sir. They've been that way for years, sir.
Hello there.
Now let me do the talking, Higgins.
Very good, sir.
Oh, you two look worn out. What happened, Philip?
Well, my dear, the loneliness was too much for us. We just couldn't stand the thought of being away from you for 2 whole weeks.
Oh, darling, how sweet. I suppose the house did seem pretty barren.
As a matter of fact, madam, it almost seemed haunted.
Yes, things just got worse and worse. So Higgins packed, and here we are. We came up on the train.
The milk train? Why, that stops every mile or two.
Yes, madam. I understand milk is a necessity. But why do the cows have to spread it around so?
Yes. I was wrong, Elizabeth. I should have come up with you and the children. Take a big breath of that wonderful air, Higgins.
I say, I've swallowed something.
Pop, he took a deep breath and got a whole lungful of gnats.
Gnats?
Yeah, the little tiny bugs. They won't hurt you.
My word, for one horrible moment I thought the air was alive.
But why did you walk from the village? Wasn't Mordecai there to drive you up?
Oh, yes, he was there, but Minerva wouldn't start. Mordecai cranked and cranked.
And the silly car just stood there and sneered.
Hey, Pop, I found deer tracks this morning. You want to follow them?
No, Daddy, let's go swimming. You want to help me catch some rhinoceros beetles, Higgins?
Well, I'd like to go for a ride in the boat, and you row so well, Philip.
I'll get the fishing stuff. We can fish.
Wait a minute. Couldn't we all just lie down?
I need some of those big mosquitoes on the lake for my collection. A boat ride would be nice. I could take a sun bath and get a good start on my tan.
Come on, Higgins. We'll dig the worms.
Dig worms, Master Thomas?
Well, sure, for bait. You put the worm on the hook, and the fish tries to eat it.
I see. Doesn't that sort of treatment make the worm rather cynical?
I'm on fire.
You are an interesting lobster red, sir.
Higgins.
Yes, sir.
How's my back?
Blistered, sir.
Mosquito.
Mosquito?
Yes, they carry harpoons.
That one seems to have lighted on your back, sir.
We'll kill him. Slap him.
If you say so, sir.
Oh, my sunburn!
I exterminated the mosquito, sir.
Yes, he's better off than I am.
I'm sorry, sir, but you said to kill him.
Well, did you have to do it so enthusiastically?
Would you like some mosquito repellent, Daddy?
Yes, dear. Put some on me, Higgins.
Very well, sir. Thank you so much, Miss Nancy.
Let me know if it works. It's some new stuff I bought.
Here, put some on me right away, Higgins.
I'm opening the bottle, sir.
I think a skunk just passed the porch.
Here we are, sir. I'll start with your back.
Oh, Higgins, that feels so nice and cool.
Could that skunk have returned, sir?
It's on the porch with us.
It's you, sir. What? The mosquito repellent.
Oh, no, and it's all over me.
No wonder the mosquitoes won't bite when you wear this. You turn their stomachs.
Tommy, Debbie, it's your bedtime.
Okay, Mom. I just caught a June bug.
Tommy, are you going to sleep in your tent?
Yup, it's all fixed. I got my hunting knife and my flashlight.
Where am I going to sleep?
In the bedroom with Nancy. Higgins, you'll have the attic room.
The attic room, madam, but some of my things are still in your room.
Oh, that's all right. You can leave them there for tonight. Well, I'm going to bed. I'm simply worn out.
Well, I'll sit up with Higgins for a while, dear.
Good night, Pop.
Good night, dear.
Good night, Higgins.
Pleasant dreams, Miss Deborah.
Good night, all.
What's that, sir?
A bullfrog.
Thank goodness. I thought it was a new breed of mosquito.
Well, what's the matter, Higgins?
I seem to have some sort of a nasty itch, sir. Nasty itch around my wrists and legs.
You lucky boy. Poison ivy.
Poison ivy? What's that, sir?
You have it. Scratch and observe.
Oh, what's that, sir?
That's a loon.
That's obvious, sir. Why doesn't somebody catch him and lock him up?
No, Higgins. A loon is a bird, a water bird. He's fishing.
He's fishing. My word, who digs his worms? Do you have firearms about you, sir?
A gun?
Yes.
Oh, I think there's a shotgun around someplace.
Sir, what time of night would the Indians come? That is, if they came.
Indians?
The Platatuki tribe, sir.
Oh, they come every Saturday.
Regularly, sir? What goal?
Sure, they collect the garbage. The Platatukis keep pigs.
Oh, forgive me, sir, but you see, I had visions of being scalped. Mr. Roberts, what sort of beast is that?
That sounds like Mordecai's Model T Ford.
Oh, really? He has it running.
Hello! Anybody up?
My word, the loon has returned.
Good grief, Higgins, that's no loon. That's Aunt Millie.
I still insist. The loon has returned.
Who is it, Daddy?
Dennis! Is that you there on the porch?
Yes, Aunt Millie.
Who's out there?
Elizabeth, is that you?
Why, Aunt Millie, how nice of you to come up.
Well, I intended to stay at the house while my apartment was being decorated. Didn't Philip tell you?
No, he didn't.
Yeah, well, it slipped my mind, dear. You see, Aunt Millie arrived yesterday morning, not long after you and the children left.
Just about the time you were getting so lonesome, dear.
Almost exactly.
Well, late last night, men started trying to get in the house. Dozens of them.
Uh-oh.
Men? Philip, what do you know about this?
Oh, well, that's not so unusual. Perhaps they were business acquaintances.
Well, I wouldn't give much for the type of business these wolves had in mind. One of them even said I was a doll.
That crazy Joe Reynolds.
Yes, and another thing. How'd they know I was your aunt?
What do you mean?
Well, they kept talking about Annie up, Annie up, Annie up. I'll tell you, I absolutely refuse. I just simply refuse to stay there another minute, so I came up here. Now, Elizabeth, is it all right?
Oh, of course, Aunt Millie. You go right to our room. Philip and I'll move into the attic room.
Madam, may I remind you that I'm already in the attic. If I go any higher, I'll be in a tree.
Higgins, you'll have to sleep in the pup tent with Tommy. Good night, Higgins.
Good night, sir.
You know, I have a feeling those men thought I was giving some sort of party. Now, where would they get an idea like that?
We'll talk about it tomorrow, Aunt Millie.
Oh, what'll we do, Higgins?
Oh, we'll think of something, sir.
What was that?
A loon, Aunt Millie.
Well, tell the old fool to shut up.
Who's that?
It is I, Master Thomas. I've come to join you in your pup tent.
Aunt Millie took your room, huh?
Your father and mother did. She took theirs.
Well, when you come into the tent, you gotta get down on your hands and knees.
Yes? This is like getting two frankfurters in one bun.
You're making it.
Oh, I say, my word. What's that? It's cold.
Maybe my flashlight.
Yeah? Does your flashlight wiggle?
Gosh, it sounds like a snake.
A snake? A snake? What am I supposed to do now? Charm it?
Oh, Philip, lie down. It's late.
Oh, it's hot up here.
Of course it is, but we can't do a thing about it.
I could shoot myself.
That wouldn't make it any cooler.
Why did she have to come up here and drive me out of my nice, cool room? Why?
Well, what are you looking for?
A bath towel to mop me up.
Philip, there's a mosquito in this room.
Let him bite me. I'll drown him to death.
Hey, Higgins, I can't sleep. You're shaking.
Why not? It's cold. Does it get this cold every night?
Nah, some nights it gets colder.
Yeah, I would have been warmer sleeping in a refrigerator. A mosquito.
Well, don't chase him towards me.
Quick, open the flap and let him fly out.
Oh, no, then the others will all fly in.
A regular little landing field, isn't it?
Watch out, Higgins. Don't let that mosquito bite you on your poison ivy rash.
Oh, why not? Let him get poison ivy, too.
Where are you going?
To look through my things for some mosquito repellent.
Okay, but we better have a password so I'll know it's you when you come back.
Oh, you'll know it's me. Just inhale deeply.
Oh, my goodness, Philip, what was that?
It sounded like the Queen Elizabeth making port.
Open up, Philip, before I tear it down. Oh,
You screamed?
yes, a man came into my room.
No man would dare.
In the dark.
That explains it.
Yes, and I opened up and screamed.
Well, I'll take a look.
Oh, I have a feeling it's that fella from last night followed me.
The one who said you were a doll, Aunt Millie?
Yes, the beast.
There's no one there.
Oh, please calm down, Aunt Millie.
No, sir. I'm packing and leaving. Philip, get dressed. I want you to drive me to town.
Right away, Aunt Millie.
Oh, no, I don't think you should, Aunt Millie. You're safe enough here.
Elizabeth, this is Aunt Millie's business. She's made up her mind.
You bet I have. But I'll bet one thing, that man will remember me.
I'm sure he will.
Yes, sir. When he came into the room and was pussyfooting around, I took a Texas roundhouse swing up from the floor and clobbered him one right in the eye. Ha ha. He'll have a regular Texas shiner in the morning.
Morning, Mom. What's for breakfast?
Bacon and eggs. Is Higgins up yet?
He was getting up when I left.
No, Nancy. Oh.
I'm sorry, Dad, but if you want this on your sunburn, you'll just have to stand the pain.
Oh, all right, dear, all right. That's enough, thank you. You'd better go help your mother with the breakfast.
All right.
Good morning, Mr. Roberts.
Good morning, Higgins. I suppose you heard Aunt Millie leave last night. We're mighty lucky.
Oh, yes, sir, I heard.
She was scared to death. Said some man sneaked into her room and...
Yes, sir.
Higgins, turn around and listen to me.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Higgins.
Yes, sir.
What a gorgeous shiner, a regular Texas sunset.
If you say so, sir.
Bristol Myers, makers of Ipana for the smile of beauty, and Minute Rub, the modern chest rub, bring you the Alan Young Show. Well, it's Friday night, and once again we meet the star of our show, the young man who is young today and young forever, Alan Young. Well, Alan took Dolores Darling to a dance this evening, and we now find him driving home in Alan's beautiful new car.
Oh, you should be home pretty soon, Dolores.
Yes, honey. Ah, and it's such a beautiful night tonight.
Yeah.
Alan, you're driving with one hand.
Got to use the other one to hold the fender on.
Oh, it was a wonderful dance, honey, wasn't it?
Yeah, Dolores. I was so anxious to be a good dancer tonight. I practiced all week with a broom.
With a broom?
Yeah. You know something?
What?
You're much softer.
Oh, you know, honey, I was certainly surprised once tonight.
Huh?
When we were dancing to that romantic song, I felt an arm slip round my waist.
Yeah, I know.
And then I felt a strong, manly cheek pressed against mine.
Yeah. If that guy had gone one step further, I'd have slugged him.
I really had a wonderful time, Alan. I really had such a wonderful time. Oh, look, we're back on Main Street.
Yeah, I better stop for that red light. Gee, that fella bumped right into me.
Of all the stupid things, why don't you go out and tell him what you think of him?
Okay, I will. He's got some nerve. Hey, you.
Yeah, what do you want?
Let's go, Dolores.
Alan, you go back there and tell him a thing or two.
You're perfectly right. Hey, you.
Yeah, what do you want?
You bumped into my car.
So what?
I didn't look at it that way.
Alan, tell him what you think of him.
Okay, Dolores. Listen, you. What's the big idea? What's the big idea going so fast? You going to a fire?
Yeah, I'm going to a fire.
Need any marshmallows?
Listen, punk, scram before I get tough.
Alan, tell him he can't talk like that to you.
Oh, yeah. You can't talk like that to me.
Why not?
Dolores, why not?
Oh, Alan, if you don't speak up, I'll never talk to you again.
Listen, buddy, you open up your trap and I'll bust you right in the nose.
You will, so. Now, look, mister.
I'm wasting my time with you. So long, stupid.
Coward. Went away before I could tell him off.
Alan, you should be ashamed of yourself, letting him push you around like that.
But, Dolores...
Being shy is one thing, but being spineless is something else.
But, Dolores...
I'm getting out of your car. Goodbye.
Oh. Look what that fella did. Besides smashing up my car, he got Dolores mad at me. I'm going to sue that guy. There's a witness around who saw the whole thing. Oh, there's a girl in the corner. Oh, so that guy... pardon me, miss, I'd like to ask you a few questions.
He'd like to ask me a few questions he'd like.
Didn't I meet you last week at the newspaper office?
Well, that's where I work.
Oh. Yeah, well, miss, somebody just ran into me. It was awful. Look how my frame is out of line.
I ain't built so well myself.
Miss, I'd like to talk to you.
Well, who's stopping you? Well, who's?
Miss, would you give me your name and address?
Well, if you think that's the kind of a girl I am.
I'm looking for a witness to my accident. That's why I wanted your name and address.
I knew there was a catch to it. Other girls get married. Why must I be a miss? Why can't I be a missus?
Maybe what you've got, misses. I don't know. I'd just like to know if you saw the accident.
Sure, I saw the accident. Ooh, what a crash. Ooh, what? Your rear axle was bent to rear.
Did you see how that fella drove into me?
Oh, yeah. And wasn't he tough? I'm just crazy about masterful men.
You too?
Ooh, When I get married, I want someone strong who can light up my life. Someone I can lean on.
You want a man, you want a lamppost. I'm sorry I bothered you, miss. Just forget the whole thing.
I hope I run into you again, I hope.
Not if I can help it, not if. Whole evening is ruined. Might as well forget about girls and go home. This park right here in my driveway. I won't be using the car anymore tonight. Oh, Band-Aid held out just long enough. Jonathan's home. All the lights on. That ham actor must be rehearsing.
A rose by any other name would smell Ellen, my lad.
Hello, Jonathan.
Well, I detect a note of sadness in your voice. Is aught amiss?
I had a little argument with Dolores Darling.
Women, my boy, are the curse of mankind. Remember what Kipling said? What is a woman? A rag, a bone, a hank of hair.
Is that what a woman is? A rag, a bone, a hank of hair?
That's all.
What holds up those evening gowns?
Just what is your specific problem with Miss Darling? Jonathan Mildew would deign give you the benefit of his vast experience.
Yeah, well, Dolores doesn't seem to think I'm masterful enough. She thinks I should have a more forceful personality.
Well, the girl has a point. Alan, my lad, it's clothes that make the man. One feels as one dresses. Gaze upon Jonathan Mildew's attire. Perfect example of fine tailoring. I look as if I stepped out of Esquire.
What about my suit?
Pushed out of Popular Mechanics.
Oh.
But wait, Jonathan Mildew has a thought. A perfect method for bringing out a more masterful personality. Look at this advertisement in the evening paper.
Let's see. Special sale at Waverly's department store on movie stars' clothes. That doesn't sound very...
Read on, my good man. Read on.
Yeah, read on. Wear the clothes that your favorite movie stars worn. Suits worn only once in famous pictures.
Yes, my lad. Clothes will influence your whole personality.
Look at this slogan. Wear a suit that was worn by George Raft. Look ship in front and no draft aft.
Such a change of clothes might make a new man out of you.
You're perfectly right. That's what I need. One of those movie star suits.
Friends, this is Jimmy Wallington. You know, there isn't a mother listening who wouldn't give anything to save her child discomfort and misery. That's why I want to tell you about Minute Rub, a really modern chest rub. Because, you see, Minute Rub works remarkably fast to help give relief to the discomforts and miseries that accompany your child's cold. Its fast action is really amazing. You simply rub Minute Rub on your youngster's throat, chest, and back. And in a minute, mind you, Minute Rub's soothing menthol vapors begin to clear up that stuffy feeling in the nose and throat. In a minute, Minute Rub starts to bring a feeling of warmth and relief to those tight, sore, aching back and chest muscles. And listen, Mother, Minute Rub is greaseless and stainless. It can't stain clothes or bed linens. So when your child or anyone in your family gets a cold, get quick relief from that cold discomfort the modern way, the greaseless, stainless Minute Rub way. Well, Alan Young has decided to change his personality by wearing the clothes of the famous movie stars. We find him now entering Waverly's department store.
Hello, Mr. Waverly.
Well, Alan, come in.
Yeah, thank you.
Nice to see you here, Alan.
Yeah, well, I like to shop here, Mr. Waverly, because you're so agreeable.
Well, that's my motto, Alan. That's my motto. The customer is right. The customer is always right. Having a big sale today, Alan. Yeah. Thousands of people streaming in and out of here all day long. Thousands of people.
I don't see any customers around.
I was thinking of joining the Lonely Hearts Club. Customer's right, Alan.
Yeah, all right. Well, look, I saw your ad in the paper, and I'd like to buy a suit worn by a movie star.
Oh, sure. Movie stars' clothes. Yeah. We've got clothes here worn by all the famous stars. Clothes from every star on the screen.
Shelves look pretty empty to me.
Only thing left is Lassie's leash.
Yeah, well, here's a suit I might like, Mr. Waverly. Look, Mickey Rooney model here.
Oh, that suit will never fit you, Alan. Huh? No sense trying it on. The coat is way too short. Much too short.
I think the coat will come down plenty far.
You can wear it without the pants. But here's a couple of suits I didn't see, Alan. You might like one of them. Take them in that dressing room and try them on.
Okay, Mr. Waverly. See which stars wore these suits. Look at the first one. Charles Boyer. Wonder if it'll change my personality. I'll slip into these pants and see what happens. Feel half French already. I'll just put the jacket on. Oh, this is remarkable. I feel like Charles Boyer. My lower lip, she is getting longer and longer. Oh, it's wonderful. Now I can kiss a girl and vacuum the org at the same time. Come me to the Casbah.
How does the suit fit, Alan?
Little tight around the Casbah. No, I'll try on another one. Let's see. Ooh, Ronald Coleman model. Slip into it. Gee, it must be psychological. Really changes your personality. Cheerio. Pip, pip. Fort it and parlez-vous français. I've got to take Charles Boyer's pants off. This suit doesn't fit very good. I'll try on the next one. Ooh, one of Charles Lawton's suits. A little loose on me. Funny how it makes me feel like a sea captain. Avast, landlubbers! Batten down the hatches, raise the topsail, fore your aft, and bridge the poop.
Alan, what are you mumbling about?
Quiet, Mr. Christian! Oh, it's you, Mr. Waverly.
Find anything you like yet, Alan?
Well, no, they're not exactly what I had in... Oh, here's just what I wanted. A suit that was worn by Walter Pigeon. He's so suave and debonair and masterful with women. That's just what I need, Miss Waverly. I'll wear it home. Jonathan, take a look at this suit.
Oh, let me look at you, lad. Positively amazing. Amazing.
Does this suit really make me look different, Jonathan?
You look wonderful, lad. In the words of the Latin poet, quos vult federe prius de mentalt English translation, you're as sharp as a tack match.
You're right, Jonathan. Clothes do make the man. As soon as I put on this suit, it made me feel like Walter Pigeon, you know. Now I can be suave and sophisticated with women.
Answer the door, lad. I must get on with my rehearsing. Friends, Roman.
Oh, to try out my new suave personality.
Oh, hello, Alan.
Welcome, my sweet. I'm going to cover your hand with burning kisses.
Why, Alan.
I press my burning lips against your delicate skin. Now stand back and watch it blister.
I came here to apologize for being angry with you. I thought you didn't have any backbone. Oh, but now you seem so changed.
Gone is the shy boy of yesterday. In his place is a man of the world. Suave, debonair, sophisticated. Cocktail? Cigarette?
Oh, Alan, I've never seen you like this before.
Ah, Dolores, my darling. Come to me. Come to me. I've always wanted a girl with an hourglass figure. I'm going to kiss you till your sand drops.
Why, Alan, you're just like Walter Pigeon.
That's right, Greer. I mean, Dolores.
I simply can't believe this. You sound like a regular playboy.
That's what I am, Alan Young, playboy. Polo in the morning, polo in the afternoon, polo in the evening, polo all day. And then at night I just stand and look at my trophies.
Why don't you sit down and look at your trophies?
Polo all day.
Alan, this new personality of yours changes things.
And what do you mean, my dear?
Well, you see, I invited Hubert Updike to lecture at the Business Girls Club tonight, but, now you're so sophisticated. I think you'd be a better choice.
I'd be delighted to lecture at your Business Girls Club. I shall prepare an address on the position of the career woman in the world today.
Oh, there's Hubert Updike. If he found out I changed speakers, he'd be furious with me.
Leave by the rear door, Dolores. I shall deal with Filthy Rich Updike.
All right. I'll see you at the meeting tonight, Alan.
Goodbye, Dolores.
Well, I'm here. And Tom Brenneman can give me away, for I'm a great big orchid.
You look upset, Hubert.
Well, I am, Alan. Do you mind if I sit down? I'm exhausted.
Is anything wrong, Hubert?
No, I'll be all right in a minute. It's just that I'm so pretty, I take my breath away.
Well, relax, Hubert. How about a glass of milk?
Oh, no thanks, Alan. I only drink milk from my own cow. It's so much foamier.
What makes your cow give such foamy milk?
Well, my butler uses mink gloves, and she giggles it out. But I wouldn't mind having a snack to eat, Alan.
Snack? Well, Hubert, if you're hungry, I'll fix you a sandwich.
Oh, thank you, Alan. And if you don't mind, please put it on 2 slices of pumper quarter.
Pumper quarter? But you mean pumpernickel.
We Updikes don't bother with small change.
Hubert, you're not very observant. Haven't you noticed anything different about me this evening?
Well, let me see now. No, I can't say that I do, Alan.
Hubert, I'm wearing a new suit. How does it look?
Ooh, how vulgar.
Oh, yeah? It so happens this was worn by a famous movie star.
Oh, well, this suit I'm wearing was worn by Ray Milland in the last weekend. It came with 2 pair of pints. Oh, that was a witty one, yeah.
I'll wipe that smile off your face, Hubert. I'm going to give the lecture at the Business Girls Club tonight.
What is this?
I'm giving a lecture at the Business Girls Club.
But, Alan, I was supposed to give the lecture. I was.
I'm taking your place now, Hubert, because I've become irresistible to women, and I owe it all to this suit.
To the suit?
Yes, Hubert, it's pigeons.
Pigeons? Oh, Mother, get out the canary cage. He's giving me the bird tonight.
Walter Pigeon wore it in a movie. I bought it at Waverly's department store.
Oh, I see. And now to make sure Alan doesn't wear that suit tonight. Oh, Alan.
Yeah?
Yeah? I've changed my mind. I'll have a glass of milk.
All right, Hubert. Here you are.
Oh, thank you. Oh, dear.
Hubert, look what you did. You spilled the milk all over my suit.
Oh, heavens, you've been homogenized. Well, I'm dreadfully sorry, Alan.
But I have to wear this suit to the lecture tonight.
Well, Alan, I'll have it cleaned and pressed for you. Now, why don't you go upstairs and take it off?
Oh, all right. Thanks, Hubert. It's nice of you. I'll be down in a minute, though.
All right, I won't. Oh, and now to call up Waverly's department store. Oh, I do love to dial that telephone. Hello, Mr. Waverly? This is Hubert Updike III speaking. My friend Alan Young would like to exchange the suit he bought today. Yeah. Instead of Walter Pigeon, he would like some other movie stars. Someone totally different. What other movie stars' clothes do you have? No, not his. No. Yes, that's the one. Yes, well, I'll be right over to pick it up, Miss Waverly. Oh, bully. Just plain bully. Hello there, Mr. Woolington.
Well, hello there, Hubert.
Oh, Mr. Woolington, you taking a little stroll?
Oh, yes, it's good for you. Why don't you ever walk?
You meet so many poor people walking.
Why don't you like poor people, Hubert?
Most of them haven't any money.
Yes, but plenty of people are nice without being rich. Look at Alan Young.
Oh, yes, Alan Young. Well, confidentially, I've played a trick on Alan. I've changed his suit.
You changed his suit?
Well, he believes clothes make the man, and he'll find out.
Well, Hubert, I believe clothes help to make the man, but there are other things, too.
Heavens to Bristol, Mars. What?
A bright, sparkling smile. One you can get with the help of Ipana toothpaste. It's a fact, ladies and gentlemen. Ipana can help your teeth, your smile, to a brightness and loveliness you never thought possible. Ask your dentist.
A recent national survey found that dentists prefer Ipana toothpaste 2-to-1 over any other dentifrice for their own personal use.
You see, Ipana is designed not only to clean your teeth, but with gentle massage to aid in the health of your gums. And firm, healthy gums are so important to sounder, brighter teeth, to that more sparkling smile. As a matter of fact, that same national survey showed that 7 out of 10 dentists recommend gum massage. So why don't you try it this easy way?
Just brush your teeth with Ipana. And every time you do, put a little extra Ipana on your fingertip and gently massage it on your gums.
Then see the difference Ipana can make to your teeth, to your smile. Start with Ipana and gum massage tonight. Well, Alan Young is very confident that he can deliver a sophisticated lecture at the Business Girls Club tonight because he bought a suit of Walter Pigeon's which made him feel suave and debonair. However, Hubert Updike has exchanged this suit for one belonging to another movie star. Let's join Alan now as he's waiting for the suit to be delivered.
Jonathan, maybe I ought to run through that speech of mine again, huh?
Please do, thou fair-haired boy. Jonathan Mildew will give you the benefit of his many years as a public speaker. Proceed.
Yeah. Women of America, throw off the yoke of suppression. Do you stand by the stove and cook all day? Does your husband come home at night to a worn-out pot? Well, leave your kitchens. Forget about washing and cleaning. Set out in the business world.
My boy, you've summed up the topic in an admirable manner.
Can't understand why my suit hasn't arrived, though. I need that suit to bring out my personality. Maybe that's my suit.
Well, there's only one way to find out who waits outside our house. In the words of the Latin poet, Publicus maximus humani nihil puto. English translation, open the door, Richard.
Jonathan, you answer the door. I've only got my underwear on.
As you wish, my good man. I shall attend it.
Hope it's my suit. Gotta get dressed before I go there.
Good news, my boy. It's your suit.
Oh. Thanks, Jonathan. I'll slip right into it. You got it. Ooh, hey, something's wrong. The pants are a little big on me.
Oh, you're quite right. They do sag a bit in the back.
Gives me the oddest sensation when I walk. I feel like an olive with a loose pimento.
The cleaner might have stretched it a bit.
Yeah. Well, as long as I know it's Walter Pigeon's, I'm confident my lecture will be a success. See you later, Jonathan.
I'm sure Mr. Young will be here any minute, Miss Twiggle. Oh, good. And you know, as president of the Girls' Business Club, I should be the first to meet him. Oh, you should see him. He's suave and sophisticated. Oh, he's so continental.
Oh, that's wonderful. Oh, I haven't had my hand kissed since I fed that lump of sugar to Trigger.
Oh, Dolores.
Oh, here he is now.
Good evening, Dolores, my dear.
Alan, I'd like to introduce you to the president of our club, Miss Lydia Twiggle. Oh, Miss Twiggle, this is Mr. Young.
Oh, Mr. Young. Oh, I adore sophisticated men. I find you utterly fascinating.
That is quite understandable.
Alan, Miss Twiggle is the first woman to go out into the business world.
Yes, I started working when I was just 16 years old.
What'd you do, sell cookies at the Boston Tea Party? Sophistication, you know.
Oh, Dolores, he's just precious, the most charming man I ever met.
Honey, Miss Twiggle went into the business world as a female model.
Please, they couldn't have modeled any females after her.
Oh, such wit, such polish. Oh, I've never been insulted like this. He's adorable.
Merely a man of the world. In my carefree existence, women are simply playthings to be cast aside like an old shoe.
Oh, would you cast me aside?
How far can you throw a hip boot? Don't misunderstand my comments, Miss Twiggle. I'm a good-natured suave. As a man of sophistication, I must retain a veneer of sarcasm.
Oh, I understand perfectly. But I think it's time for your lecture now, Mr. Young. I'll bring the girls to order. Alan, this change is remarkable. This afternoon you said your personality was due to your suit, but now you're wearing a different one.
No, it's the very same suit.
It looks different to me, Alan.
I'll prove it to you by the label. Right here it says Walter... Doesn't say Walter Pigeon at all. It's one of Edward G. Robinson's.
What did you say, Alan?
You heard me, Skirt.
Oh, Alan, what's happened to you?
This is terrible. I'm not Walter Pigeon anymore. This suit is beginning to make me feel like Edward G. Robinson.
Girls, of the Very Nice Business Club. Here's an event we've all been waiting for. We're about to hear a lecture on the position of career women in the world of today by that suave, sophisticated man of the world, cultured, well-bred Alan Young.
Shut up, you tomatoes. I'm not quiet in this joint, see? I got a hot rod and an itching trigger finger, see? One false move, I'll shoot your shoulder straps in half and make you slip. Can it chatter, you dames? You wanted me ideas and careers for women, see? Take it from me, see? I know where a woman's place is, see? And it ain't in the business world. They belong in a fruit store with the rest of the cabbage heads.
Oh, Alan, you disgraced me. What came over you?
I can't help it, Dolores. I didn't want to say these things. It's this suit I'm wearing. It belongs to Edward G. Robinson.
Well, here comes Miss Twiggle. You better apologize at once.
Okay. Look, Miss Twiggle.
Oh, Alan Young, you were magnificent.
Yeah, well, What?
You're absolutely right. Women can't cope with men in the business world. Their place is at home in the kitchen.
It is?
Yes. Alan, can't you just picture me dressed in a cute little apron in your kitchen?
Women of America, out of the kitchens, back to the business world! Out of the kitchens!
Alan Young will be back in just a moment. You know, men, it's a fact. When you look successful, it's easier to be successful. So watch your appearance, especially your hair. Rely on Vitalis in the 60-second workout, famous for these 3 big advantages. 1, Vitalis keeps even the driest, most unruly hair under control in a natural, masculine way. 2, the Vitalis workout loosens your tight scalp, prevents dryness. 3, the Vitalis workout routs embarrassing loose dandruff, helps retard excessive falling hair. Yes, better remember Vitalis. To look your best tomorrow, get a little Vitalis tonight. And now, here's Alan.
Thanks, Jimmy. Friends, I'd like to ask you to remember the 2 fine Bristol-Myers products that bring you this program. Eye Panna for the smile of beauty and Minute Rub, the modern chest rub. And if you have a half hour next Wednesday, listen to Duffy's Tavern over most of these stations. See you next week. Good night.
Granby's Green Acres. Starring Gail Gordon as John Granby. Bea Benaderet as his wife, Martha. Shirley Mitchell as daughter, Janice. And Parley Bayer as Ebb, the hired hand.
Hello there. Well, I didn't see you for a minute. I was busy writing a story for next week's issue of the Doveville Clarion. I'm Dave Winslow, editor of the Clarion. Doveville is a nice little community. Got a healthy climate. It's 2.5 inches above sea level. We got a church, a firehouse, a school, and a railroad station. Someday, we hope to get a railroad. Well, anyway, this story I'm writing is a human interest feature called Man with a Bee in His Bonnet. It's about a city fella named John Granby.
Martha?
Yes, John.
Worked in a bank in the city and had one of them real banking kind of minds.
Martha, I've just been going over our household accounts.
John, you've just finished eating dinner. Let it digest.
Martha, do you realize that last month you spent $56 more than I made?
Oh, I don't see how that could be, John. Every time I made out a check, I entered it in the checkbook. It came out exactly even.
Even?
Well, yes. At the end of the month, there was one stub for every check.
What am I going to do with you? We plan a budget and you promise me faithfully that you'll stick to it. But you just ignore the budget and spend more and more money. Martha, how can you be such a Democrat?
John, I do my best, but prices are so high.
Martha, let's face it. The price of food wouldn't be any problem to us if we'd done what I wanted to do 5 years ago and bought a farm. Why, now we'd be getting all our food for nothing.
John Granby, I can't understand you. You've got a good position, a home, a wife and a daughter, but you're always talking about throwing everything away to buy a farm.
But, honey, that's all I've ever dreamed about. Oh, I'm not denying that now I've got security, but I want more than that. I want to prove that I can make something of myself with my own hands, that I can succeed starting with nothing, just my brain.
What?
I can start with my brain, which is nothing. That is, my brain is something, but I thought I could start with...
What are you trying to say?
That I want to have the feeling of accomplishing something. On a farm, I'd have that feeling. I'd take a seed, a tiny little seed, and I'd plant it in the ground. Then I'd cover it up with dirt, and then I'd water it. And pretty soon, what would I have?
A dirty little wet seed.
Martha, don't you understand? A farm would give me independence. If I need an apple, I can pick it. Or if I want a potato, I can dig it. Or if I want an egg...
You can lay it.
I can lay it. Oh, of course not. This is ridiculous. Simply ridiculous.
What's ridiculous, Dad?
Oh, Janice, I want to ask you a question.
Okay, Dad.
Remember, I want you to think very carefully before you give me an answer.
Okay.
What do you think of the idea of our moving to a farm?
I think it's ridiculous, stupid, and impractical.
Janice, when I want your opinion, I'll ask you.
But, Dad, you said... Now, let's not have any arguing. Now, John, you read your paper, and Janice and I will do the dinner dishes.
Oh, well, I did them already, Mom.
Oh, well, thank you, dear.
That's okay. Say, Mom, what kind of meat was that we had? I never tasted anything like it.
Oh, that wasn't meat.
It wasn't? Tasted just like it?
It was a rutabaga burger.
A rutabaga burger?
I found the recipe in the Ladies' Home Journal.
Oh, sounds more like something you'd find in Popular Mechanics.
Well, dear, I told you prices today are just impossible.
Oh, they sure are. How much did you say steak was the last time you bought it?
$1.27 a pound.
$1.27 a pound? Why, I wouldn't pay that for meat if they sliced it off Betty Grable. Well, prices like that are just ridiculous.
Well, if you think that's ridiculous, butter is 93 cents a pound.
Sometimes it's been $1.
Oh, I can't believe it.
After all, what is butter? Just milk that's been pushed too far?
You know, Mom, maybe Dad is right. Maybe you ought to let him buy a farm. Now, Janice, your father and I have already settled that. I was just kidding.
Well, it's nothing to kid about. I think it's a wonderful idea.
No, John.
But, Martha, if you'd only let
John,
me
I
buy...
refuse to argue the point anymore. If you feel that you've got to plant something, buy yourself a flower pot.
A power flood? A flower pot? I'm talking about something bigger.
Then buy a window box.
A window box? Well, what's so funny?
I thought you were going to say window box.
Why should I say window box?
Well, you said power flood.
Oh, well, that was a mistake. Now, where was I? Where were
Talking about a window box.
Oh, yes. Well, maybe I will buy a window box. Oh, well, all right. I'll show you that even when it comes to small-scale cultivation, you can save money. Now, that ought to convince you.
John, you've been talking this way for years. What is it that makes you so anxious to be a farmer?
Oh, I don't know. I guess that it's just like they say. When you gotta grow, you gotta grow.
Well, by now I guess you know why I call this here story in the Clarion Man with a Bee in his bonnet. Mr. Granby is the bee, and the bee he's got is the farming bee. The only trouble was that every time he tried to stick his head out of the hive, Mrs. Granby sprayed him with DDT. Of course, that didn't kill the bee. It just took a little of the buzz out of his stinger. A window box ain't a farm, but then half a loaf is better than none.
Good day, sir. What can I do for you?
Do you carry window boxes?
Well, certainly. If they're not too heavy.
I beg your pardon?
It was a little joke. Yes, sir, we have about as fine an assortment of window boxes as you'll find in any garden supply store in the city.
Good. I'll take one.
All right. Now, will there be anything else?
Yes, I'd like some dirt for it.
Dirt? Well, I guess we can dig some up for you.
What kind do you have?
Well, it's brown. And it's got, well, when you shovel it up, it'll, brown. And well, it looks like, it's dirt.
Oh, but there are all different kinds. You see, I'm interested in farming, and I've done a great deal of reading about soil.
How fascinating.
Yeah. The pH of the soil has a great deal to do with how well a plant will grow.
Really?
pH is a chemical term which indicates whether the soil is too acid or too alkaline.
Well, I don't know what ours is, but I'll be glad to let you taste such.
That won't be necessary. I'll test it when I get it home, and then if it's too acid, I can always alkalize it.
What do? Give each plant an Alka-Seltzer?
No, you don't do anything like that.
Well, I should hope not. That fizzing might drive a geranium out of its mind.
Well, I'm not going to plant flowers, you see, only vegetables. Which reminds me, I'd better buy some seeds.
Certainly. What kind do you want?
I told you, vegetable.
I know, but what kind of vegetables?
Oh, well, I don't know. I haven't got too much room. Say, how about picking out one seed of each?
One seed of each?
Yes. What would you suggest? You wouldn't do it anyway.
Wait here. I'll go back and pick them up.
Well, sir, Mr. Granby took his window box home and went to work planting his midget garden. About 2 months later...
Say, Mom, it's getting late. Aren't you going to cook dinner tonight? No, dear, your father's cooking it. Dad? Oh, I hope we survive.
No!
I hope he survives. That's about the 5th time he's burned himself. What's the occasion? It's harvest time. Your father picked all the vegetables in his window box today, and he insisted on cooking them himself. Oh, no!
Come and get it.
We're coming, dear. Come along, Janice. All right.
Well, it's all finished. Now, sit down.
Yeah. Thank you, dear. Would you like me to serve?
No, I'll do it in a moment. But first, I want to point something out. These 2 casseroles contain the results of my first vegetable crop. The total cost was approximately 4 cents a pound, which is 10 cents cheaper than they can be bought in any market. I hope I've proved my point.
Well, you certainly have, dear. Good for you, Dad.
Thank you. Now, Martha, if you'll pass your plates, I'll begin serving.
Oh, here they are, John.
There's Janice's.
Thank you.
Yours, dear.
Thank you.
Now, mine. There. I hope you two feel as good about this as I do, because it kind of makes us all members of the farming fraternity. This is the kind of meal that millions of farm families sit down to every night.
I can't believe it.
You can't believe what?
That so many people can live on 2 peas and a string bean.
Well, with the harvest over, Mr. Granby settled down to the normal routine of his business at the bank.
Hello, dear.
Oh, John, where have you been all day? I called the bank and they said you were out.
Well, I told you last night I had to go up to Doveville on business. Saw Mr. Parker about making a collection on his note. I went out to his farm.
Oh, did everything work out for you?
Oh, of course. Although that Parker was a pretty shrewd article. When I got to his place and told him I was from the bank, he wouldn't let me in. Turned his police dog loose on me.
Oh, my.
But I wasn't going to let any mutt frighten me off. I looked him right in the eye and walked past him. I showed him who was the master.
Yes. Well, dear, sit down. You must be tired.
No, it hurts less if I stand. Well, I finally got Parker to let me in the house. I didn't waste any time. Parker, I said to him, you owe the City National Bank some money, and unless you pay, we're going to take over your farm. He finally saw the light.
And he paid you the money.
No, I bought the farm.
You are listening to Granby's Green Acres, starring Gail Gordon. Now, here is part 2.
Well, Mr. Granby finally did it. He quit his job at the bank and bought a farm near our town of Doveville. That was about one of the biggest news stories I printed in the Clarion in a long while. About a month later, he and his family set out for the new house.
Ah, what a day. What a day. Well, Martha, we'll soon be there. Will you please stop that crying? You've been doing it ever since we left.
Oh, now, Dad, don't nag Mom. She feels terrible. After all, she's just left a home she's lived in for 20 years. She's left her friends, everything.
Well, so have I, and I'm not crying. I'm happy. See, Martha, I'm laughing. Ha ha! Goodness sake.
Oh, Dad, how could you do a thing like this?
How could I do a thing like this? You and your mother talked me into it. Prices are too high, you said. On a farm, we'd get free butter and vegetables, you said.
Dad, we didn't mean you had to run right out and buy a farm. Why, you never even let Mother and me see it.
Well, I wanted it to be a surprise.
Oh, some surprise. How do we know what kind of a place you bought? Why, it might even be like this one we're coming through down the road. Look at that old broken-down house. It's overrun with weeds. The barn is sagging. It needs paint. And look at that... Dad? Why are you stopping here? Is there something wrong with the car?
No, Janice.
Dad, you mean...
Welcome home! Now, just let me unlock the front door. Have it in a minute here. There. Well, Martha, shall I carry you over the threshold? That's funny. She did the same thing on our honeymoon. Look, Martha. Cheer up. It's going to be all right. Now, come on, let's have a smile. That's it. Now, let me get my handkerchief and wipe away those tears. There we are. Now blow. Martha! Oh, that was just the bus going down the road.
It's a little boy. Giving up your job, putting most of our savings into this place. But I guess it'll work out.
Why, of course it will. Now, come on, let me show you around. Now, go through here. Now, this is the kitchen.
Oh, my, it's large.
Sure. So wait till our furniture gets here. Won't it look swell with the refrigerator over there, the electric stove over there, the dishwasher there? And we'll
Dad, do you mind if I ask you a question?
Why, of course not. Go right ahead.
Where are the electrical outlets?
The electrical outlets? Why, they're, well, they should, well, they're usually,
John, there aren't any outlets. And I don't see any lights either.
No electricity? What preposterous. How did Mr. Parker shave?
Dad, this may come as a surprise to you, but there are a lot of homes in this country that don't have electricity.
Well, what about Hoover Dam? And vice versa.
Dear, there doesn't seem to be any gas either. How am I going to do the cooking?
Well, I don't know. I'll see. Oh, so there are no electrical outlets, eh? What's this hole down here near the baseboard? Just let me put my hand in there and we'll...
Dad, what happened? Did you get a shock?
No, a mouse bit me.
A mouse? Oh! Oh, Dad! Mother's fainted! Get some water!
Okay, there's a pump outside. I'll get some. Water. Oh, here's the pump. What's the matter with this darn thing?
Hello?
Hello?
Need some help?
No.
Appears to me like you do.
Will you please leave me alone? My wife has fainted. I need some water.
You ain't going to get any from that pump.
Why not?
She needs priming.
Well, what do I prime it with?
Water.
How can I prime it with water if I haven't got any water?
Get some.
Where?
There's a pump 3 miles down the road.
Oh, well, I'll get in my car and drive right down there.
It ain't worth it.
Why not?
That pump needs priming, too.
Well, where can I get the water to prime that pump to get the water to prime this pump?
6 miles down the road.
Are you sure that pump doesn't need priming, too?
Yeah.
What makes you so positive?
It's a well.
Look, this is an emergency. I've got to get some water for my...
I'll get it for you.
Yeah, oh, well, that's very neighborly of you, Mr.
Name's Eb.
Yeah.
Used to work on this place for old man Parker. You need a hard hand?
No, I don't. No.
Okay, I'll get the water anyway.
Well, thanks. I'll appreciate...
Dad, Mother's come too.
Oh, thank goodness. I'd better go in and see her.
Well, I don't think I would just now. Give her a little while to cool off.
But, Janet...
Now, look, if you want to do something, why don't you see if you can find us some sort of a stove to cook on?
All right, dear, yes. Stove. Now, where can I get a stove?
Here's your water.
Oh, thanks very much. Wait a second. I thought you said the well was 6 miles down the road.
It is.
Then how did you get the water so quickly?
I had it in my car.
In your car? Why didn't you say so?
You didn't ask me.
Oh!
Well, I guess I'll be going. You sure you don't need no hard man?
I'm positive. I'm perfectly... Wait a minute. Didn't you say you used to work for old man Parker?
Yeah.
Say, what did he use to cook with?
A stove.
I assumed that, but what kind?
Wood burner.
Well, do you know where I could get one?
I think Parker left his old one down behind the barn.
He did? Great. Say, would you give me a hand getting it into the house?
You still don't want to hire me?
No.
For a man who ain't hired, I sure am doing a lot of work.
And so Mr. Granby settled down into the routine of farm life. And one morning, weeks later...
John, wake up.
What's the matter?
The rooster is crowing.
Well, turn it off.
John, will you please get up? It's 4:30.
4:30? What's the matter with you, Martha? I don't have to get to the bank till 9.
You don't work in a bank anymore. You own a farm, remember? Now get up.
All right. Oh, I could have slept if it hadn't been for that darn rooster. Shut up! I never seem to get enough.
John, what's the matter?
My pants are cold.
Will you please get a move on? Eb is waiting for you to help him with the milking.
Oh, that Eb is some hired man. I hired him to help me, and I end up helping him.
John, will you please hurry?
I am. Let me wash up.
Well, there's water in the pitcher. Just pour it into the bowl.
Okay. Oh, Don.
What's the matter? Can't you find the washcloth?
I've got the washcloth, but where's the ice pick?
John, will you...
I'm going.
Morning, Mr. Granby.
Good morning.
Sleep well?
What I did of it, yes. Come on, Eb, let's get going.
Rag mop.
Eb, You have to be so cheerful.
Well, I feel good. It's going to be a beautiful day.
How can you tell? The moon is still out. Oh, here's the bar.
Your boss is waiting for us. You want to try milking her this morning, Mr. Granby?
Oh, of course. How am I going to learn if I don't try? Whoa. Let me see. Put my hands here.
A little further forward.
I know. I pull down like this. She's empty.
No, she ain't empty. You ain't doing it right. Here, let me show you. So, bossy. So. All right, now watch me. When you pull down, you move your fingers like this. See?
Show off.
Now you try.
Okay. I don't think she likes me.
Of course she does. Now just keep at it.
All right.
Gently. You ain't pulling taffy.
I'm being as gentle as I can. Whoa!
Go on, try her again.
Yeah.
There.
Well, I guess I'm getting the hang of it. You get it, Em? I'm milking the cow, and I said I'm getting the hang of it.
Just keep milking.
Oh, all right. Well, here's the milk, Martha. 4 gallons again today.
Oh, that's fine, dear.
Put it down over there, Dad.
Yeah, this is what you wanted, Martha. Milk to make your own butter. Free. Say, I'm hungry. Is there anything in the icebox?
Yes, 200 pounds of butter.
What?
Dad, can't you sell this milk somewhere?
Well, I've tried to, but the dairy won't buy milk from you unless you have a special kind of cow barn. And that costs $8,000.
Oh, dear.
Dad, Mother and I have been talking, and we think you should put this place up for sale.
You're not serious.
Well, Dad, you're just not cut out to be a farmer.
But I haven't had a real chance to try it. I haven't even planted a crop yet.
Dad, look, I've been talking to Eb. He says the land on this farm has been overworked. The soil needs care. It'll take too much time and money.
Oh, what does Eb know about farming?
Well, he's lived on one all his life.
Yeah? Well, I've got booklets from the Department of Agriculture. Now, look. I'll make you a sporting proposition. You say nothing can grow on this farm. Well, I'll bet you that I can plant a crop and harvest it. If that fails, I'm willing to admit that I was wrong and sell it.
Oh, Dad, you're just
Now, wait a moment, Janice. I'll take that bet, John.
But, Mother...
Janice, it's what your father wants.
But, Mom, you...
Janice, I'm surprised at you. Has your father ever let us down?
Well, no,
Of course he hasn't. And I don't think he will now. All his life, he's had his heart set on owning a farm. If the worst comes to the worst, we can always go back to the city and he can get a job. But first, I think we should give him a few months to make good.
And so Mr. Granby went to work to prove to his wife and daughter that he could make a go of the farm. Morning, noon, and night, he worked in the fields, hoeing, milking, shoveling, pumping, raking, and inside of a month, single-handed, he got the following result.
It's a badly sprained back, Mrs. Granby. You'll have to stay in bed for 6 weeks.
Poor Mr. Granby. He stayed flat on his back for almost 2 months. Eb tended to things for him, and then came the day he could get up and look at his crop.
Martha, would you please get me my shoes? I left them downstairs.
All right, dear.
Oh, boy, this is the day. Just wait till you see that field I planted. I'll show you if I'm a farmer or not.
Yes, dear.
Well, get my shoes!
All right. How's Dad? He's yelling again, so he must be better. He wants to go down and see the field he planted.
Mom, does he know?
No. I couldn't bear to tell him while he was in bed suffering that way.
Nothing grew. Not even a weed.
Eb said he did his best, but... Oh, Janice, I just don't know what this disappointment will do to your father.
Well, Mom, if something did grow in that field, you know what it would mean. We'd be stuck here on this farm.
Well, yes, but I wouldn't mind, just as long as your father was happy. Somehow I've got a lot of confidence in him. I think he can make a go of this farm.
Mom, listen. Can you stall him for a half hour?
Well, I think so, dear, but why?
I've got to get to that vegetable store in town. Stall him as long as you can.
Martha, can't you walk any faster?
Oh, yes, dear, but I'm worried about your back.
Well, never mind my back. If I didn't know you better, I'd think you were trying to stall.
Why, John, why should I do that?
I don't know. Where's Janice?
Well, I think she went down to the field to meet us. Oh, yes, there she is. Janice!
Hello. Dad, I came down
Janice, Janice, will you get out of my way? I can't... Martha, look! There are things growing. Growing things. They're growing. Growing things. They're growing.
Yes, dear.
And you two said that this land wasn't any good. But I told you I'd make things grow. I told you.
Oh, you sure did,
Yes, just look at that field. Little green things sticking their heads above the ground. I've got to pick one.
Oh, John, be careful of your back.
Look, Martha, a carrot. It's amazing. Simply amazing.
But why is it amazing? You planted a seed, covered it with dirt, watered it, and pretty soon, what do you get? A carrot.
Well, that's what's so amazing about it. This is where I planted tomatoes.
You have just heard the first episode of Granby's Green Acres, starring Gail Gordon. Granby's Green Acres was written and directed by Jay Summers. Music was composed and conducted by Opie Cates. This is Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Granby's Green Acres, starring Gail Gordon as John Granby.
Oh, John Granby had a farm.
With B. Benedict Deret as Martha Granby.
And on that farm he had a wife.
Louise Erickson as Janice.
With a daughter here?
Harley Bear as Ebb.
And a hired hand there.
Oh, John Granby had a farm.
Now, Mr. Granby plants a crop.
You know, the funny thing about people. Farm people work hard so they can save enough money to move to the city. City people work hard so they can make enough to move to a farm. And between the two, who do you think makes out best? The moving companies. Now, you take my boss, John Granby. He was a city fella. Bought this farm here in Doveville. Don't know the first thing about farming. Gets excited at the least little thing.
Martha! Martha, where are you?
I'm out in the kitchen, John.
Well, come here, quick, quick.
John, what's the matter? Did you hurt yourself?
Martha, look,
What is it?
a potato.
Oh. Well, that's nice, dear.
Nice? Martha, do you realize that this is the first potato?
Oh, John, I'm sure that there must have been potatoes before this.
I mean, it's the first one from our farm. You know, Martha, I feel the same way about this potato as I did when Janice was born.
Oh, that's silly. Janice had more hair.
Martha, you just don't understand what this potato means to me. It's the first step to security. That's why I bought this farm, to have security.
Well, you had security when you were working in the bank. John, maybe you made a mistake in giving up your job.
Oh, but I had to. I couldn't have gone on working as a bank cashier for one more day. I had to get out while the getting was good.
John, they weren't going to examine the books, were they?
It was nothing like that. You know I've always wanted to buy a farm, and when I make up my mind to do something, I don't change it.
But, John, maybe you're not cut out to be a farmer. Doing things like plowing or breeding hogs.
And why couldn't I breed hogs?
Remember that time you bought Janice those 2 rabbits for Easter and you were going to breed them?
Well, what about it?
That wasn't very successful, was it?
Well, it wasn't my fault. They turned out to be brothers. Now, Martha, I must say that
Is anything wrong? I heard you rush into the house yelling for Mother.
Oh, there's nothing wrong, Janice. I was out in the field, and I found a potato.
Oh? Well, what were you looking for?
I wasn't looking for anything. I just happened to find it.
Then I guess you can keep it for your honesty.
Janice, your father's very proud of that potato. It's the first thing that's grown on the farm.
I don't know why he's so proud. He didn't plant the potatoes. There were 10 acres of them here when we bought the farm from Mr. Parker. The only thing Dad can take credit for is the other 130 acres with nothing growing on them.
Janice, I'm going to grow things on them.
What?
Potatoes. We're going to have 140 acres of potatoes.
Goodness, all that starch.
Dad, do you think potatoes are a good crop to raise?
Why, certainly. Parker told me that when I bought the farm from him, and he's a pretty smart man. Besides, I didn't rely on his word alone. I wrote to Washington and asked them to mail me some pamphlets on the subject.
Oh, John, you shouldn't have done that.
Why not?
What, these days, President Truman has so many other things to do.
Yes. Look, I've made up my mind to plant potatoes, and I'm going to plant them. And when I make up my mind to do something, I don't change it.
Well, John, do you really think potatoes are a good money crop?
Martha, there's one thing you've got to learn. You can't just think of farming in terms of dollars and cents. The love of the soil is important, too. Now, you take Mr. Calvin down the road. He's been a farmer for 50 years. He's gotten up every morning of his life at 4 o'clock, worked his land in good weather and bad. And why? For the money he could get out of it? No. He loves the soil.
Oh, by the way, Dad, Mr. Calvin was here to see you this afternoon, but you were down in the barn.
Oh, what did he want?
He wanted to show you his new Cadillac.
Cadillac. Imagine buying an expensive car like that.
Well, is there really that much money in potatoes?
Well, of course. Why, we can
Dad,
have it...
Mr. Calvin is a wheat farmer.
Oh, so he's a wheat farmer.
John, does anybody else around here grow potatoes?
Well,
They all grow wheat and corn. Then why are you going to plant potatoes?
Well, because well, Martha, I told you, when I make up my mind, I don't change it.
But, John, these other men have been farming around here for years. If they grow wheat and corn, there must be a reason.
There is. They've never done any research on the market prices the way I have. They're too busy.
Yes, driving to the bank in their Cadillacs to deposit money.
Well, they'd have even more money to deposit if they knew what I know. Potatoes are stable. Wheat and corn are speculative. I'll show it to you in black and white. It'll be in the morning paper here.
Oh?
Yeah, here we are. Commodity prices. Trading on the Chicago grain market was very active today. Wheat and corn showed a strong upward trend.
What else does it say? Cadillac stock went up 4 points.
John, you better hurry up and finish your breakfast.
Yes, it's almost daylight.
Oh, I've got some day ahead of me. I've got to do the milking, plow up all the potatoes, and plant the wheat.
Yes, you have it. Plow up what potatoes and plant what wheat?
Well, after sleeping on it and thinking it over, I've decided that wheat is the only crop to plant.
Oh, but, dear, last night you were so convinced about planting potatoes. Why, you even said that Mr. Parker told you that potatoes were the best crop, and you said Mr. Parker was a smart man.
Well, maybe I did, but what did Parker ever do that showed he was so smart?
He sold you this farm.
Oh, there's Abe. I'm going out and do the milking. Oh, good morning, Eb.
Morning, Mr. Granby.
Now, come on, Eb. We've got a big day ahead of us. Let's get over to the barn.
Right with you. My foolish heart.
Eb, open the barn door. Good morning, Bossy. As soon as we finish the milking, Eb, we'll get to work.
You want some help with Bossy?
No, thanks. I've been milking this cow for 3 months, and I think I can manage. Whoa, Bossy. Whoa. Now, let's see. Where do I start milking?
The best place is somewheres between the tail and the head.
Very funny. Let's see. Oh, yes, here it is. Now. She isn't contented.
Mind if I make a suggestion?
What?
Use both hands.
I am using both hands.
Yeah, but not on one faucet.
Oh, all right.
Looks like you're holding on to a baseball bat.
Leave me alone. I'll get started. Well! Well. Now I'm hitting on all 8.
4.
Don't be so technical. Hey, but haven't you got anything else to do besides standing there and criticizing me?
Well, I guess I could go and weed the potatoes.
That won't be necessary anymore.
Why? The weed's going to stop growing?
Of course not. You don't have to weed the potatoes because we're going to plow them under.
Oh, the government paying you to do it?
Nope.
And you ain't learned much about farming.
Yeah. Look, Ab.
What are you going to plant?
140 acres of wheat.
Corn's better.
I said wheat. My mind is made up. When I make up my mind... Okay. I'll be right with you, Bossy. You're welcome. Ed, how long will it take us to plow up those potatoes?
3 weeks.
3 weeks? Why?
We ain't got a tractor.
Well, where can we get a tractor around here? All right, Bossy. There.
Say, you might pick up a tractor cheap at the Henderson place. They're auctioning off his farm today.
Well, let's go over there right after I'm finished milking. We'll do that. Okay, Bossy, okay. Then after we get the track reb, you can start plowing while I go into town and pick up the wheat seed. Bossy, will you stop nagging? I wish she'd learn how to do that by herself.
How do you do?
How do you do? I wonder if you could help me. I'm looking for Kimball's feed store.
Oh, this is it. Yeah, this is it. It's a little hard to find the first time because my sign blew down. That was in 1902.
Yes. Well, I'm very interested.
That was the year we had the big blow around here in Doveville. Never forget that. Oh, I had the sign hang on the post in the front porch of the store, and then along came this tremendous wind. Oh, I remember looking out the window and seeing Miriam Harkness crossing the street and trying to hold on to her skirt. I never did see the sign go.
Well, that's all very interesting.
I found the sign the next morning, though, and I nailed it back up. Oh, it looked kind of silly there, hanging there on the post with the rest of the building lying on the ground.
Well, that's
yes, here's quite a blow. Never see a pair of purple garters without thinking of Miriam Hartman.
If you don't mind, I'm in somewhat of a hurry. I want to buy some wheat seed.
Certainly. Say, you're the city fella about the old Parker place, ain't you?
That's right. My name's John Granby.
Glad to know you. I'm Will Kimball. You're John Granby.
Yes.
John Granby. Kind of like to repeat a name several times to get it kind of fixed in my mind. I've been in business for 40 years, and I've never forgotten a name. John Granby. Ah, there it is now. Now, I'll never forget that your name is,
Mr. Kimball.
Oh, yes, Mr. Kimball, yes. Now, what did you want?
Some wheat seed, and my name is not Kimball.
Oh, I know that. Kimball is my name. It's on the sign from the store. Oh, no. That blew down during the big wind of 19...
Told me that story. Look, Mr. Kimball, I'd like to buy wheat seed so I can get it planted this afternoon.
How much you figure you'll need?
Well, I'm going to plow up my potatoes and plant my entire farm with wheat, so I'll need enough for 140 acres.
Yeah, then you'll need about 40 tons.
40 tons. 40 tons? Can you break that down into 10-cent packages?
No.
I'll tell you what. I'll take a couple of bushels of seed with me now, and you can deliver the rest.
Well, that's okay. It's quite a project you're undertaking.
Yes, but I think I can handle it. I bought a tractor today at Tom Henderson's auction.
Oh, say, that was too bad about Tom Henderson losing his farm. You know, it's a terrible thing when a man has to sell all his belongings to pay his creditors.
Oh, it certainly is. By the way, how did Henderson go broke?
Well, it seems to me I heard that he planted the wrong crop.
Oh, is that so? What did he plant?
Wheat.
Wheat?
Yes, wheat. Now, I'll go and get your seed. What kind? What did you said you wanted?
Corn.
It's going to be a good year for corn.
Oh, you really think so?
Oh, yes, I sold a lot of corn. Everybody around here is planting corn. There's going to be an awful lot of corn.
Oh, well, now, won't that bring the price down?
Oh, probably. Well, I'll get your seed for you in a minute, Mr. Well, I'll have the seed for you in just a minute.
Thanks. Everybody's planting corn. Huh? That means the market will be flooded with it. But if I were growing wheat...
Here's your corn seed.
I'd rather have wheat.
Wheat? Didn't you say...
Look, I came in here to buy wheat, and that's what I'm going to buy.
Well, whatever you say, but I'll take this back and then get you wheat, Mr.
All right, fine. That's a good thing I'm not a
Mr.
man.
Granby!
Yeah, what is it?
I just wanted to show you I never forget a name.
Oh, good. Yes, sir, I'll plant wheat. Good thing I'm not the kind of man who gets panicky and is easily swayed. Let 'em all grow corn. But when there's a shortage of wheat, who'll have it? Me.
Yeah, here's your wheat. Oh, those bags here are heavy. Well, well, I hope you have better luck than Tom Henderson. Oh, I never could understand him. He was a farmer for 30 years, and when everybody was growing corn, he thought he'd be smart and plant wheat.
Did you say he was a farmer for 30 years?
Yeah. Say, do you want me to help you out to your car with this wheat seed?
No, thanks. I can manage it. Goodbye.
So long.
Mr. Kimball.
Yes?
Would you mind changing this wheat for corn?
We'll return to Granby's Green Acres in a moment. There are a lot of laughs around these Monday nights when Joan Davis comes to CBS to play her role of a madcap, dizzy department store clerk. Yes, Joan Davis is back on CBS with her comedy show, Leave It to Joan. So go shopping with her tonight on most of these same CBS stations, won't you? And now back to Granby's Green Acres.
There's one thing about John Granby. When he makes up his mind, nothing can change it. When he made up his mind to leave his job at the bank, he left it. When he made up his mind to buy a farm, he bought it. And when he made up his mind to plant potatoes, did he plant wheat? No, sir, he planted corn.
John, hold still. How can I rub your back with this liniment?
Oh, be careful. I must have stooped over 10,000 times today planting those corn seeds in those furrows. We'll harrow them the first thing in the morning before the birds get to them.
Well, does it feel any better if I rub it here?
A little higher.
Oh.
That's...
What's the matter?
That was too high.
Dad, is there anything I can do for you?
Yes. Pour some hot water in this basin so I can soak my feet.
Sure.
Oh, that feels wonderful.
Is there anything else you want me to do for you?
Yes, take off my shoes.
John, you shouldn't have tried to plant all the corn in one day.
Well, it had to be done today because Martha, your hands are cold.
I'm sorry.
Oh, what a day Eb and I had.
Oh, that poor old man. John, you shouldn't have worked him so hard. He's at least 20 years older than you.
Oh, we were so busy it never occurred to me. Wonder how he is.
Janice, why don't you run over to Eb's room and see?
He's not home.
Oh, where is he?
He went to a square dance.
A square dance? Why, that old fool ought to have just... Higher, Martha.
She's massaging your head now.
Lower, Martha. This will all be worth it. When I harvest the corn, I'll be sitting pretty.
Higher or lower?
Dad, yesterday you were just as sure about planting wheat. What made you change your mind?
I didn't change my mind. I just made a different decision. Take my word for it, corn is the crop.
Oh, well, dear, don't you think it's time we went to bed?
In a minute, I want to get the weather report. Janice, will you turn on the radio?
All right, Dad. But I hope the battery holds up.
Program for this evening. This is Columbia's station for Jonathan County. Now, here's tomorrow's weather forecast. Clear and warmer. Lowest temperature around 51.
Oh, that's great weather for corn.
And now a last-minute roundup of closing commodity prices. On the Chicago Grain Exchange,
This is what I'm interested in.
wheat hit a new high for the year, while corn showed a strong downward trend.
Shut it off. How do you like that? I wanted to plant wheat.
Then why did you plant corn? You shouldn't have changed your mind.
Janice, you know that when I make up my mind, I never change it. Do I? Well, do I? Please, let's not have these awkward pauses.
Oh, hello there. It's good to see you again, Mr.
Once and for all, the name is Granby.
Oh, I remember. Never forget a name. You know, I do it by association. What was I talking to you about the first time you came in here?
The big wind you had in 1902.
Exactly. Now, whenever I want to remember you, I think of the big wind.
Mr. Kimball, I came in on business.
Well, of course. What can I do for you, Mr. Wind? They were... See, I didn't forget that time.
No. Mr. Kimball, I'd like to exchange the corn seed I bought from you yesterday.
You didn't plant them?
Oh, yes, I did.
These were left over?
No.
Oh, did you find some in the barn?
No.
Then where'd you get these?
I dug them up. I'd like to exchange them for wheat seed.
Oh, then you've changed your mind.
I never changed my mind.
Well, Mr.
Remember when?
When? I thought your name was Granby.
Forget it. What about exchanging the corn seed?
Yes, but they're second-hand. I really have very little call for you, seed.
Well, maybe you could allow me something on them.
Well, well, you're new here. These things do happen. Now, I'll exchange them for you this time.
Oh.
Let me pour this corn back in the bin, and I'll get the wheat seed for you.
Mm-hmm. You'll notice, Mr. Kimball, that seed looks just like new.
Yes, it does. It does.
Didn't my wife do a good job of washing it?
Did you say your wife washed the seed?
Yes. Is there anything wrong?
No, but next time...
Yes?
Tell her not to use so much starch.
Martha, be careful.
Well, I'm rubbing your back as carefully as I can.
Oh, what a time we've had. Picking up every one of those corn seeds and then planting wheat.
Oh, you poor dear. You and Eb have worked awfully hard.
Yes, I'll bet he didn't go to any square dance tonight.
No. He's in a Charleston contest.
Charleston? That's enough, Martha.
All right.
My back's beginning to feel better. It doesn't hurt me anymore.
You won't have any trouble sleeping tonight.
No, in fact, I'll probably sleep until it's time to harvest the wheat.
Dad, I hate to bring this up, but doesn't wheat have to be weeded and cultivated?
Well, let that Fred Astaire I've got for a hired hand do it. Turn on the radio. I want to hear the market reports.
Program for this evening. This is Columbia Station for Jonathan County. Now, here's today's farm news. On the Chicago Grain Exchange today, corn rebounded upward from yesterday's low, while wheat dropped sharply.
John, you look so pale. Speak to me.
Rub my back.
But, John, you said it didn't hurt anymore.
I know what's coming. Hello, Mr. Kimball.
Oh, hello there, Mr.
The name is...
Don't tell me that. I never forget a name. Mr.
Oh, skip it.
Oh, yes, Mr. Skip it. Say, haven't we been having wonderful weather? Oh, the sky's been so clear.
Has it? I haven't looked up in days. Where shall I put this sack?
The sack? What's in it?
Freshly laundered wheat seed.
You mean you pulled out the wheat?
What kind of a fool do you think I am? Do you think I'd make the same stupid mistake twice? I only pulled up half.
Half?
Yes, I finally got this thing figured out. I'm going to plant half my acreage in wheat and half in corn. Then no matter what happens to the market, I'll be covered.
Boy, now you want to exchange half of the wheat seed for corn.
That's right.
Well, all right. I got some corn seed right here in the bin.
Oh, are you sure they're good?
Well, they're the ones you brought back yesterday.
I don't want any second-hand seed.
But
Look, Mr. Kimball, do you want my business? Don't forget I'm going to be farming around here for a long time.
Well, sure, yes. Mr. Granby.
Well?
Would you mind paying cash?
Well, now that I've got half the farm planted in wheat and half in corn, I'm through.
You're not going to change your mind?
I never change my mind.
Just see. Well, I'm glad you finally settled your problem. Poor Eb, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to take much more of this. I bet he didn't go dancing tonight.
No. He went to the wrestling matches.
Well, I'm glad he's being sensible and resting.
He's not resting. He's wrestling.
Just forget, Ed. Janice, turn on the radio.
Are you sure you want me to?
Why not? Tonight I haven't got a thing to worry about. I don't care what's up, corn or wheat.
All right.
And hogs remained about the same. And on the Chicago Grain Exchange today, corn was down.
So what?
Wheat was down.
What?
Soybeans up.
Oh, my shoulder.
John, yesterday it was your back.
Well, you use different muscles planting soybeans.
How's Eb tonight?
He went out again.
He did?
Oh, my goodness. Where'd he go? Square dancing?
No.
Charleston?
No.
Wrestling?
No.
Then where did he go?
To a chiropractor.
I knew the old fool was overdoing it. You two thought I couldn't take it. At least I didn't have to go to any chiropractor.
The chiropractor's his cousin. He's playing tennis with him.
Oh, my shoulder.
I don't suppose you want to listen to the market reports tonight, do you, John?
Why, of course I do. Turn on the radio, Janice.
Okay.
I don't care what's up tonight. Corn, wheat, or soybeans. I've got 'em all.
We're about the same. And on the Chicago Grain Exchange today,
Yeah?
corn was down,
Who cares?
wheat down,
Good old soybean.
soybeans down,
What? Oh, no. What's up?
red warbus. Yes, red warbus hit a 10-year high today.
Oh, my goodness.
John, what's the matter?
Didn't you hear that? Red warbus hit a 10-year high.
Dad, what in the world are red warbus?
We'll rejoin John Granby of Granby's Green Acres after this brief message. Ladies and gentlemen, the highest standard of living, highest wages, and the shortest hours. All this plus the time-honored guarantee of individual freedom. Where else would you find all these advantages but under our American economic system? It has brought more benefits to more people than any other system ever devised. Now back to Mr. John Granby.
Oh, John Granby had a farm.
Dad.
Oh, yes, Janet?
This kerosene lamp is ruining my eyes. When are you going to have electricity put into this place?
We don't need electricity.
But, John, we've got all those electrical appliances we brought from the city. It would make housework so much easier.
Yes. And it would make farm work easier, too, Dad. Why, you could buy an electric milking machine. With a milking machine, there'd be no more to milking a cow than pressing a button.
Pressing a button? Is that the way it's done, John?
Yes.
Well, that's funny. I always thought you had to pull something.
Good night, Martha.
Good night, John.
You have just heard Granby's Green Acres, starring Gail Gordon, with V. Benaderet, Louise Erickson, and Parley Bear. Tune in next week when Mr. Granby discovers electricity. Granby's Green Acres was written by Jay Sommers and Jack Harvey, and was directed by Jay Sommers. Music was composed and conducted by Opie Cates. This is Bob Lamont speaking.
Mr. Allen, Mr. Allen.
It isn't Gabriel Heater, kiddies.
The makers of Tenderleaf Tea and Bluebonnet Margarine present The Fred Allen Show. With Fred's guests, Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy, Portland Hopper, Minerva Pius as Mrs. Nussbaum, the Tenderleaf Workshop Players, the DeMarco Sisters, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And if anybody cares who I am, my name is Kenny Delmar. Ladies and gentlemen, since the war ended, we've all been waiting for the return of the things we've missed. Tonight, we bring you one of the things nobody's missed, and here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, Kenny, I've been away from radio quite a long time. I guess everything has changed.
No, Fred, things in radio are about the same.
Oh, really? About the same? Have they found out who the mystery chef is yet?
No.
They haven't. How about One Man's Family? Have there been any additions to one?
No, Fred.
What about Portia? Has she turned around yet?
No, Portia's still facing life.
In a rut, huh? Say, tell me, Kenny, is that old gentleman still on the air every week? You know the old fellow with the...
Oh, you mean just plain Bill?
No, Bill wasn't his name.
Pa Perkins?
No, not Pa Perkins.
Singing Sam?
No, not Singing Sam. You're warm, though. This old guy had a valet named Manchester or Portchester. I've been away so long.
Oh, you mean Jack Benny.
Jack Benny, the octogenarian. And how he can play it. He's the guy. Is he still on the air?
Oh, yes. Jack's still broadcasting for Lucky Strike.
Really? It's remarkable what those one-a-day vitamins can do. A guy his age, after all.
Is Jack old?
Is he old? A friend of mine saw Mr. Benny in swimming this summer. He thought that Benny was wearing a blue corduroy suit.
And it wasn't a blue corduroy suit.
No. Benny is so old now, his veins are outside of his skin. His face has more wrinkles than a seersucker suit on the closing day of a revival. Almost didn't get that out. Well, if he really...
Mr. Allen!
Gosh, Portland, I heard you singing as the program opened. Awfully good. How did you sense I was back in the air again?
Mama heard a rumor. You know how fast bad news travels.
Oh, yes. General Patton told me. What's new, Portland?
I thought you might need some new jokes for your program.
Well, don't tell me that you have contrived some specimens of waggery.
Did you hear about the soldier who ate 5 dozen oysters and got discharged from the army?
Ate 5 dozen oysters and got discharged from the army?
Yes. He had 60 blue points.
Oh, fine. It wouldn't work with clams, would it? That joke... You know, that joke sounds like something off the bottom of Can You Top This?
Since the atomic bombs fell on Japan, the emperor doesn't wear a crown.
No, what does the emperor wear?
An atom's hat.
An atom's hat. You should put dry ice on that joke instantly, Portland. It won't keep a minute. And speaking of minutes, any minute we'll be leaving now for Allen's Alley.
Oh, what is your question tonight?
Well, one of the greatest problems facing the country today, of course, is housing. Here in New York City, thousands of people are looking for places to live. And so our question is, how is the housing shortage affecting you?
Shall we go?
As one B-29 said to the other, let's take off. Ah, Portland, it sure is good to be back down here in Allen's Alley.
I wonder if the same people still live here.
Well, there's only one way to find out. I'll knock at this first door again.
Somebody knocked. Who was it?
Pardon me, mister.
Senator Claghorn's the name. Claghorn, that is.
Senator Claghorn?
I'm from the South, the deep South.
From way down south.
Yeah, I'm so far down south that my family's treading water in the Gulf Stream.
Hey, that is south, isn't it?
Yeah, where I live, we call the people from Alabama Yankees.
Well, I don't know.
Don't butt in when a body's talking, son. Try listening. Try listening. You're bound to learn something.
Well, look, Senator.
Anything gets me down, it's two people trying to talk at the same time.
Well, I know, but...
I got the floor, son. Don't try no filibuster.
Now, look, Senator, what about the housing shortage down there in Washington?
I stop at a hotel.
Oh, you actually have a room?
What room?
You mean,
For $20 a day, they give me a chair in the lobby and a sleeping pill. Still, that is.
What is the housing problem coming to, Senator?
There's only one solution.
And that is?
Close up the OPA.
Well, what will happen if we close the OPA?
There'll be millions of ceilings left over.
Yes?
You put 4 walls under them ceilings, you got houses. So long, son. So long, that is.
You know, I think the senator's got something there. I wonder what a knock at this next door will bring.
Howdy, Bob.
Oh. You're,
Titus Moody's my name.
Titus Moody?
Moody by name, Moody by nature.
Well, tell me, Mr. Moody, has the housing shortage bothered you any?
Yeah, that's why I had to leave the farm, Bob.
Really?
Yeah. The land was so poor, you'd have to use 20 sacks of fertilizer to raise a tune on it.
Gosh.
Cows were so weak, they used to travel in pairs.
The cows had to travel in pairs?
Yeah. Took 2 cows to pull up a blade of grass.
The land was dry, was it?
Dry? I didn't see no water for 20 years.
20 years?
One day it rained.
Yes?
When the first drop of water hit me, I fainted.
Yes?
Yeah, they had to throw 2 buckets of dust in my face to bring me to.
Gosh, how did you cope with the housing problem, Titus?
Why, I ordered one of them 2-room houses from Sears Roebuck, but it didn't help.
You mean when Sears Roebuck delivered the 2-room house?
Sears was living in the front room, and Roebuck was living in the back. Go on, Bob.
Well, if farmers can't find houses, I guess traveling salesmen will just have to keep on traveling. And that brings us to another door.
No?
Oh, Mrs. Nussbaum.
You were expecting maybe Emperor Shapiro-Hito?
Tell me, Mrs. Nussbaum, how do you feel about the housing shortage?
Thanks to the housing shortage, today Pansy Nussbaum is enjoying connubial bliss, if you'll pardon the expression.
Yes. Well, what happened? What happened, Mrs. Ann?
Is flocking to mine house relatives.
Relatives?
Blood relatives. Relatives without blood.
Say, you must have a full house.
Full. And the couch is sleeping 2 Rappaports, cousins.
Uh-huh.
And the dining room table is sleeping 4 Weinsteins.
All 4 of them on one table?
They are half-brothers. It is making only 2.
Oh, well. I see.
In the bathtub is sleeping Ben Schwartz, an uncle.
Mm-hmm.
And Pop Uncle Ben is the little Pinker's boy. He is floating on the water.
Oh. The Pinkus boy is a good swimmer?
A human sturgeon.
Oh, really? Well, tell me, Mrs. Nussbaum, with all your relatives jamming the house, didn't your husband get mad?
Mad? One morning, Pierre is putting on his beret. He is taking his Molly Pecan records.
Took his pecan records with him, huh?
And he is stamping out.
Your husband left you?
For 2 weeks I am a widow.
Well, what happened?
One night is coming on the door and knocking. Pit-a-pat, pit-a-pat.
Pit-a-pat. Your husband?
Mine Pierre is back.
Oh, it was true love. Pierre couldn't live without you.
Love, schmuck. Pierre couldn't find a room.
Well, here we are near the end of the alley. I wonder who lives here.
Hello, hello, we're here to say hello. Not howdy do, not polly-boo, but just hello.
Now, wait a minute, look. But just a minute. Who are you boys?
We're McGee and McGee. We're songwriters.
What songs have you written?
Have you heard? We're looking for the guy that began the begin to see if we can get him to stop it.
No.
Have you heard? When my baby smiles at me, I wish she'd put in her teeth.
No.
We got a patriotic song.
What is your patriotic song called?
Good luck, Mr. Truman. You're a real red, white, and bloomin'.
Now, look, please. Tonight, it so happened we're discussing the housing shortage.
We just wrote a housing shortage song.
A housing song? How does it go?
Hit it, Sam. The situation's serious. It may get worse by spring. We need a housing shortage, and that is why we sing. East side, west side, all around Broadway. You can find a place to live no matter what you pay. Hotels and apartments are crowded everywhere you walk. If it gets any worse, we'll all be sleeping on the sidewalks of New York.
Thank you very much, McGee and McGee. And now an expert with just a few words of interest.
Fine tea has no season. It's the year-round beverage for every kind of weather. But right now, as the days get shorter, we're in the house more. We have more guests. And tender-leaf tea balls have come into their own. They're the largest-selling, fastest-selling tea balls in America because they're better in every way. The quality of your tea, its bouquet and flavor, is your first consideration. And tender-leaf tea balls are made with famous-for-flavor tender-leaf brand tea at its best in this convenient form. They are individual packets of tasteless filter paper that filter your tea as it's being made. There's a world of quick comfort in a piping hot cup of delicious tender-leaf tea. And here's the easy way to make it. Just drop a tender-leaf tea ball in your cup, zip in some boiling water, and it's ready. Quick comfort when you need it most. So for every good reason, ask your grocer for tender-leaf brand tea balls.
Al Goodman and his orchestra have just played June is Bustin' Out a Little Bit. There wasn't time enough for June to bust out all over. And now, what's the trouble, Portland? You look bewildered.
Well, I was just wondering, how did you get back into radio, Mr. Allen?
How did I get back?
You didn't work for a year.
Didn't work. Why, last year I was the backbone of Radio Portland incognito. For 2 months, I filled in when Bulldog Drummond had distemper.
But how did you get to be the star of the Tenderleaf Tea program?
I can thank only one person for this job, Portland. Charlie McCarthy.
Charlie McCarthy?
Uh-huh. Last Sunday, I was the guest on Edgar Bergen's program, as you perhaps know. And as the program finished, I heard the orchestra playing Edgar's theme song. On my way out, I heard voices, somebody arguing in one of the dressing rooms. Well, I put my ear to the keyhole. It was Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy. Edgar was saying...
That's the last straw, Charlie.
Oh, keep your shirt on, Bergen.
Hi, Charlie, the idea of you leaving me to go with Fred Allen, why, that's ridiculous.
Yeah?
Yes.
So, yeah?
Yeah. This is my reward after I've given you the best years of my life.
Well, at your age, you should be glad to unload those years on anybody.
What has Fred Allen got that I haven't got?
Nothing. But he spends a little of it once in a while.
Well, if you think Allen pays higher wages, you're sadly mistaken.
His program went off the air because pellagra broke out among his cast. Allen isn't hiring me, Bergen. I'm hiring Allen.
Oh, I see.
If anybody's going to be underpaid, I will do the underpaid.
So you're going to have your own show?
You heard me. Your ears don't lap over.
Now, wait. Why, you little whippersnapper, you...
Ah, your father's nice guy. Now, listen to me,
What happened then, Mr. Allen?
Well, I knew Charlie McCarthy was in the dressing room alone, so I opened the door. Mr. McCarthy. Mr. McCarthy.
It's no use crawling back, Bergen. Oh, it's you, Fred Allen.
Yes.
Well, you're just the man I want to see.
Say, I heard the argument, Mr. McCarthy. What's on your mind?
Well, you need a job. I need a partner. What are we waiting for?
But, Mr. McCarthy, Edgar's my friend.
Friend? Do you know what Bergen's been saying about you?
Why, no.
Bergen said you were so cheap that when you brought a pint of blood to the Red Cross, you made him give you a deposit on the bottle.
I'm cheap. Why, Bergen, with that pot belly? He only raised that abdominal bulb so he could keep his pants up without having to buy suspenders.
Oh, Alan, you look better to me every minute. Boy, what I went through with that cheapskate.
Why, Bergen is tighter than the top olive in a bottle. He is over penurious, I sometimes say.
I like the word. I don't know what it means, but I like it.
I can break it up. You might understand part of it.
I like it better. Those ready-to-wear suits he'd buy with 2 pair of pants. Then he'd have a tailor make me a suit.
Oh, your suits were tailor-made.
Yeah, out of the 2nd pair of pants, yeah.
You mean that suit you have on now was once a pair of Bergen's pants?
Well, look at the coat. The lapels have cuffs on them.
Lapels with cuffs,
yeah. And all my coats have zippers down the back.
But, Mr. McCarthy, if we team up, think we can get any work?
What work? My closest friend is Mr. Tenderleaf.
The big tea sponsor?
The very same. Stick with me, Alan, and we'll go places in radio.
Oh, Mr. McCarthy.
Oh, come. Stop licking my hand.
With you, Mr. McCarthy, will I get laughs?
Charlie knows the sponsor, and Charlie gets the laughs.
But, Mr. McCarthy, all my life I've been a comedian. I've gotten laughs.
If Henry Kaiser can reconvert, so can you.
Yes, sir, I promise not to get any laughs.
Yes. When I started with Bergen, he promised not to get any laughs, too.
Oh, really?
Yes, and that's the only promise he ever kept.
Well, now that that's all settled, is there anything else, Charlie?
Well, Charlie?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. McCarthy.
Better.
It was a slip, honest, Mr. McCarthy. I didn't mean I just lost my head there for a second.
It's quite all right. I'm not a snob, you understand. But I am the star of the program.
Yes, sir.
Yes, and between the star and the stooge, certain class distinctions must be observed.
Yes, master. I shall remember.
I'll be on your knee, it's true, but that's as far as the intimacy will go.
I understand. I'm the stooge, and I shall keep my place, sir.
That's better. It's nothing personal, you know. But this is radio, you see. It's dog eat dog.
I know, sir.
Yeah. And I've just finished eating that Mexican hairless Bergen.
Sir, I give you a toast to the new Charlie McCarthy show.
Good. McCarthy marches on.
Well, Portland, Charlie and I rehearsed our act all the next morning, and about 2 o'clock that afternoon, we went over to Mr. Tenderleaf's office. When we got inside the door, Charlie said to the secretary,
Pardon me, miss.
What is it, Shorty?
Tell Mr. Tenderleaf his pal McCarthy is here.
Are you a friend of Mr. Leaf?
Friend? Oh, Tender Chuck wants to see him.
Are you kidding?
Miss, we're here to audition for the Tenderleaf radio program.
Okay, I'll write down your name. Which one is Pick and which is Pat?
This will cost you your job, young lady.
Miss Goober, I'm a busy man.
Yes, Mr. Lee.
Call a conference. Get all my vice presidents here in my office immediately.
Yes, sir.
Yes, and when they get here, cancel the conference. Tell them I'm a busy man.
Yes,
Where's my portable desk? It's supposed to be wheeled around in front of me. Hand me a desk, somebody. I'm a busy man.
Hello, Mr. Leaf.
Miss Goober, who are these people?
Mr. Leaf, don't you remember me?
Who said that? Who's talking?
It's me. I'm down here.
Oh.
Yeah, about that radio job, you know?
Sorry, Mayor LaGuardia. We're full up on news commentators.
Mr. Leaf, you remember me, Charlie McCarthy.
Oh, yes, I met you with Edgar Bergen.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Bergen, what a comedian. If you're with Bergen, it's a deal. Miss Cooper, give this boy a contract. I'm a busy man.
Yeah, Mr. Leaf.
Yeah, yes?
I'm not exactly working with Bergen on this show.
No, Bergen, no contract. Throw these tramps out.
Yeah.
But we've got a great act, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Leaf, give us a chance.
Out of my way. I'm a busy man. Miss Cooper, I'm on my way someplace. Where am I going?
To listen. To listen to auditions for your radio program.
Oh, yes, I love to audition actors. Hand me my gun.
Here, sir.
Yeah. Clear the way. Stand back, everybody. I'm a busy man. Where's the door? Oh, here. I'm off.
Gad, he is a busy man.
Darn that closet. Where's the door? Oh, here. I'm off.
Come on, Alan. We'll do an audition, too, huh?
Great. Here's the audition room.
Quiet! Mr. Leaf is starting the audition.
All right, let's go. I'm a busy man. Start singing, you.
Kiss me again, kiss me.
Who's next?
The 3 Fosdick sisters. Get going, girls.
Do you hear that whistle down the line on the exit to pick up? And stand up fast.
Next.
All right, you guys is next.
Are you ready, Mr. McCarthy?
Alan, I've been thinking, suppose we change the act a bit. You sit on my knee in front of me, huh?
No, you're the star, Mr. McCarthy. You sit in front the way we rehearsed it.
Yeah.
Next, who's holding up the audition? I'm a busy man.
Yeah, we're ready, Mr. Tenderleaf. Is your voice ready, Alan?
Okay.
Remember, keep weaving so he can't draw a steady bead.
Let's go, Mr. McCarthy. We're Allen and McCarthy. We're the life of every party. We'll cheer you folks with quips and jokes. It sure will make you laugh. Ha ha! And if you want a song with us, you can't go wrong. By the light of the silvery moon, we'll sit and spoon. We're the life of every party. We're Allen and McCarthy.
Say, Fred, my girl can't wear liquid stockings.
Well, why can't your girl wear liquid stockings, Mr. McCarthy?
Because she can't get her leg in the bottle.
We're Allen and McCarthy. We're the life of every party.
Stop, Fred. The gun must have jammed.
Say, aren't you Fred Allen?
Yes, sir.
I need a man like you to take over my Tenderleaf Tea program. I'll call it the Fred Allen Show. Name your own price. I'm a busy man. Is it a deal, Allen?
Well, what about me here, Mr.
Yes, what about my partner?
The little guy is out. He has no talent. I'm a busy man. Goodbye.
At last, back on the air.
Yeah.
The Fred Allen Show. Gosh, I'd better phone Portland and Al Goodman and call up the others.
Yeah, we really put it over, didn't we, partner?
Partner?
Yeah.
You heard what Mr. Leaf said. Scram, small fry.
Now, look, Fred, now.
Fred?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Allen. I've decided maybe we should sort of co-star on this show.
Co-star on the Fred Allen Show? You know radio. It's dog eat dog.
Yeah, but Mr. Allen.
Beat it before I throw a termite on you.
Yeah, but kind sir, I'm not going to leave you here.
No, I'm not going to leave you here. Here's your car fare home. A nickel. So long.
Yeah, a nickel. What did I step into this time? A nickel. There's only one thing I can do with a nickel. Oh, well, let's go, McCarthy. Hello? Mr. Bergen? Guess who this is? Now, wait a minute, Bergen. No, but you got to take me back. Now, please. Yeah. Well, I work for 50 cents a week. 25? I work for nothing. I'll pay you. I'll be your slave, Bergen. Listen, if you'll only take me back this one time.
Kenny, you have a nightcap word?
Yes, Fred, here's one for the book about delicious food that's everybody's topic. Remember the letters FNE for flavor, nutrition, economy. Bluebonnet margarine gives all three: flavor, nutrition, economy. Get that, ladies, not just one, not just two, but all three. Bluebonnet gives you all three. Flavor, delicious flavor, so fresh and delicate and country sweet, the fussiest eater in the family will tell you, gee, Mom, this tastes swell. Nutrition, and I mean proved nutrition. Every fresh, sweet pound of Bluebonnet is rich in food energy, rich in vitamin A. Economy, yes. Bluebonnet saves you real money. Costs so little you can spread it on twice as thick. Ask Joseph for Bluebonnet margarine tomorrow. Because there's still only a limited supply of fats and oils available, you may not always find Bluebonnet at the store, but keep on asking till you get it. Bluebonnet is well worth asking for, waiting for. It's a product of the makers of Fleischmann's yeast. That fact alone tells you it must be good. Be sure to try Bluebonnet, the margarine that has everything. Yes, remember the letters F and E for flavor, nutrition, economy. Bluebonnet margarine gives all three: flavor, nutrition, economy.
Well, thank you, Kenny. This is Fred Allen, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks a lot for listening tonight. And don't forget, next Sunday evening, the Fred Allen Show brings you comedy. Drama.
Put that gun away, Vicky.
Yeah? How am I going to squake this DDT?
And our guest will be...
Victor Moore.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Hey, Andy, did you hear that whistle?
Sure did, Amos. That whistle means Rinso white, Rinso bright, Rinso new.
That's right. It means that this is Sunday and we're on the air for Rinso with Solium.
The Amos and Andy Show with Newman, Ernestine Wade, Shirley Mitchell, Johnny Lee, Jeff Alexander's orchestra, and radio's all-time favorites, Amos and Andy. Yes, sir, the Amos and Andy Show, brought to you by Lever Brothers Company, makers of New Rinso, the only soap that contains Solium. That's why Rinso gets your clothes whiter and brighter than new.
Rinso white, Rinso bright,
Rinso new.
happy never wash they clothes.
Well, Andy Brown is once again a free man. The court ruled that no marriage existed between him and Abigail Simpson. But the affair isn't over as far as the women of the neighborhood are concerned. And right now, while George Kingfish Stevens is listening, his wife Sapphire is discussing the situation on the telephone with her best friend, Clara Van Porter.
Yes, Clara, Andrew Brown is a disgrace to our set. I think we women ought to snub him, and I intend to take the matter up at the next meeting of our women's club.
Huh, women's club. What a bunch that is. Nothing but a snake pit with monthly dues.
Keep quiet, George. Clara, I think it's terrible, him getting out of that marriage like that.
Oh, you women's are sore just 'cause one poor fish got away, that's all.
Stop it, George.
Oh, you make me sick.
Clara, I think Andy Brown ought to be horsewhipped, and I think a man like that ought to be taken
Oh,
out.
blah, 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 blah. It's a wonder you don't get a Charlie horse in that big jaw of yours.
Excuse me a minute, Clara, dear. I just want to caution George about interrupting when I'm on the phone.
Now, take it easy, Sapphire. Ow, my head.
Now, Clara, dear, what was you saying? Oh, well, I'll call you back later.
Listen, Sapphire, what's the idea of hitting me on the head? You might damage my brain doing that.
You can't damage what ain't there. And let that be a lesson to you.
Now, I feel like I'm going to get another knot up there just where the old one was beginning to heal up on me.
Look, George, while you're here, there's something else I want to talk to you about. It's about my brother Leroy.
I thought he went to South America.
He did, George, and I just got some good news.
Oh, that's fine. What got him, the plague or the yellow fever? What?
George, that ain't funny. He's down there training horses for that millionaire he works for, and they're doing so well, he said he's going to stay down there for another month.
Yeah, well, I got to admit that boy can handle horses, all right. I guess that's 'cause he can think with them on equal basis, I don't know. What he writing us about? What do you want?
But, George, Leroy left in such a hurry, he had to leave all his clothes in his apartment. He wants you to pack his clothes in his trunk, stick them in mothballs, and store them over here in the basement of our house. Now, here's Leroy's address on this piece of paper here.
Hey, wait a minute, child. I can't lift no heavy trunk. You know my sacroiliac jack is out of joint. Put a trunk on that thing, it's liable to snap right over and puncture my liver or something like that.
George, you go over there and pack that trunk.
Well, now, just a minute, Sapphire.
Can't you never do nothing without giving me an argument?
Well, I ain't arguing with you. I'm just trying to explain the thing to you.
Why can't you be sweet and understanding like other husbands?
Well, I is sweet and understanding.
You is not. You is a bum.
Well, now, don't you shout at me with that big mouth of yours.
Come in, Kingfish, come in.
Yeah, well, Andy, really beaming there, ain't you, boy? I guess you were pretty happy getting over that mess with Abigail, huh?
Happy ain't the word for it, Kingfish. I ain't felt this good since that army doctor stamped mental deficient on my draft card.
Well, Andy, like I told you over the telephone, I need a little help, and I got to do a little packing, up a trunk for my brother-in-law, Leroy. Ain't no hurry about it.
Yeah, you say he went down to South America, huh?
Yeah, you know, Anna, sometimes I think the United States ain't too fair about international relations.
Ain't, huh?
South America sends us beautiful rumbles, lovely orchids, and we retaliate by sending them Leroy.
Yeah, a fellow like that could sure put a kink in the good neighbor policy, all right.
Oh, yeah, I tell you, the boy, that's my secretary, Charmaine. Oh, yeah, Charmaine.
Mr. William Hiram Perkins is out here to see you and Mr. Brown.
Hold it a minute, Charmaine. William Hiram Perkins. Andy, that's the fella that was Abigail's lawyer at the trial.
Yeah, he's the one to say I ought to be trampled on like a reptile. Oh, wait.
Yeah, he was mean to me, too. He said he gonna throw me in jail for perjury. That's what he said to me.
Yeah, and after the trial, he shook his fist at me and said he was going to get even.
Yeah, but wait a minute, Andy. The trial is over. He ain't got no more juicy prudence over us. I tell you what, do. Let's face the man here. Let's keep a lip up a stiff here. Let the man in. Let's face him. Come on here. Have him come in, Charmaine. Well, welcome, Miss Perkins. Now that the trial is over, we is ready to extend the hand of friendship to our defeated opponent.
You shut up!
Yes, sir.
I'm here to see that scoundrel Brown.
Oh, yes, sir. Well, he was there a minute ago. Andy, come from under that desk and shake hands with Mr. Perkins, will you?
Yes, sir. How you feeling, Mr. Perkins?
How I'm feeling is my own affair. I came over here on business.
Well, what is the deal?
Just this. I have a court order here to serve on Mr. Brown. To demand for him to return one pair of gold cufflinks that Abigail Simpson gave him as an engagement present. Now, where are they?
Well, I got them at home.
Now, listen, Brown, I'll tolerate no stalling in this matter. I want you to mail me those cufflinks, and I want them mailed today. You understand?
Now, just a minute here, Miss Perkins.
Just a minute, nothing. Stevens, you were the cause of the whole trouble between Brown and Abigail Simpson.
Well, I wasn't the man who married her.
Look, Stevens, I know very well that you were the man behind the scenes. Why? This boob here doesn't have enough sense to come in out of the rain.
Oh, yes, I does. I done it a lot of times.
Now, listen, you two. I may have lost that case in court, but I just been appointed to the district attorney's staff, and I promise that someday I'll catch up with you two. And if you ever so much as step out of line, you crooks will end up behind bars or my name isn't William Hiram Perkins.
Well, now, you wait a minute. It so happens that we has got something to say to you.
Just what do you have to say to me?
Well, Can you think of anything, Andy?
Not me. I wish I'd have stayed under the desk.
Now, don't forget those cufflinks.
Yeah, so I'll go home and get them just as soon as I can.
You'd better. Good day. What imbeciles.
Did you have a nice visit with the kingfish, Mr. Perkins?
Another one. Now, listen, miss. I forgot to give this to Mr. Stevens. Here's my home address here on this piece of paper. There'll be one.
Apartment C, 138 West 58th Street.
The Maplewood Apartments near the Plaza Hotel. Good day.
Bye. Well, now, I'll just leave this address on top of the desk here. Mr. Stevens can get it when he wants it.
Oh, come in, Brother Andy. Did you get the gold cufflink?
Yeah, I don't mind sending them back. I ain't got much use for them.
Yeah.
Nah, you see, my dress shirt's only got one sleeve in it.
Well, mail them to him tomorrow. Yeah, we got to get busy and get over to Leroy's apartment, pack up them clothes, and lug that trunk there back in my basement.
Yeah, where's your brother-in-law's apartment, Kingfish?
Well, I don't know, Hen. I ain't never been there. Savard give me Leroy's address on a slip of paper. I left it up with Charmaine so I wouldn't lose it. Let's go out and get it.
Yeah, come on.
It's after 5 o'clock. I guess Charmaine's gone for the day. Wonder where she put that paper with Leroy's address on.
Here's a slip of paper with an address on top of the desk here.
Yeah, that's it. Let's see where the boy lives here. Maplewood Apartment, 138 West 58th Street.
Hey, that's a ritzy neighborhood. That's right near the Plaza Hotel.
Yeah, well, let's go, Anna. Maybe a little lifting, but I guess I ought not to complain. Yeah, you know, it's going to be a pleasure for me and you to do something for a change that ain't going to get us in no trouble. I like Well, Andy, here's Leroy's apartment here, apartment C.
Yeah, well, open up the door and let's get in and pack up your brother-in-law's suit.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Oh, me. The door was locked and Sapphire forgot to give me the key.
Oh,
Now we got to go all the way back on the bus. I done used the last 2 slugs coming up here.
Hey, wait a minute, Kingfish, wait a minute. Look, there's a door that lead out to the fire escape here. Maybe we can get in through a window.
Yeah, well, let's check the thing here. Let's go, Joe. Yeah, here we are. Yeah, here's the window right here, leading right into Leroy's place. Yeah, we'll open up. Uh-oh. It's stuck tight.
Listen, maybe I can loosen the thing up.
No use, Andy. It's too tight.
Yeah, this thing is really tight. Certainly loosened up nice, didn't it? Kingfish, that was an accident.
Well, then, as long as you had to have an accident today, I'm glad you had one that we could use. Step right through the window, Dan.
Yeah. Hey, this is a swanky apartment Leroy's got, all
Yeah,
right.
let me get in here and see. Yeah, you know, Anna, seeing this swanky apartment make me realize how much I love my dear brother-in-law. Yeah, you doing good, ain't it?
Yeah. And look here in the closet. He must have at least 12 suits here. Look at this.
Yeah, well, let's get the trunk out here and start packing them up. Hey, look here, you got a nice necktie there.
Yeah.
Well, I believe I'll take one of them for myself. Yeah, here's a nice one here. Neutral shade.
Oh, yeah, that'll go well with anything you eat.
Well, come on, Anna. We ain't got all night here. Get that trunk out here and let's get into action. Now, I'll get these suits over here. You just...
Morning, Mr. Stevens.
Good morning, Charmaine.
Is anything wrong, Mr. Stevens? You was holding your back there.
Oh, me and Andy had to wrestle a heavy trunk last night. I think I done popped my pelvis.
Oh, that's too bad. Oh, by the way, Mr. Brown is in your office. I give him the morning paper to read.
Yeah, well, I'll get on in and see you, Andy, Charmaine. Good morning, Andy. What's new in the paper?
Oh, I don't know. I think the president done slapped somebody in the face with a red herring or something.
Well, there's something about that, too. No sensational stuff, though, huh?
Well, there's something here. Say, big robbery last night over at the Maplewood Apartments on 58th Street.
Maplewood Apartments, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, that's the same building that Leroy lived where we was last night.
Yeah, I know that sound familiar. The papers say the robbery took place at 9 o'clock.
Same time we was there. Funny we didn't run into the thieves, you know.
Oh, yeah. Lucky we got Leroy's stuff out of there, too. They might have got that besides.
Most likely just missed them.
They say in the paper here the janitor got a good look at the fellas. He seen them leaving the place carrying a trunk.
Yeah, sure was a lot of trunks going in and out of that place.
Let's see what else it say here. According to the janitor, one of the sneak thieves was wearing a derby and smoking a cigar. You know, Kingfish, that description sounds awful familiar. Do you know anybody like that?
Read on, Andy.
Yeah, the ransacked apartment belonged to the prominent attorney William Hiram Perkins. Kingfish, is your eyes popping out of your head for the reason I think they is?
Andy, you just say something there that would knock the retina off of any man. Well, look, Andy, things like this just don't happen. That's a typewriter giraffe galera there someplace, you know.
Yeah, they oughtn't to print stuff like that, scaring innocent people.
Well, look here, to be on the safe side, I better check into it a little further here with my secretary, Charmaine, Andy.
Yes, Mr. Stevens?
Charmaine, would you come in here, please?
Oh, do you want me to bring my book?
No, but if you got a couple of aspirin handy, you can bring them in there.
Right in.
Yeah. And I know the mix-up that we think happened didn't happen, but we might as well get the thing cleared up. Ain't no sense having nothing like this hanging over our heads, you know.
Is there something you want me to do?
Charmaine, I know that you was one of the most efficient secretaries in the business, and I know that you being so efficient that you wouldn't get one address mixed up with another one. Could you?
I don't know what What you talking about, Mr. Stevens?
Well, we is all right so far.
Yeah, well, let me put it another way, Charmaine.
Yeah, explain it another way.
Now, you know my brother-in-law, Leroy, don't you?
Oh, yes.
And you know that I give you a piece of paper with Leroy's address on it to keep from it.
Yes.
Now, after you left at 5 o'clock yesterday, there was a piece of paper laying on your dress with an address on it.
Yes.
Whose address was on that paper?
William Hiram Perkins.
Them is the three nastiest words I'd ever heard.
And, speaking of famous mistakes, now I know how Custer felt when he said there was no Indians in them hills.
Is there anything else I can do for you, Mr.
Oh, you done enough for me today, that's all. Let's get it. You talk about bird brains. You know, Andy, if a sparrow ever had her brain, he wouldn't know enough to go back to Capistrano.
Holy smoke, Kingfish, you know something? This is a mess. Getting in Mr. Perkins' apartment and taking his clothes when we thought we was in your brother-in-law's place. And special after what Mr. Perkins said yesterday about being out to get us.
Yeah, and we in big trouble, all right.
But wait a minute, Sheriff. Couldn't we just take the clothes back to Mr. Perkins and tell him the whole thing was a mistake?
And do you think anyone believe a story like that? Take them fellas that stole $1 million up in Boston. Suppose they brung it back. How far would they get telling the police they thought they was in the brother-in-law's apartment?
Well, what is we going to do?
Man, we got to lay low. But we got to find out if there's any more clues that would pin the thing on us. I get Shorty the barber to go up to the Maplewood apartment house and snoop around there and see what he can find out.
Oh, me, we just get out of that marriage mess, and here we is in another one. You know, Kingfish, they're going to have to build a private courthouse just for us.
Well, I know Shorty ought to be back in a minute now. I told him to go up to Mr. Perkins' apartment and see what he could discover up there.
Yeah, we got to know where we stand on this thing.
Hey, wait a minute. I think that's him coming down the hall now. Yeah. Well, come in, Shorty. What'd you find out?
Well, look, I found out that the police is going to... I found out that they've got evidence. I bet that's a surprise to you.
Wait a minute, Shorty. Will you try to get your brain in gear and tell us what happened, will you?
Oh, yeah, now I remember. I went down there and I made friends with the janitor and I asked him if they had any new clue on the robbery.
Yeah, well, what did you say, Shorty?
Well, he told me he just found a new one. He found a necktie in the closet that he thinks belongs to the crooks.
Holy smokes. That's my necktie. The one I left up there when I put on the one that I thought was Leroy's.
You better get somebody to get that necktie back, Kingfish, before that janitor gives it to the police.
Yeah. You think they'd be able to trace the necktie if they got it, Shorty?
Oh, certainly. They can trace a criminal with less evidence than that.
What do you mean? What's
Oh, I heard about a case where a fellow was murdered and they found a hair under his fingernail. Yeah, they got a suspect, so they wanted to prove that it was his hair.
Yeah, well, what did they do?
Oh, well, to make sure that they sent a sample of his hair to the FBI and the New York police. Then even sent a sample of his hair to the police laboratory in every city and hammered in the United States.
Yeah, well, what finally happened?
Well, they couldn't prove that the man was... there wasn't really evidence to press... the test all turned out no good. That is... They hung-balled it yesterday.
Well, come on, Andy. Let's get on in here and see Calhoun, the lawyer.
Yeah, you think he's going to be able to help us?
Yeah, well, I don't know, Andy. We'll tell him the story and see how his legal mind reacts to the thing.
Yeah, well, let's go on in. Hello there, Calhoun.
Well, if it ain't double trouble. Come on in, boys.
Calhoun, we got a serious matter here.
Oh, yeah, we're in big trouble and we need a sharp man on the thing.
Well, you was looking at the sharpest man in town. My friends call me Razor Brain Calhoun. Lay your troubles on the table.
Yeah, well, now look here. We were supposed to go up to an apartment and pack some clothes. But we got the wrong address and we went to the wrong apartment and we wound up with 12 suits of clothes that don't belong to us. And that's why we come to you.
Glad you did. If the price is right, I'll take a gray herringbone.
Calhoun. No. Here's what done happened. We got in the wrong apartment and took a bunch of suits that didn't belong to us.
Mm-mm.
And then, getting into the apartment, we busted a window.
Mm-mm.
And the suits that we took belonged to an assistant district attorney.
Mm-mm.
Kingfish, judging from his I would say we is in plenty of trouble.
Yeah. Calhoun, look at you as a lawyer. Now, what in the world must we do?
Boys, let me explain it to you. This country that we live in is based on a system of fair play. Justice to all and prejudice to none. There's only one honorable thing. There's only one self-respecting thing. There's only one thing an honest man would do.
What's that?
Get out of town.
Look, we can't get out of town. You see, Calhoun, the thing that got us worried now is that we hear the janitor done found a necktie that I done left up there, and he figuring on turning it over to the police tomorrow morning.
Well, in that case, there's only one thing for you to do. Now, you got to get that necktie back.
Yeah, but how gonna get it back? Now, explain that to me. How gonna get it?
Well, that's simple. All you got to do is go up to the janitor and tell him that you was policeman and get him to hand over that necktie as evidence.
Hey, Kingfish, I think Calhoun got the right angle there.
Yeah, and that's just what we'll do.
Yeah, and in the future, you fellas got to be more careful. Getting in the wrong place can cause you plenty trouble. I know, because I got in a mess like that myself.
Yeah, well, how did you get out of it? What happened?
Well, when I first come up from Georgia, I didn't have no place to stay, and a friend of mine told me to go to 122 East 49th Street and go on in and spend the night there. The trouble was, I went to West 49th Street.
Oh, West, huh?
Yeah, I didn't know the difference. I went on in there and took off all my clothes and started getting ready for bed just like the man told me, and that's when the trouble started.
How come?
It was the lobby of the Roxy Theater. Oh!
Well, that's the way it goes here.
Yeah, here's the janitor's apartment, isn't it?
Yeah. Now, don't forget, we is both members of the New York Police Department. Now, ring the bell.
Yeah, well, I sure hope we can get him to give us that necktie.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, what can I do for you?
Yeah, well, how you do, sir? I take it that you is the janitor. We from the police department. I had to take it George Patrick Stevens. And this here is one of my fellow flat feet, Gumshoe Brown.
No. And just let me warn you that anything you say can be used against us.
Just a minute. You mean to say you meant a police officer?
Yeah, so that's right. That's we was plain clothesmen. Ain't we, Brown?
Yeah, during the week. Of course, on Sunday we gets dressed up.
Yeah, we can't waste no time here, mister.
Yeah, we're here to pick up the necktie that you found up in the apartment that was robbed.
Oh, wait a minute. I ain't even called the police department about the necktie yet. How do you know about it?
Well, how do we know about that, King?
Well, you see, with our radio and stool pigeons, live pigeons, every other kind of pigeons we got, we pick up information pretty fast, you know.
Yeah, I'll say we does. On one case, we got to the scene before the crime ever been committed. Sit around till the thing happened.
Yeah.
Look here, you don't talk like them officers that was here before. Are you sure you're from the police department?
Well, certainly. We attached to the homicide squad.
But this is just a robbery. What would the homicide squad want to do with this?
Hey, listen, now you was a janitor, ain't you?
Yeah.
Well, we don't tell you how to shake your furnace, and don't you tell us how to run the police department.
Well, all right, I ain't gonna worry about the thing. I'll get the necktie. Wait, I'll get the door. Oh, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, Henry, I was just going up to my apartment. Brown, Stevens, what are you two doing here?
Who, us?
Yeah, well,
Mr. Perkins, do you know these two policemen?
Policemen?
You see, Mr. Perkins, the thing is, we was,
Well, there's something mighty funny going on here. Wait a minute. Stevens, you're wearing my necktie.
Wait a minute, now don't jump at no conclusion, Mr. Perkins. Yeah, we can explain everything to you.
Explain nothing. Henry called the police. Those are the two men who robbed my apartment. This is the chance I've been waiting for. Your Honor, the story these two men told you was a deliberate falsehood. They broke into my apartment, stole my clothes, and the facts speak for themselves.
And what do you two men have to say about it?
Well, Your Honor, what we told you was true. We got the wrong address and made an honest mistake. We thought it was my brother-in-law's clothes.
Yeah, that's the truth, Your Honor. We ain't no crooks.
Oh, Your Honor, this is ridiculous. They pulled a trumped-up story like this the last time I had them in court.
Well, I don't know quite what to say. These men have no police records. Their story could be truthful.
Well, look here, like I told you, Your Honor, the clothes was in the trunk in the basement of my house. To show you that we are on the level, I let my friend Andy Brown go back up to my place and get them, and you can hold me here as a deposit.
Well, that seems fair. I'm warning you, Stevens. If your friend isn't back here but the trunk and the clothes within an hour, you're going to be in serious trouble.
Look, Amos, can't you drive this taxi cab no faster?
Well, I'm driving it as fast as I can, Andy. What is this all about anyway? Will you explain it to me?
Don't ask a lot of questions, Amos. Here's the Kingfisher's house right here. Stop here, Amos.
Okay, Andy, I'll stop the thing.
Wow. If this taxi had a windshield, I'd have gone right through it.
Yeah.
Now, come on. Let's get up in the Kingfisher's place here.
Andy, what has we got to go up to the Kingfisher's place for here if he ain't there now?
Well, I got to get the keys to the basement from Sapphire and get a trunk out of there, or the Kingfisher's going to spend the rest of his life in jail.
A trunk?
Yeah, that's the only thing that'll prove him innocent. Wait a minute, I'll ring the bell here.
Yeah. Now, calm down, Andy, will you, please?
Oh, me. I wish she'd hurry up.
Oh, Andy, Amos.
Hi, Sapphire.
Say, Sapphire, could I have the key to your basement? It's reporting.
The key to the basement? Let's see now. I had it this morning.
You did?
Yeah, I got a wire from my brother Leroy this morning.
What you mean?
Well, he needed his clothes in South America, so I sent his trunk off an hour ago on to SS Argentina.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Don't touch that dial. Listen to... Yes, folks, it's another half hour of fun with Blondie and Dagwood, brought to you by the Colgate Palmolive Teeth Company, makers of the new Super Suds with Pyree. And Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while it cleans your teeth. Last week, the Riley Brothers Circus came to town, and Dagwood promised to take Cookie and Alexander. But as the days went by, Dagwood forgot all about it. So one morning before Dagwood came down to breakfast, Alexander said to Blondie,
Mom, when's Pop going to take us to the circus?
Well, I don't know, Alexander. Your father's been very busy at the office this week.
He promised to take us.
Well, Cookie, why don't you and Alexander use the power of suggestion on your father?
What's the power of suggestion?
Oh, you just hint around about the circus until suddenly your father gets a brilliant idea.
What idea?
To take you to the circus.
Oh, but that's our idea. Yeah.
Well, believe me, children, it'll work a lot better if you let your father think it was his idea.
Well, sounds kind of goofy to me, but we'll do it.
Hey, is breakfast ready yet?
Daddy's coming downstairs now.
Now, remember, son, the power of suggestion, but don't be too obvious about it.
Okay, Mom.
Oh, boy, I'm starved. Here I come, ready or not.
Oh, Dagwood, you're not dressed. You forgot to put on your trousers.
Oh, yeah, that's what I said. Here I come, ready or not.
Good morning, Daddy.
Oh, hi, kids. What's new, huh?
Sit down, dear. Your breakfast will be ready in a minute.
Okay, Blondie.
Pop.
Yes, Alexander?
We want to try the power of suggestion on you.
You do?
Yes, we suggest you take us to the circus. Cookie, be quiet.
Now, look, kids, be quiet and let your pop read the paper, please.
Here's your breakfast, honey.
Oh, thanks, dear.
Did you see this big ad in the paper, Pop?
Yeah, pass this off, please, Cookie. Which ad is that, Alexander?
It says Riley Brothers Circus. Educational enjoyment for every child.
Yeah, cream and sugar, too, Cookie. Yeah.
Mind-tingling thrills for kids from 6 to
Yeah, boy, these eggs are just right, Blondie.
150 death-defying abs.
Yeah.
40 marching elephants.
Yeah.
50 lions and tigers.
Boy, this is good coffee, Blondie.
60 beautiful girls. 60.
What's the matter?
Yeah, I just got a brilliant idea.
What is it, Pop?
Let's all go to the circus tonight.
Gosh, Pop, you're swell.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Alexander.
But I don't mind if you say it. Holy smoke, look at the time. I gotta leave right away, Blondie.
Wait, Dagwood. Don't go yet.
Don't go yet. Oh, gee, honey, you sort of hate to see me go out the door, don't you, huh?
Yes, dear. Particularly without your pants on.
Oh, yeah, I gotta hurry. I'll be right down.
We're going to the circus. We're going to the circus.
And Pop thought it was all his idea. Gosh, that part of suggestion really works.
Hi, Mom. Is lunch ready?
Almost, Alexander. Go upstairs and wash your hands and face.
Oh, gee, do I have to?
Yes, you have to. Oh, dear. What's that peculiar odor?
I don't smell anything.
Oh. Well, where were you all morning, Alexander?
Over Jimmy Dexter's house.
Oh, well, go on upstairs and wash your hands and face.
Oh, gee, Mom, I just washed my hands and face this morning.
I wonder what in the world that is.
Why, Jimmy Dexter and I had fun this morning. We were playing circus with his pet billy goat.
Well, I'm not wondering anymore. So you and Jimmy were playing with a billy goat all morning?
Yeah.
Alexander, I've changed my mind. Huh? Don't go upstairs and wash your hands and face.
Okay.
Go upstairs and take a long, hot bath.
Oh, Mom.
Circus tonight?
Okay, I'll take a bath. But can I ask you something first?
Well, what do you want to ask me?
Can I have Jimmy Dexter's billy goat?
Why? Does he want to get rid of it?
His father does. If I had it, I could start my own circus.
Heaven forbid. Besides, what do you think your father would say about your having a billy goat?
Well, couldn't we keep it a secret?
I'm afraid things like that have a way of getting around.
Well, gee whiz, I don't see what's so terrible about having one billy goat. Remember, you and Pop were kids once.
What?
Well, you haven't always been old.
No, I guess it just seems that way.
Why can't I have it, Mom?
You'd better ask your father about having a billy goat, Alexander.
Well, if Pop says yes, what will you do?
I'll just pray for a strong wind.
That's you, Bumstead?
It's where Corporal Julius Dithers hangs out?
Joe Klotz.
Sergeant Joe Klotz. Remember, Julie?
I'll say I remember. I haven't seen you since the Army in 1918.
Yeah, you were a corporal and I was a sergeant.
Remember that last leave in Paris? Wow. Well, Joe Klotz.
Yeah?
Been a long time. What are you doing in town anyway?
Tigers Club convention starts today.
Tigers Club?
Oh, sure, you know, Tigers Club, like the Lions Club, the Elks, the Moose.
Oh, sure, Tigers Club.
Yeah,
What's that?
Oh, that's our club greeting. Hey, why don't you join the Tigers Club, Julie? I'll get you an invite.
Oh, I don't know, Joe.
Oh, it's good for business. You meet a lot of fellas, swell blowouts, get to go to the conventions.
Might be a good idea, that.
Well, sure it is.
Well, could my assistant be a member, too? His name's Bumstead.
Well, sure thing. Hey, why don't you and Bumstead be my guest tonight?
Well, what's tonight?
The Tigers Club Stag Banquet.
Stag Banquet?
Sure. You know, Julie. Stag Banquet.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Wait a second, I'll call Bumstead.
Okay, Corporal Dithers.
As you were, Sergeant Klotz. Bumstead, come in here.
Oh, did you call me, Mr. Dithers?
Bumstead, meet my old buddy, Joe Klotz. We were in the Army together in 1918.
Oh, glad to meet you. What were you in, the K-9 Corps?
Of course not. Joe was a major and I was a general.
Oh. General. Mr. Dithers, you told me before that you were an admiral.
What? Oh, well, yes. I was an admiral general.
I was just telling Julie, Bumstead, that you and him should join the Tigers Club.
Yeah, Joe has invited us to be his guests at the Tiger Stag Banquet.
Oh, that's great. Now, let me see. There was something. Yeah, it seems like there was something I was supposed to do tonight.
Oh, nonsense, Bunny. I didn't give you any homework tonight.
No, you didn't. But wait a minute. I must have been thinking of last night, yeah. Well, I'll call Blondie and ask her if I can go with you, huh?
You mean ask your wife if you can go? Oh, no.
Bumstead, the trouble with you is you don't stand up for your rights. Make your own decisions. What are you, a man or a mouse? Assert yourself. Be like me.
Yeah, well, I don't like to be a rat.
Bumstead!
Yeah.
Oh, come on, Bumstead. If you don't go, you're going to miss a lot of fun.
Bumstead, this is an order. You have to go with us.
Yeah, well, I still don't think I should go without telling Blondie.
You have to go.
I won't go.
All right, you're fired.
All right, I'll go.
Thank you for your cooperation.
I promise you, it'll be a circus.
Oh, boy, this will be a circus. Oh, circus. Hey, that's just where I was going to go tonight. I was going to take Alexander and Cookie to the circus. Now, oh, my, if I don't take them, I'll be a flop as a pop. Yeah. Oh, hello? Oh, Blondie, this is the first chance, dear, that I've had to phone you. Yeah. Well, you see, Mr. Dithers is making me have dinner with a bunch of tigers. Yeah. So you and the children go ahead, and I'll meet you at the circus later. Yeah. Yeah, I'll see you in front of the sideshow where they have that dancer, Little Egypt. What? Well, if that's the way you feel, dear. Yes, okay, then look for me by the monkey cage. Yeah. Yeah, I'll do that. Goodbye.
What'd she say?
She said for me to wear a hat.
Hey, guess what, fellas? I just found out we're going to march into the circus behind our tiger band.
Yeah?
Isn't that great? Oh, say, do you Dithers play any band instrument?
Well, Mr. Dithers blows his own horn a little bit.
Well, come on, fellas, let's get going, huh?
Boy, I can't get to the circus soon enough. I'll march any place you want me to, except in front of the trombones.
Dear, I wonder what's keeping your father.
Do you think I should go down to the monkey cage and look for him?
Oh, Cookie, is that a nice thing to say?
Well, he might be sharing a few peanuts with them. Hey, look, here comes another band.
With a lot of clowns behind him.
And look at that big tiger. The way he stands in the middle. I'll bet if he had one of Pop's sandwiches, that bag would really drag.
Oh, your father would love this. I wish he were here.
What happened?
Look, Mom. The front of the tiger stopped. And the back part bumped into it.
Oh, those are men wearing a tiger costume. And look, children, the man in front is grabbing the man in back and trying to stuff him into the lion's cage.
It's Mr. Dithers.
He's our cop.
Oh, come on, children. I don't know how your father got into this, but we're going down there and get him out of it. Dear, home at last.
Boy, that was a swell circus I ever saw. Mm-hmm. And, Pop, you were funnier than any of the other clowns.
Yeah, I suppose. Now, let's be quiet. Cookie's sound asleep. Where do you want me to put her, Blondie?
Here, give her to me. I'll take her upstairs and put her to bed.
Oh, I'll carry her upstairs.
No, never mind, dear. Now, come on, give her to me. Now, you'd better rest after your strenuous evening.
Yeah. So we go in the kitchen and have something to eat? Well, I didn't eat much supper, so I'd be able to eat a lot of popcorn. And then I didn't get much popcorn.
Yeah, well, okay. Come on, Alexander. I'll fix you a nice sandwich. Come on. While I'm at it, I think I'll make one for myself. See, I think I'll make a Bumstead number 3 special.
Gee, Dexter's got to get rid of his goat. Can I have it?
No, it would be too hard to take care of, Alexander.
Oh, I know it wouldn't, Pop. I'd take good care of it.
Yeah. Now, let's see. Now, what will I put in my sandwich? Pickled herring, horseradish, salami, onion, little Limburger cheese, little peanut butter to sort of cement it together. Yeah. Let's see now. What else will I have in that sandwich?
And all the goat eats is wood and paper and tin cans.
Yeah, well, it's a wonder the fool things don't get sick putting that mixture in their stomachs, huh?
Oh, gee, Pop, can I have them?
Yeah, I don't think you'd better, Alexander.
You don't think he'd better what, Dad?
I don't think Alexander should have a billy goat, Blondie.
I didn't think you would. In fact, I'd just as soon you didn't even play with that goat, Alexander. After you've been around it for a while, you... Well, I'd just as soon you didn't play with it.
Yeah.
Well, gosh, if that's the way everybody feels, I guess there's nothing for me to do but leave home and join a circus.
Leave home?
Just because you can't have a billy goat?
Yeah, I guess I better leave.
Oh, but Alexander, you can't do that.
So you're going to run away and join a circus, huh? Imagine a Bumstead being in a circus. No. Bumstead in a circus. Alexander, when do you think that you'll be leaving?
Huh? Oh, well, tonight, I guess.
Tonight, huh?
I know it's a hard thing to do, but I'll just have to be a man and make my own decisions.
Yeah. Alexander, take a little look outside.
Yeah. It is pretty dark.
And no place to sleep either.
Okay, if you want me to stay tonight, I won't leave home until the first thing in the morning.
The first thing in the morning, huh?
Yeah, the first thing after breakfast.
We'll return to Dagwood, Blondie, and Alexander in just a minute.
New Super Suds contain pyrade, better than sunshine any day. Gets washed white and colors bright.
Notice that we didn't finish our Super Suds jingle? Well, you write the last line for that jingle, and you may win a new 1949 Ford.
So get new Super Suds from your dealer. Ask him for complete official rules and entry blanks for the big Super Suds Jingle Contest.
Dagwood, I'm so worried. Alexander's packing his suitcase.
He is? What for?
Well, don't you remember what he said last night? He's leaving home to join the circus.
Oh, stop worrying, dear. Now, just act like we're not going to try to stop him, see? He won't leave home. I know Alexander. He won't even go out of his room today.
Well, bye, folks.
Yeah, goodbye, Alexander. Huh? Hey, wait a minute. Where are you going?
I'm leaving home, I guess. Of course, if you and Mom really want me to stay.
Oh, no. We've changed my mind. We don't want to stand in your way.
Oh, you wouldn't be standing in my way, Pop.
Oh, no, you wouldn't be standing in his way, Dagwood.
No, Blondie, no, dear. Alexander's made his decision, and I wouldn't want to interfere.
Oh. What have you got in your suitcase, Alexander?
Oh, I just took the important stuff. Only the things I really need.
What things?
Well, my water pistol.
Oh, yeah. Everybody should take a water pistol when they go on a trip. Yeah.
And my butterfly collection.
Yeah, you'll need that too, all right, yeah.
And my baseball bat.
A baseball bat? In that tiny little suitcase? How'd you get a baseball bat in there?
I saw it in half.
Yeah, that should fit, I guess, yeah.
Well, I guess I better get started if I'm going to join the circus.
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, but you're going to eat breakfast first, aren't you, Alexander?
Well, if you really want me to stay, Mom.
Sure, we want you to stay till after breakfast, I mean.
Huh? Oh, sure, till after breakfast.
Where is he, Dagwood?
Yeah, well, he's coming down now, Blondie. He went up to pack his suitcase again.
Oh, Dagwood.
Yeah.
Do you think we should let him leave?
Now, don't worry. He won't go far. He'll come back. Just don't let him think that we're concerned. He has to realize that he can't get things by threatening to leave home.
Oh, I guess you're right, dear.
Oh, here he comes now. Let's just go on eating our breakfast.
All right.
Well, I guess I'll get going.
Okay, Alexander.
Goodbye, Mom. Bye, Pop. Boy, it's been nice living here. Too bad it had to end this way.
Yeah. Goodbye, Alexander.
So long.
Well, there he goes.
Oh, gee, Mom, don't cry. I'll stay.
Oh, I'm not crying, Alexander.
Oh, you're not? Well, I guess I'll be going. Bye, folks.
Yeah, goodbye, Alexander. There he goes again.
What'd you say, Pop?
I said goodbye, Alexander.
Oh, so long.
Hey, that's funny. Yeah, I know Mr. Dithers must be in his office. I'd better look. Oh, good morning, Mr. Diddy. Well, how do you feel after last night, huh?
Oh, my head.
No. I know, but how do you feel?
Oh, my head.
How's your buddy, Joe Klotz?
Oh, his head, too.
Oh, gosh, that's too bad. I guess it's a good thing Blondie took me home.
Bumstead, I feel awful. Oh, my head. Shut the door, Bumstead.
Okay, J.C.
Oh! You have to slam it? Now my ears are ringing.
No. That's the phone, Mr. Diddy. I'll get it. Hello? Oh, yes, Blondie. What? You think Alexander's really gone? Oh, my, this is all my fault, Blondie, dear. Okay, I'll find out where the circus went to today and see if he's there. Goodbye.
What's the matter?
Alexander's, well, he's left home to join the circus, and I gotta go find him.
Oh, that's nothing new.
What?
Every boy wants to run away and join the circus at some time or other. Mm-hmm. I remember when I was 7. I told my father that for 2 cents I'd run away from home.
What happened?
The easiest 2 cents I ever made.
Yeah, I wonder where the circus went to.
Oh, I think it's in Sheridan City today. Go ahead and find your little bumlet. Gee, I wonder when I can get a bus for Sheridan City. Hey, that looks like Mrs. Bob Orpington's big long limousine coming this way. Hey, Miss Bob Orpington, hey! Hi, Mrs. Bob Orpington.
Oh, Mr. Bumstead, hello there, dear boy.
How are you?
Oh, I'm fit as a fiddle. Oh, you don't happen to play violin, do you?
Oh, hey, no, I don't.
Oh, how too bad. You know, this morning I went to the gymnasium for a little exercise. Oh, they have the handsomest new gym instructor. He left me simply breathless.
Oh, he did?
Yes, he hit me in the stomach with a medicine ball.
Hey, what did you do?
What did I do? Well, I did what any well-bred person would do. I turned blue. How are you, dear?
Oh, not too good.
Oh, you look very good to me. So, strong, so handsome, so, Gregory Peckish. But tell me, what's the trouble?
Well, my son wanted to run away from home, you see.
Oh?
And he wanted to join a circus or get a billy goat, and I told him that he'd have to choose between the goat and me, so he took the goat.
You know, I ran away from home when I was 10.
Did you want a billy goat?
No, I wanted a minky coat. Oh, dear. Where are you going? Can I drop you anywhere, dear boy?
Well, I've got to get to the circus at Sheridan City and find Alexander and bring him home.
Well, hop right in, and I'll take you there, dear boy.
Thank you.
Oh, you know, my late husband, Mr. Buff Orpington, the man who invented the chicken, you know. He always used to say, be it ever so humble, there's no place like home if you can't find any other place open. Oh, drive on, Arthur.
Mom, can I have a sandwich? Why, Alexander, are you still here? I thought you'd left home to join the circus. Well, I just came back to tell you goodbye. Well, you told me that at breakfast. Well, I was thinking, maybe I could forget about Jimmy Dexter's Billy Goat. Oh, really? If I didn't have to wash my hands and face every time I eat. Nothing doing. As long as you live in this house, you'll have to wash your face and hands before you sit down to the table. Well, I guess I'll get started. I'll go up and say goodbye to Pop. All right, you go up and... Oh, my goodness. What's the matter? Well, your father's gone to the circus at Sheridan City. He has? Yes. Gee, is he going to wag the tail of the tiger again? Oh, never mind that. He's looking for you. Then I guess we better start looking for him. Come on, now. We certainly don't want Pop to run away and join a circus, do we? No, sir, Alexander. But we better get him quick before the circus hires another clown.
Well, if you were a Dagwood looking for an Alexander, where would you go?
Well, I guess maybe I'd see where they feed the animals. Let's go look.
Okay.
Hey, mister, give them the peanuts, not the shells.
Oh, do I have to? Huh?
There he is, Mom. You were right, Alexander. You, Dagwood. Hey, Pop. Pop!
Hey, Sonny, come here, Sonny. Have you seen a little boy around here named Alexander? It's you.
It sure is, Pop.
Oh, Alexander, my little old boy. I found you at last, and Blondie.
Yes, Dagwood, we're here.
Look, dear, I just found Alexander. I thought to myself, where would I go at the circus if I were Alexander? So I came here, and sure enough, I found him. Look.
We were looking for you, too, Pop.
Oh, yeah. I knew you'd get lonesome for your old pop.
Well, right now, I'm not sure who was looking for whom. But we'd better get home for dinner.
Oh, that sounds good to me.
Mom, as soon as we get home, will you remind me of something I have to do right away?
What's that, Alexander?
I want to go upstairs and wash my face and hands for supper.
Don't go away, folks. The Bumsteads will be back in just a moment.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference. So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste.
And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
There, y'all tucked in comfy now? Mm-hmm. Good night, Alexander.
Good night, Mom.
We're certainly glad you decided not to run away.
Yeah, we sure are.
Alexander, you really were a big help in finding your father.
I know, Mom, but don't tell Pop. Oh. It might spoil his fun. He really thinks he found me.
The Commonwealth Savings Bank of Australia, the bank for all the family, takes pleasure in presenting the show for all the family, Life with Dexter.
Saving will get it, so bank Commonwealth now.
For a car or a bike or just a rainy day,
Be sure to save the friendly Commonwealth way.
so listen to this advice and
Start right today to bank Commonwealth. Save Commonwealth Bank Commonwealth now.
Life with Dexter has often been very difficult for his family, but there was one particular month this year when life became almost unbearable. It had to do with Dexter taking a bath, and the trouble began one evening just before the family retired.
Oh, I'm tired. I think I'll go up to bed.
Oh, me too. Coming, Dad?
I'm not going to bed yet, and neither is anyone else, till I've discussed an important matter. Something on my mind.
On your what?
On my
Oh,
mind.
Dexter, it's been obvious to me you're sitting there with something bothering you. Now, for goodness sake, get it off your chest.
Yes, what's wrong, Daddy?
Well, it's the age-old problem of the bathroom in the mornings. That's what it is. But, well, this time something drastic's going to be done about it, or else.
Or else what, Dad?
Or else. Well, never mind or else what, just or else. By the time I get into my own bathroom of a morning, the hot water is always half cold, and I cannot do a good day's work without a good bath.
Oh.
Oh, gee, Dad, is that why Mr. Wilmot often says you never do a good day's work?
Yeah, that's why.
Oh, gee.
Cut out those remarks.
Daddy, I take a shower every morning. I don't fill up the bathtub with hot water like Ashley does.
Maybe you don't, Janie, but you let the shower run for 10 or 15 minutes, and when you've all had a lash of the hot water, I'm the rabbit who gets nothing but tepid water.
Well, Dexter, if you'd install a new modern hot water system in the house, you'd solve the whole problem.
Yes, dear. And if I installed a heated Olympic swimming pool in the backyard, we could all take a community bath.
Now, there's no need to be sarcastic. Tomorrow morning, I'll see that no one uses any hot water till you've had your bath.
Well, that's fine with me.
Okay?
Thank you very much, but I'll believe it when it happens. If I don't get a steaming hot bath tomorrow morning, I'll...
You what, dear?
I'll go without any kind of a bath for a whole month.
Daddy!
Dad, that's a reckless statement if I ever heard one.
It's a ridiculous statement.
Reckless, ridiculous, or not, when I say a thing, I mean it. In the morning, if I don't get a bathtub full of piping hot water, I will not take a bath or shower, hot or cold, for the next month.
That's telling us.
Dexter, I'll see that everything's right for tomorrow.
Good. Now we can all go to bed and Ashley, what are you frowning to yourself about?
No bath or shower for a whole month. Well, I'm crooked on myself for not thinking of your idea first. Oh, gee.
Ashley, if you're going to help me set the breakfast table, then do it properly. The spoons go there, not there.
Okay. You can't expect me to be perfect at women's work. You're no good at catching frogs.
Good morning, children. No arguing again, as usual.
Morning, Mum.
Oh, hi, Mum. Is Dad in the bathroom yet?
He's making his way there slowly. When I left him, he had one eye open and the other one trying to make the effort. 10 minutes ago, I started running his bath.
Gee, Mum, how far did it run?
Oh, Ashley.
Well, Ashley and I both had a cold wash at the hand basin.
He didn't use one drop of hot water.
Neither did I, so your father should have no grouch today. Oh, Janie, would you get the toaster out while I put the Oh, good heavens. Oh, no.
What is it? What's wrong, Mum?
The hot water tap over the sink. It's running.
Uh-oh. Oh, heck, it might be my fault. I let it run on those bottles last night to soak up the labels. I need the bottles for my chemistry set.
Oh, you bird brain. Turn off the tap.
I'm turning it off, aren't I? Anyhow, it's too late. The water's colder than an Eskimo's froze nose.
That means... It means...
Mum, do you think Dad's got to the bathroom yet?
Yes.
Judging by that scream, there's no doubt Dexter's reached the bathroom. There's also no doubt that he got a cold reception when he got there. In direct contrast to that, there's no doubt that you are assured of a warm welcome at every office of the Commonwealth Savings Bank. That brings me to an interesting point. There are still some people who are hesitant about going into a bank to open a new account. If you feel that way, let me hasten to tell you that there's certainly no reason for even the most timid person to hesitate to go into any Commonwealth Savings Bank office. I say that because there's no friendlier or more helpful place than the Commonwealth Savings Bank. And as for opening a new account, there's nothing to it. It takes only a minute or two, and the staff are only too happy to help and advise you. Anything you want to know, they'll gladly tell you, and you can open an account with any amount from 1 shilling upward. So you see, the Commonwealth Savings Bank makes saving as easy as it is possible to make it. You can also see that it does make a difference where you save. That's why over 5.25 million people, week by week, bank Commonwealth.
Come in, Dimples, dear.
Oh, I'm sorry, J.G., but it's not Dimples, dear. It's Dexter.
Yes, on close examination I can see the difference.
You'd better not let it get back to Katie. You've got a new secretary you call Dimples, dear.
And who is likely to tell her, may I ask? Wives should never be given any information about what staff a man employs. A wife should run the home and leave the man to run his office.
Katie wouldn't mind you running your office if you didn't run round and round your office chasing somebody.
Dexter, that remark is most uncalled for. I may have a playful little chase round the desk now and then, but so far I haven't caught anyone.
And so far, Katie hasn't caught you.
Look, Dexter, did you come into my office to talk about dimples or about business?
You mean, did I come in to talk about serious business or funny business?
Dutton, you'd better wake up to yourself. Surely you don't believe I have any romantic notions about my secretary? Oh, you must realize I'm nearly old enough to be a father.
I realize you're nearly old enough to be a grandfather.
Get out of here. Get out of my office before I throw you out on your pink ear.
Oh, J.G., I was only kidding. Can't you take a bit of a rib? What I really want to see you about is, well, I want to see you about something, all jokes to one side.
If all jokes are to one side, you'd better stand over there.
Jonathan, I came in to get your serious advice on a very serious problem.
How you can insult me on one hand and ask for advice on the other is beyond me. My advice to you is to take a running jump from the top span of the bridge.
No, seriously, I need your wise and respected counsel, J.G. I crave your indulgence. I need your valuable advice on a matter of vital urgency.
All right, stop crawling and spit it out. What's the trouble?
Well, the first thing I must tell you is this. This morning, I did not have a bath.
Go on. And I thought it was just the wind blowing in from the tannery.
I did not have a bath this morning because there was no hot water. And lately there never is any hot water because my family use it all before I get to the bathroom. Jonathan, I have had it.
Had what?
The hot water.
But you said you didn't have it this morning.
I know I didn't have it this morning. That's why I've had it. When I say I've had it, I don't mean I've had it. I mean I've had it. Now do you understand?
No.
Look, the position is this. Last night I made a solemn vow to my family that if there was no hot water for me this morning, I would refuse to take a bath for 1 whole month.
Oh, yes, Dexter, I catch on. You've made one of those stupid promises you can't keep and have no intention of keeping.
I have every intention of keeping it. When I make up my mind and decide not to do a thing, you can consider it as good as done. I mean, as not good as done, as not good as good. Well, you know very well what I mean.
Well, I hope you don't mean that because you said you weren't going to take a bath for a month that you're not going to take a bath for a month.
That is precisely what I mean. If I go back on my word now, well, I'll hurt my pride.
You'll also hurt my nostrils. Wait a minute. I know what you can do. Instead of taking a bath, take a shower.
Yeah, how big mouth last night. I'm afraid I included no shower with no bath.
Oh, brother, you are in a fix, aren't you? No bath for a month and no coming to work for a month.
Oh, J.G., it won't stop me coming here to work.
Want a bet?
I see what you mean. I won't be popular, will I? My family won't want to associate with me. You won't want to associate with me. My friends won't want to associate with me.
That's right. And don't believe those advertisements about even your best friends won't tell you. They'll tell you by running the other way.
Oh, Jonathan, you've just got to help me. How can I get out of it without losing face with my family?
Wait a moment now. Now, let me think. The only way out of it is to plan some way that you can take a daily bath away from your own home.
Yeah, that's it. How about your place? Could I sneak into your place every morning and take a bath?
No, that wouldn't work. There's enough panic of a morning with me trying to get Katie out of the bathroom. Anyhow, Katie, tell Jessie. You know what women are like.
Oh, yes, I do.
The only secret any woman can keep is her age. Hey, hold everything, Dexter. I've got it.
Yeah, good. Well, what is it?
Riley's Gymnasium, just down the street from here.
Huh?
You can make an appointment with Riley to call in every morning for a bath or a shower.
Oh, Riley's gym. Yeah, wonderful. I'll make an appointment for 10 or 11 every morning.
You'll make it for 7 or 8 every morning. You don't think you're going to lather those motor tires in my time?
I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking. How much would Riley charge me for a daily bath?
Oh, I should imagine about 5 shillings a time.
5 shillings a time? Well, that's 35 shillings a week. 4 times 35 is 4 5s are 20. Put down the naught and carry 2. 4 3s are 12. Add on 2 are 14. 140 shillings, that's £7. £7 I have to spend just so I won't lose face with my family.
If you don't spend £7 and take a bath, you'll do more than just lose face with your family. You'll lose your family.
Eh?
Jessie, you can't mean it. Not 5 days.
5 days, Katie. 5 days, and my husband hasn't had a bath or a shower.
But how can you live with him? Surely you make his bed up out in the dog kennel.
Well, I haven't yet, but it's a good idea if this farce goes on much longer.
I wouldn't have let it go on as long as it has. If Jonathan refused to take a bath, I'd turn the hose on him full blast.
Well, I've told Dexter a dozen times he can be sure of hot water in future every morning. But he says he made a vow and he's honor bound to keep it.
I'd honor bound him. I'd lock him out of the house until he came to his senses. Well, why don't you do that?
I couldn't. Not with Dexter. He's the sensitive type.
Oh, is he? What about you? Your nose must be pretty sensitive.
Well, that's the funny part. I can't say I've noticed anything.
You haven't? After 5 days? Well, then all I can say is that your smeller needs checking.
I wish I had the nerve to lock Dexter out of the house to do something drastic like that, but Dexter takes things so much to heart. He's so sensitive, he'd go and sit on the edge of a cliff, and he might even fall over.
Oh, goodness, I wish my husband was that sensitive.
Now, Katie, you shouldn't say things like that. You know you're very much in love with Jonathan.
Well, that's the truth, Jessie. Don't ever let Jonathan know it. It'll take all the fun out of life.
Oh, dear. I wish I knew what I could do about this ridiculous bath situation.
Well, look, dear, if you don't dare lock your husband out of the house, then at least threaten to do it. Make out as if you really mean it, and I'll bet Dexter forgets his vow and takes a bath.
Well, I certainly will do it if I begin to notice anything.
Oh, you'll start to notice it. Don't worry. Any day now, you'll know Dexter's standing right behind you, even though he hasn't said a word. Does he clean his teeth?
Oh, yes. He cleans his teeth and has a quick wash with cold water, but that's all.
Oh, he must be dirtier than a stormy night. Oh, Jessie. Now, tonight you're going to put your foot down. You're going to make Dexter take a bath. And if you need my assistance, I'll come in and help you scrub his back.
Oh, Katie, it sounds easy when you talk about it, but how can a woman make a man take a bath?
Just keep harping on it. Tell him to take a bath, the way I often do with Jonathan.
You often tell Jonathan to take a bath?
Yes, not because he needs one. But whenever he looks like winning an argument with me, I just say, "Oh, Jonathan, go and have a bath."
You know, J.G., I always enjoy this little walk from the bus stop. It's one of the most relaxing parts of the day.
I'd enjoy the walk myself if it didn't have a nagging tongue at the end of it. By the way, how are you doing with your morning baths at Riley's gym?
Oh, wonderful. Simply wonderful. I look forward to my hot shower every day, and the family hasn't taken a tumble. They think I'm the dirtiest thing this side of the black stump.
But I say you can't go on deceiving Jessie much longer. If you don't start to bother her nostrils pretty soon, she'll wake up to your little scheme.
Yeah, I don't want that to happen. I want her and the children to believe I'm sticking to my promise. I'm teaching them a lesson.
In that case, it's rather a pity you can't arrange for yourself to smell like a stale oyster.
Well, what do you suggest? I actually do go without a bath for a month?
Oh, no, but there must be an angle somewhere. Hey, Dexter, speaking of strange smells, you smell something queer.
Yeah, it's just like stale meat.
It's a little boy throwing a dirty old bone into the air over there and catching it.
Oh, yeah, and isn't it wicked? Let's hurry past before the kid points the bone at us.
Hey, wait a moment. An idea.
Hey, never mind. What idea?
Dexter, the bone. It's opportunity staring you in the face.
That bone isn't staring me in the face. It's stifling me in the sniffer.
Well, then, why don't you wake up to my snifter idea? Don't walk away. We'll talk the boy into giving us the bone, and then you can keep it in your pocket.
In my pocket? What's my pocket ever done to hurt me?
Dexter, you wouldn't wake up if a house fell on you. This is your chance to play the greatest practical joke on your family that you've ever played. With the bone hidden in your pocket, Jessie and the kids will still think you haven't had a bath.
They'll think Yeah.
Hey, little boy, come here.
Who, me?
Yes, you. What's your name?
Foghorn.
Foghorn what?
Yes, Foghorn. What do you want, mister?
Where did you get that dirty old bone?
I found it. What's it to you?
Would you be so kind as to let my friend here have it?
Him? Oh, he's not much of a friend if you want him to have this.
Look, little boy, Foghorn, I want the bone for a very special reason, to play a joke on somebody. I could make very good use of it.
You want it bad, huh?
Oh, yes, he wants it very bad.
Well, put your price on it, Buster.
Put my price on it? He wants to sell it to me.
Okay, so buy it from him.
Yeah, but I mean, well, look, Sonny, I'll give you a penny.
6pence.
Twopence.
5pence.
3pence.
4pence.
5pence.
Sold.
Now, children, remember what I told you. Your father's coming in the front gate now.
We're going to pretend we distinctly noticed that Daddy needs to take a bath.
Just remember to pretend like you've never pretended before.
Oh, don't worry, Mummy. We'll pretend.
Good.
Hi, family. I'm home.
Oh, hi, Dad. Welcome home, Daddy, darling.
Good evening, dear.
Pretend?
Dexter. Dexter, don't you come near me now. You keep your distance.
Oh, Daddy. Dad. Oh, cute.
Well, I mean, what is wrong with everyone?
Dexter. Oh, Dexter.
Have I upset my family in some way?
Oh, Dad, you've upset something, and I think it's the garbage car.
Ashley, please pass me the butter.
Yes, Dad. I'll slide it halfway down the table, and you'll have to get it yourself.
I can't understand why you're all acting so strangely. Fancy sitting me at one end of the table and sitting yourselves down at the other end.
Daddy, from now on you're likely to be by yourself quite a lot.
Quite a lot.
I think you're all being very childish. I can't notice anything.
Well, you must have double pneumonia. Something's rotten in the state of Asheville.
Dexter, from now on, you'll be eating and sleeping in your study with the door closed, unless you change your mind and immediately take a bath.
But, Jessie, I'm just getting nicely used to not taking a bath. I once read in a magazine where too many baths are bad for you.
And not taking any is just plain bad. Phew!
Some of the native tribes of the world only have one bath a year.
Then go and join a native tribe, but don't stay here.
Jessie, I made a solemn vow, and I'm not the kind of person who breaks a vow. I'm the strong, silent type.
I don't know about silent, Dad, but you're sure strong.
Enough of that. Jessie, if you insist, I shall dine alone in future and sleep alone. But break my pledge, never.
Hey, Compost, if you want my piece of steak, you're welcome. I'm not hungry.
None of us has any appetite for food. And Ashley, don't call your sister Compost, especially not tonight.
Let's leave the Duttons for a moment while I have a chat with all those boys and girls who have recently started work or will be starting soon. For all you young people, the next few years could be the most important of your lives. Why? Because the amount you save in the next few years could make a great difference to your success and happiness. Now let's look at the facts. Saving has played a big part in the success of every successful man and woman. They all had money saved and were able to take advantage of opportunities as they came along. As someone once said, success comes out of cans, and failure comes out of can'ts. And believe me, success will come to you if you can save and can take advantage of opportunities. So open a Commonwealth Savings Bank account next payday, and from then on, week by week, Bank Commonwealth.
Ashley, have you seen your father anywhere this morning?
Yes, Mum, but only from a distance. He said he was going down for a walk to the village to get some cigarettes. Gee, I thought Dad would have taken a bath this morning, being Saturday.
Well, we've got to get him into a hot bath today if we have to bind and gag him.
Yodelay-oo. May I come in, Jessie? Oh, exciting news.
Come in, and what news?
Jessie, I've just been in town shopping and I saw Dexter furtively sneaking into a place called Riley's Gymnasium.
Riley's gym? What's Dad doing there?
Yes, what?
Well, one guess should suffice. I saw a notice outside which said hot and cold baths and showers.
Hot and cold... Well, so that's it.
Pop's finally going to take a bath.
And, Jessie, I just wormed the truth out of Jonathan. Dexter's been taking a daily bath at Riley's Gymnasium.
A daily bath? But that doesn't make sense. How can... I mean, why do we notice what we noticed? It doesn't add up.
Mummy, I just found out something amazing that explains Daddy's strange behavior.
We know about it, Janie. Katie's just been telling us.
About the bone?
The bone? What bone?
Well, I was coming in the front gate when a little boy who calls himself Foghorn bailed me out and asked me if my father wants any more smelly old bones.
What's this about?
Well, it appears Daddy paid him 5p the other day for a horribly smelly old bone to put in his pocket and play a joke on someone.
Well.
Oh, boy. Just wait till Dexter comes in that door. Just wait. Quiet now. Here he comes.
Hi, family. Hi, Katie.
Hi.
I just ducked down the road to get some cigarettes. I got talking to a friend. That's why I'm so late. Lunch almost ready?
Jessie. Oh, what's that awful... What's that?
Oh, that, Katie. That's something the children and I have to put up with.
I still don't know what you're referring to.
You know very well what I'm referring to. I'm referring to the smell of that filthy old bone you've got in your pocket.
Filthy...
never mind stuttering and stammering.
But
Dexter, I want you to take that bone outside at once and put it in the dog kennel.
All right, dear. You realize it was only a joke. I'll get it out of my pocket right now.
Wait a minute, Dexter. I want you to take it out to the dog kennel and leave it there for 1 whole week. But under no circumstances are you to take it out of your pocket.
But if I don't take it out, I mean, that would mean I...
Poor old Dexter. Fancy being in the doghouse at this time of the year. But knowing Jessie as we do, we know he won't be there very long. Now, I'd like to do something that pleases me very much, and that is, on behalf of the Commonwealth Savings Bank, to say thank you to all our listeners and the bank's customers everywhere. The reason why the Commonwealth Savings Bank is by far Australia's biggest bank is because you have made it so. I say that because a bank is only as big as its customers. Tonight, I know I am speaking to people everywhere in Australia. Some of you are listening in your own homes, some of you in the homes of your friends. Others are no doubt camping out and listening in on portables, transistors, or car radios. But wherever you are, and whoever you are, the Commonwealth Savings Bank, the cast of life with Dexter, and I wish you a very happy holiday and a very happy and prosperous new year.
If money can buy it, saving will get it. So bank Commonwealth now.
For a car or a bike or just a rainy day,
Be sure to save the friendly Commonwealth way.
so listen to this advice and
Start right today to bank Commonwealth. Save Commonwealth Bank Commonwealth now.
Life with Dexter is produced by Noel Judd and written by Willie Fennell. And this is John Dunn inviting you to enjoy life with Dexter at the same time next week from this station. And remember, you'll always enjoy life with a Commonwealth Savings Bank account.
Magnificent Montague, starring Monty Woolley. Yes, it's the Magnificent Montague, the Saturday night transcribed feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. And by the makers of Allicin for fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. It's been many years since the name of Edwin the Magnificent Montague has been seen in lights starring in a Shakespearean production. Today he is Uncle Goodhart, hero of an afternoon radio program. It is early afternoon. Montague, having finished his program, is expected home momentarily. And awaiting him is his wife, Lily, and the Montague maid, Agnes, who is happily planning dinner.
Abba-dabba-dabba-dabba-dabba-dabba-dabba, said the monkey to the chimp. Abba-dabba-dabba-dabba-dabba-dabba. Yeah, honey?
Oh, was that you?
Yeah, I was singing.
Oh. Well, that's nice.
Yeah, I'm thinking about what I'm going to cook for your husband tonight. Singing keeps me from being revolted.
Oh, come, Agnes. Cooking for Edwin is no problem.
It ain't the cooking, it's the serving. I got to get my hands off the plate or they'll get bitten off.
Oh, come, Agnes. He's not that big an eater.
He ain't, huh? Honey, when he says a horse, my kingdom for a horse, he ain't reciting Shakespeare. He's ordering lunch.
Well, have you decided what to make for dinner?
Let me see now. Maybe a nice thick sirloin steak.
Oh, good. Edwin loves steak.
He does, huh? Well, then that's out.
Oh, now, really, Agnes. Don't you think it's time you and Edwin called a stop to this bickering and shook hands?
Honey, the day I came to work here...
It's so senseless. This has been going on for 25 years. Why?
Why? Because for 25 years I've been asking him to do me one little favor, and he always refuses.
Well, what do you want him to do? Oh, stop. I know the two of you just live to argue with each other. Now, why don't you run down and get 3 nice steaks for dinner?
3 steaks? Okay, I'll go buy them. Give me your jewels to hop.
Oh, is meat still so expensive?
Expensive? It's cheaper to eat a mixed green salad made of $50 bills.
Really?
Oh, that butcher of ours, is he riding high? He don't even cut the meat himself anymore. He's got a surgeon from Johns Hopkins working at the meat shop.
Oh, that's silly.
All the butcher does is weigh the meat. His thumb is insured for $400,000.
Oh, now stop being ridiculous. You've always gotten along with the butcher. Oh, someone's at the door.
I'll get it. Well, hello, Mr. Zinser.
Oh, hello, Agnes.
It's Mr. Zinser, the director of Montague's radio program.
Well, come in, Mr. Zinser.
Hello, Mrs. Montague. I came to see Mr. Montague.
He isn't here yet. He went to his proscenium club right after the broadcast.
Oh, fiddle faddle.
Well, what is it? Can I help?
Oh, no, it's very personal.
Mr. Zinser, you can tell me.
Well, it's not the kind of thing I like to discuss.
Mr. Zinser, we're old friends. You can tell me. Go ahead.
Well, my wife... Oh, I shouldn't be saying this.
Mr. Zinser, out with it. What is it?
Well... My wife is expecting.
Mr. Zinser, a baby?
What'd you think, a Maytag automatic washing machine?
Oh, that's wonderful. Well, tell me, Mr. Zinser, what has this got to do with Edwin?
The suspense is killing me.
Agnes.
Well, you see, my wife, Mrs. Z, is a great admirer of your husband. She listens to him as Uncle Goodhart on the radio,
And she thinks he must be just as sweet and kind in real life as he is on the radio. Stupid, isn't she?
Mr. Zinser, where does Edwin come in?
Well, I'm coming to that. You see, my wife's in the hospital right now.
You mean?
Any minute.
Well, shouldn't you be at her side?
Well, I guess so, but she made me come over here to ask Mr. Montague to be... Oh, the whole thing is mad.
She wants Edwin to be what?
The baby's godfather.
Edwin Montague, the godfather of a baby?
Fat chance of that happening.
I know. I tried to explain to my wife, Mrs. Z, that Mr. Montague is, well, not the sentimental type. He's more like,
Say it, a monster.
I told her not to bother him, but you know how women are in her condition. They want the craziest things. Sour pickles, ice cream, salami.
I know.
And she wants Montague.
How about that?
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Zinser, but knowing the way he feels about it...
Oh, I understand.
Well, some men love children, like yourself.
Yeah, I should. This'll make 10.
10 kids. Stranger than fiction.
I love kids. I hang their baby shoes on the windshield of my car.
Really?
Yeah. I gotta drive with my head out the window.
Mr. Zinser, you'd better get back to your wife in the hospital.
I can't. I've got to go home and take care of the kids.
Oh, but she shouldn't be alone in the hospital at a time like this.
She don't mind. We got 9 more kids at home. Lying in the hospital having a baby is the only rest she gets.
Well, Agnes, we'll go up and see Mrs. Zinser this afternoon.
Oh, she'd like that. She's in room 204 at the Riverside Maternity Hospital.
Room 204. Remember that, Agnes.
204.
We'll see her every day.
Oh, she'll only be there until the baby comes.
But, Mr. Zinser, she can't bring a new baby right into a house that already has 9 children.
I know, but she hates hospitals. What can I do?
Well, she and the baby ought to be in a quiet place for a week or so. Someplace where people can wait on her. Mr. Zinser, I have it.
You have?
She can stay here.
Honey, are you nuts?
No. Mrs. Zinser could have the guest room, and we can use Edwin's den as a nursery for the baby.
Honey, you can't have a baby spend the first week of its life in the same house with Montague. It'll warp its mind.
Thanks, Mrs. Montague, but it'd be too much trouble.
Trouble? A baby in the house. Oh, it would be wonderful. I'm so excited. Agnes, let's start making arrangements. A bassinet, diaper service, bottle warmers.
And a straitjacket.
Straitjacket?
For Montague when he hears about it.
Oh, that's right, Edwin.
He'll flip his lid.
Forget about it, honey.
No, I will not. Mr. Zinser, I'll discuss it with my husband. I'm sure having your wife and child here for 1 week isn't going to kill him.
Oh, it won't? Oh, I mean, gosh, Mrs. Montague, you're sure true blue.
Well, I'll just get everything ready. Agnes, now go and see your wife this afternoon. Goodbye.
Gee, goodbye.
Honey, stop kidding yourself. You don't think the magnificent monster's going to let you bring a baby into his house.
Agnes, when I get through explaining what it means to me, he'll come round. I've always been able to handle him.
I know, but a baby in his den. This time you're hitting below the beard.
Oh, Agnes, it'll be something I've always wanted to do, taking care of a baby. Making the formula, warming the bottles, bathing it. Then there's the diaper.
That's where I come in.
Oh, Agnes, I'm so thrilled.
So am I.
That's Edwin.
The thrill is gone.
Agnes, let Edwin in.
Must I? Okay. Here he is.
Hello, Agnes. Hello, Lily.
Hello, Edwin. Oh, my, you look happy. Isn't it a lovely spring day?
Beautiful. I just walked through Central Park. It's alive with blossoms and flowers. As I walked, I hummed, "Hark, hark, the lark."
Well, shake the larks out of your beard and sit down.
Ah, Lily, I can't wait until the 4th of July when we can stand in front of the house and fire Agnes.
Tinkle, tinkle, tinkle. Here comes the bad humor man.
Agnes.
Lily, I just remembered. It's daylight saving time. Let's turn Agnes back to the junk man.
Now, stop that. Edwin, you came home in such high spirits.
I was until this loud-mouthed bass started coughing at me.
All right. Now, Agnes, be quiet. Edwin, what happened today that makes you so happy?
He saw someone run over by a truck.
Agnes, really? Edwin, now tell me what happened.
Lily, when I arrived at the Presidium Club, the members were all excited about something. Guess who wants me?
The psychopathic ward at Bellevue.
Now, never mind, Agnes. Who wants you?
The drama department at Columbia University. They want me to give a talk tonight on the Shakespearean theater.
Edwin, a lecture at Columbia.
It's a good thing Eisenhower isn't still president.
Now, Agnes, please.
If he ever saw Montague with that big mouth of his open, he'd think it was a camouflaged howitzer.
Lily, we must get some new furniture for Agnes's room. I've got my eye on the cutest little electric chair.
Speaking of furniture, you're in for a surprise. There's going to be a lot of new furniture around here.
Oh, Agnes, never mind. I'll tell him myself.
Tell me what?
It's, nothing much, Edwin. You see...
Lily, if it isn't important, can't it wait? I have to go to the library and get some facts on Shakespeare for my lecture tonight.
Well, this will only take a minute, Edwin. Sit down.
Before you fall down.
Agnes, quiet.
Hurry up, Lily. What's on your mind?
Well, it's so hard to begin. Edwin, we've never had any children.
I know, Lily. It's the one thing that's kept us together.
He's so charming.
Lily, I'm in a hurry.
Well, Edwin, haven't you noticed that all the families around us have children? Why, even the Harrisons across the hall have a little girl.
Oh, is that what it is?
Edwin.
Look, Lily, if you're hitting about a donation for some summer camp to make children healthy, give whatever you want to. Just keep my name out of it. I don't like to encourage that sort of thing.
Oh, Edwin, shame on you. Well, children are the...
Lily, don't mention children to me. I don't trust them.
But the only children you've ever come in contact with were child actors who were in plays with you.
The dirty little scene stealers. You can't turn your back on them.
Edwin.
The magnificent scenes I've played on the stage, I'll have the audience eating out of my hand, and then on would come some miserable curly-haired brat. Lisp out 2 words, the audience would ooh and ah, and I'd be left standing there with my face hanging out. Children will knife you every time.
Edwin, you were a child yourself once.
That's a dirty lie.
He's right. He was born a full-grown monster.
Oh, Agnes, you must have been cute when you were born, the pride of the litter.
Edwin, don't be surprised to wake up some morning and hear the patter of little feet.
I knew it. The mice are back.
Edwin, let me tell you.
Lily, I have a lecture tonight. If you're going to waste my time babbling about children.
Honestly, Edwin, you're the most exasperating man in the world.
Yeah.
You stay out of this, Agnes. Just take care of your own duties around here a little better. Where are my clean shirts?
They haven't come back from the laundry yet.
Oh, no, I have to lecture tonight.
Take it easy, Mr. Montague. The shirts will be here today.
Well, they'd better be.
Well, they will be.
Oh, and it was such a beautiful day. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Parting is such sweet sorrow.
Oh, quiet.
Well, honey, there goes the Godfather.
Oh, he can be so impossible.
Oh, now, honey, don't take it that way. Just give me the word and I can cook him a dinner that'll end it all.
And I think of Mrs. Zinza having to go back to a noisy house and we have all this room. Agnes.
What?
I don't care what Edwin thinks or does about it. We're going to have Mrs. Zinza and her new baby right here.
I'm with you, honey.
Well, we can't waste a minute. Now, look up a diaper service.
Okay.
And we went to crib, a bassinet, we'll need baby oil, talcum powder, scale.
Here's the diaper service, Cosmopolitan Diaper Service. I'll ring them.
Look, we'll order more milk. I'll get a book on how to make formula. Oh, Agnes, I am so...
Hold it, honey. Hello? Cosmopolitan Diaper Service? One moment. Here, honey.
Hello. I'd like to start the diaper service immediately. Yes, I'll hold the wire. She's getting an order blank. Agnes will have to rush right up to the hospital to be with Mrs. Zinza. You have the room?
Yeah, 204 Riverside Maternity Hospital.
Oh, Agnes, I can't believe it. A baby in our house at last.
We'll be back with the magnificent Montague in just a moment. Here's a word from RCA Victor. What the fireplace was to early American homes, the television set is to modern American homes. It's the center not only of your life, but your living room. So be smart. Insist not only on RCA Victor million-proof television, proven in well over 2 million homes, but on RCA Victor million-proof television in a console cabinet. You have your choice of a breathtaking variety of RCA Victor console models, every one a furniture masterpiece, worthy to occupy the most important place in your living room. Period models like the Regency and the Rutland and the Hillsdale, which look like treasures straight out of an 18th century palace. Classic models like the Provincial, whose simple dignity makes it equally fitting for cottage or castle. Streamlined models like the Modern, a clean-lined functional beauty on a swivel base. See your RCA Victor dealer tomorrow for your RCA Victor television console. And to you and your family, in every sense of the word, happy looking. And now back to the magnificent Montague. He is returning from the library full of facts for his lecture, but he returns to an empty house. His wife Lily and Agnes are at the hospital awaiting Mrs. Zinzer's blessed event.
Well, won't you even open the door for me anymore? Why must I... Where is everybody? Lily? Agnes? Fine welcome. Just when I wanted early dinner to give me time to get over to Columbia University, they're out shopping or something. Well, I'd better get dressed. Hope the laundry delivered the shirts. Oh, this must be the laundry here on the table. What's this? Talcum powder. Oil. Ha. What junk women have to use. Maybe they put the shirts in my bedroom. If they didn't come...
Cosmopolitan Diaper Service. Hey! How do you like that? It's a hurry call and no one's home. Hello! Hello!
Got a shirt of the... Oh, there you are.
Cosmopolitan.
Well, it's about time.
I got here as soon as I could. Your wife phoned.
Good. Where are they?
I got them in the truck.
In the truck? I gotta put one on right away.
You?
Who do you think they were for?
Well, live and learn. If you still wear them, you still wear them.
Will you hurry up? I'm lecturing at Columbia tonight. Do you want me to stand in front of the entire drama department without one on?
No.
Don't just stand there with your mouth open. Get them. This is a formal affair. I hope they've been starched.
Starched? This is a new complaint. It's always they ain't soft enough.
Do you mind if I like them stiff so they don't wrinkle and fit nice and snug?
They'll fit you nice and snug.
Good. Then please bring them on.
Okay, first I better bring in the can.
Can? What can?
No charge for the can. It's part of our service.
A can?
Yeah, well, you can throw the used ones.
Oh, never mind. I just throw the old ones in the closet.
In the closet?
Yes. Well, anything wrong with that?
No, it's your closet.
Thank you. Now get them. I hope the buttons are still on.
Buttons? Look, with our kind, you just need safety pins.
Safety pins on a shirt?
Shirt? Hey, what are you talking about?
My shirts. Aren't you delivering the laundry?
Look, mister, I'm from the Cosmopolitan Diaper Service.
Diapers? You've got the wrong apartment.
No, I ain't. Ain't this the apartment of Mr. and Mrs. Edwin Montague? Here, look at the order. Lily Montague.
Lily Montague. Well, she probably had it delivered here because someone in the building wasn't home. She probably left a note about it. Oh, yeah, here's her note. On the telephone stand, it says, Dear Edwin, you can reach me in room 204, Riverside Maternity Hospital. What's the matter with Lily lately? Kept bending my ear about children. I find baby powder and oil all over the house, the diaper service. Now she's in room 204 at the Riverside Maternity... I'm a father.
Take it easy, mister.
I'm a father.
Here, come here. You better lie down.
Oh, thank you.
Congratulations.
Me? Father, I can't believe it. Lily, I must call. Lily, where's the phone? Oh, here. What's the matter with this telephone?
Mister, you're dialing a bridge lamp. I'll make the call for you. What's the number?
Here, the note. Room Riverside, the 204 maternity hospital. Here's the note.
Yeah, I got it.
Oh, poor Lily. All afternoon she tried to tell me. I just insulted her. Oh, did there ever live such a miserable dog as I am? I'm a cad. A horrible, horrible cad.
Hello? Riverside Maternity Hospital? One moment. Here's the phone.
Hello? I want room tell her.
Okay. He wants room 204. What? Not accepting any calls?
What is it?
No calls. Must be pretty close.
I must get to the hospital. You have a truck? Let's go.
It's full of diapers.
I'll buy them all. Let's go.
Sister, will you relax? They won't let you in there until 4 o'clock. Look, I'll go bring up your diapers. So long.
Oh, Lily. She'll be in that hospital with all those squalling brats. What am I saying? Oh, what am I saying? Oh, one of them will be mine. My son. I will mold him into a great actor. I will teach him all I know. He will carry on the name of Montague. The Shakespearean theater will live again. His debut will be in Romeo and Juliet. And like his daddy, he will be the greatest Romeo who ever lived. Hello? Harvard University? Well, take this down. I wish to register Master Edwin Montague, Jr. in the class of 1970. Thank you.
Yes, sir. What'll it be?
I want 10 boxes of the best cigars you have in the place.
10 boxes?
I said 10 boxes. For your information, I'm about to become a father.
You?
Yes.
Have a box on me.
That's a nice toy. I'll take 2 of them, clerk. Now, what have I got? The catcher's glove, the football, the Hopalong Cassidy cowboy outfit. I'll pick up the rest later. Gad, I hope they deliver the pony to the apartment on time. Doctor, for heaven's sake, what's happening in room 204?
Not you again. I told you all we can do is wait.
I've been waiting for 4 hours.
You'll have to wait it out just like the other fathers here in the waiting room, and don't bother me anymore.
Don't be impertinent, young man. I'll report you. I'm in radio. I'm a very close friend of young Dr. Malone. Please, look at my hands. They're shaking.
Have another sedative.
Hurry, Doc. Room 204. Something's cooking.
Coming. Agnes.
Oh, so you decided to show up after all.
Show up? Where should I be at a time like this? Agnes, wait. What's happening?
They just pushed the bed into the delivery room.
Delivery room? Quick. How is Lily?
Lily's fine. She helped him push the bed in.
What kind of a hospital is this? Agnes, when you see Lily, tell her I'm sorry for the way I spoke about children this afternoon.
It's time you were sorry, you beast.
Agnes, wait! Oh, this waiting. This eternal waiting.
Excuse me, mister. You got a match?
Here. Keep the box.
Thanks. You nervous?
What do you think? I shake like this all the time?
Is this your first?
My what?
Your first kid.
Oh, yeah.
My name's Simon. Rudolph Simon. The name mean anything to you?
Simon? Rudolph Simon. No, I can't say it does.
What's the matter, Whiskers? Don't you read the newspapers, don't you?
The newspapers? You're in the newspaper?
Every year, like a clock. Rudy Simon does it again. Triplets, twins, quadruplets. I'm high score for this hospital.
Oh, you're that Rudy Simon.
Remember me now, huh? All right. You know the way I figure it? If people don't even remember you for a thing like that, is the whole thing worth it?
Simon, believe me, at any other time, I'd try and figure out that statement. Right now, I'm too nervous.
And you know the most amazing thing?
Well, what?
Me with twins, triplets, quadruplets, schmadruplets. Would you believe it? When I play a slot machine, nothing happens. Yeah, take the other day.
Okay, Mr. Simon, it's a boy.
How many?
Only one.
You kidding?
No, only one.
How do you like that? And I passed up a pinochle game just to be here tonight.
Doc, please.
Sorry, no news from room 204.
God, I hope Lily realizes the torture I'm going through.
Oh, hello, Mr. Montague.
Zinza, you came here.
Yes, sir. I didn't think I could break away from the kids.
Zinza, how sweet of you to come here.
Well, I thought it was my place to be here.
Zinza, I'll never forget you for this.
You won't?
It's in times like these that a man finds who his real friends are. I have a friend.
You have? Where is he? You! Me? Oh, it was terribly sweet of you to be here, Mr. Montague.
Zinza, it's my place to be here.
It is?
Sir, when she comes out of the ether, I'm going to be right to her side.
Well, she'd like that. She's crazy about you.
Imagine Zinza, I, Edwin Montague, after all these years.
Okay, folks, the waiting's over.
Agnes!
It's a 6-pound bouncing baby girl.
A baby girl, Zinza, did you hear? A baby girl.
Isn't it wonderful?
Wonderful, White. Lily! Get her back to bed.
Oh, now.
Lily, are you crazy? What kind of a hospital is this? Give me the head physician.
Now, Edwin, quiet. Mrs. Zinzer is asleep.
Mrs. Zinza, is she here too?
She just had the baby.
Mrs. Zinza had our baby? What kind of a hospital is this?
Edwin, what are you talking about?
Lily, the diaper service, the baby oil, the pony, the patter of little feet.
Well, that's right. Mrs. Zinzer and the baby are going to stay with us for a week.
They are?
And Edwin, it was wonderful of you to show up to be the godfather.
I'm a godfather. Oh, no! In the morning, Lily, what did you do asking them here?
Edwin, go back to sleep.
Oh, who can sleep? Mrs. Zinzer in the guest room, the baby in my den.
Now, Edwin, stop crabbing. You're the godfather. Wasn't it sweet of them to call the little girl Edwina?
Lily, stop with that slushy sentiment.
Oh, go to sleep. Baby, stop crying. Must say, Edwin, little Edwina certainly seems to like you.
Really, Lily, of all the stupid things to say, that a tiny little baby knows enough to recognize... Lily, she's asleep. Look at her. Look at her. Edwina, it's me, Uncle Eddie. Kitty, coo. Listen to that voice. Gad, she will be the greatest Juliet of all time.
Every day you hear more and more about an incredibly fast way to relieve the pains of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. It's Anacin. A-N-A-C-I-N. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way discover the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pains of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. So the next time a headache strikes, take Anacin. A-N-A-C-I-N. Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30, economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. Ask for Anacin at any drug counter. Listen again next week, friends, to The Magnificent Montague, the Saturday night transcribed feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. And by Anacin, for fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. The Magnificent Montague was written by Nat Hiken and Billy Friedberg. Ann Seymour was Lily, Pert Kelton was Agnes. Also heard were Art Carney, John Griggs, and Johnny Gibson. This is Don Pardo speaking.
The Harold Perry Show, brought to you by the United States Army and the United States Air Force Recruiting Service.
That's right. Tension.
We all like to know what the future holds in store for us. Sure we do. And that's why you'll like the United States Army if you're a young man or a young woman with an eye on the future. That's especially true if you want to get the valuable technical training and experience your fast-growing Army can offer you. It's a varied Army, one that needs all kinds of technical skills, skills possessed by men and women who can think fast and think efficiently. The United States Army today is one of the world's greatest technical training schools. Every man is a specialist, a master at his job. And the Army sees to it that every man is trained to do his job right. In such a fast-growing Army, there's plenty of room for advancement. Learn your job well and you advance to a better job. Get all the facts about today's Army. Men and women volunteers are now being accepted. If you're between the ages of 18 and 34, stop in at your nearest United States Army and United States Air Force recruiting station and ask about your place in the United States Army. And now, Harold Perry as Honest Harold, the homemaker. Well, let's see what's going on in the little town of Melrose Springs. There's been a big change in the life of Honest Harold, the town's popular radio crooner. His romantic interest, Theodora, has left town for an indefinite visit to New York. This is Harold's first evening as an unattached young man about town. We find him home in the living room, sitting in his leatherette easy chair, thinking about life.
So my little dancing teacher's gone away. We had fun together. Nothing serious, but we did have a lot of laughs. I'll kind of miss her, though. Well, better get back to my reading. Haven't looked through this little old date book for quite a while. Let's see here. Maisie Parchman. No, she's out. She got married and settled down on a mink farm. Looky here. Flora Belle Breckenridge. My old high school sweetheart. She was wonderful. Wonder if she's still engaged to that big grain merchant over in Charlieville. Probably not. She's pretty flighty. Sure would be nice to see her again, though. We could go to a movie like we used to, then take a ride, park up at... Say, maybe I ought to call her.
Oh, Harold.
Yes, Mother?
Look at this article in the evening paper. It's about your old sweetheart, Flora Belle Breckenridge.
Flora Belle? Just thinking about her.
Yes. She's going to get married.
Oh.
Here's the article right here.
Let's see, Mother. Your society editor's spy in Charlieville tells him that the lovely Flora Belle Breckenridge will soon be middle-isling it with Willis Sider, prominent feed and grain man. Hey, hey.
Well, so little Flora Belle is finally getting married.
Yeah.
I remember when you two were pretty sweet on each other in high school.
Oh, we conjugated a few verbs together, that's all.
Well, I suppose her wedding makes you feel a little sad.
Sad? Not at all, Mother. Doesn't mean a thing to me. I'm just a happy bachelor.
That's good. I thought maybe with Theodora gone and Flora Belle going...
Yeah, don't worry about me, Mother. I'll have a wonderful time. I can relax at home nights or go out with the boys. There's old Doc Yak Yak, Pete the Marshal.
I'm glad you feel that way, Harold. I was afraid it might bother you. Your girls leaving you one by one.
No, what the heck? Who needs women? Let them go, Mother.
It's just like that old song, Harold. Two by two, they go marching through.
What?
Sweethearts on parade.
Mother.
You can say farewell to your Flora Belle. Sweethearts on parade.
I feel blue, Mother. Toodaloo. I think I'll take a walk. Hello, you old horse doctor. Just thought I'd come over and spend an evening with my old friend.
Oh, I guess you're kind of on the loose now.
Theodora's gone, and your old sweetheart Florbell's getting married, I see.
Yeah, but who cares? It's more fun being a bachelor anyway. Well, what'll we do tonight, Doc?
Oh, we'll have a real exciting evening. We'll play checkers.
Checkers? Good.
I got the board right here. Here we are, Harold. You take the red, and I'll take the black.
Yeah, all right.
Yes, sir. We'll have more fun than a barrel.
Oh, my goodness. What's that goat doing in here, Doc?
Oh, Arthur loves to watch checker games. Don't you, Arthur? Oh, you have to watch him, though. He likes to eat your kings.
All right, Doc. Let's get started.
You move first, Harold.
Okay. Well, let's see. Think I'll move this one over here.
No.
Doc, does that goat have to breathe down my neck while I play? Stop kibitzing, Arthur.
Oh, come on, Harold. Now, I've moved.
All right. Let's see. I think I'll move this one right here. Heaven's sake, will you please mind your own business, Arthur?
You better listen to him, Harold. He knows the right moves. He just seems to smell them.
He certainly does. Not so close, Arthur.
Your move again, Harold.
Well, this time I'm going to move this man over... I don't care what you say, Arthur. There.
You asked for it, Harold. Now watch this.
Oop, oop, oop. A triple jump.
I warned you, Harold. You should have listened to Arthur.
Doc, if Arthur's so smart, why don't you play checkers with him?
Oh, that's no fun, Harold. He always beats me.
Oh, goodbye. Yourself. Doc and that goat playing checkers. I'm glad I didn't stay there. Might have had to play the winner. Well, I think I'll see what Pete the Marshal's doing tonight. Hello, Pete, old pal.
Howdy, Harold.
Pete, how about us two happy bachelors spending the evening together?
Oh, I'm sorry, but I just can't tonight, Harold.
Oh, why not?
Well, I'm in love, boy.
Pete, when did this happen?
2 p.m. yesterday afternoon. That's when I met Eloise Ziegenfuss.
Oh, my goodness.
It all began when I gave her a traffic ticket.
Ticket? Oh, for heaven's sake.
I declare love's doing funny things to me, Harold. This afternoon, I could hear bells ringing.
Well, so could I. There was a fire at the lumberyard.
See? There they go again.
That's the telephone.
Oh, excuse me, boy. Melrose Springs Police Station, Pete the Marshal speaking. Oh, hello, Eloise.
Oh, brother.
It's Miss Ziegenfuss, Harold.
You certainly could have fooled me.
What's that, Eloise? Oh, sorry you didn't. Harold, Eloise put that traffic ticket I gave her under her pillow last night. Ain't that sweet?
Very sweet.
What shall we do tonight, Eloise? What's that? Go to a movie. And then have a soda. Then what? Oh, Eloise. Harold, you know what she wants to do after the movie?
No, what?
Go to her house and make raspberry jello.
Ain't that a doozy? It certainly is. Good night.
Good morning, Station KHJP. I'll connect you.
Good morning, Glory.
Oh, good morning, Harold. How are you?
What?
You must feel kind of sad with your old sweetheart Florabelle getting married.
Sad? I do not. Why, it doesn't mean a thing to me.
Oh, I thought you two used to be real sweet on each other.
Well, we were in a way, Gloria. We were ready to make a down payment on a ring once. Florabelle changed her mind. Decided she'd rather have a mahjong set. Yeah, but that's all over, Gloria. Florabelle is just a memory to me. Something in the past that'll never come back. Like ground round steak at 39 cents a pound.
Oh, well, I'm glad that you're not unhappy about her wedding, Harold.
Unhappy? Pooh. Doesn't bother me a bit.
Oh, I forgot. There's a letter here for you.
A letter? Let me see it, Gloria. Probably from one of my fans. Wants me to... Zoof. It's from Florabelle.
What?
She's coming in on the bus from Charlieville. She wants me to meet her.
She does?
Yes. She must have broken her engagement. See you later, Gloria. I'm going down to the bus station to meet Florabelle. Charlieville. Oh, goodbye. Florabelle's bus will be in any minute. Guess she's got to thinking about me again. Just couldn't go through with her engagement. Old irresistible Harold, that's me. Well, I'll just play a little hard to get. Kind of keep her guessing. Oh, there's the bus. A lot of people getting off. I wonder what... There she is. Don't forget, Harold. Be nonchalant. Wish I had a Murad.
Hello, you sweet little buttercup.
Hello, Florabelle. Fancy meeting you here.
Well, Harold, didn't you get my letter?
Letter? Oh, yes, I believe I did. Did you have a pleasant trip?
Oh, aren't you just a teensy-weensy bit glad to see your Florabelle?
Good for him, Harold. Well, Florabelle, it's always nice to see an old friend.
Old friend? Silly boy. Harold.
Yeah?
I'm so glad to see you.
Ooh,
Are you glad to see me?
What the heck? Guess I've held out long enough. I give in. Kiss me, Florabelle.
Harold, aren't you ashamed trying to kiss a woman who's about to be married?
Huh? You're still going to get married?
Well, of course. I just came here to shop for my trousseau.
Your whoso?
But just because we're not sweethearts anymore, that doesn't mean we can't see each other.
Oh?
After all, we are adults.
We are? Oh, sure.
I know. We can be brother and sister. Won't that be nice?
Oh, swell.
And Harold, what do a brother and sister do when they meet after a long time?
Shake hands.
No, they kiss.
They do?
Why, of course, silly. It's all in the family.
But...
Here's a little old kiss from your little old sister for her little old brother.
He, old brother.
We will return for the second act of our story, Honest Harold, in just a moment. Your United States Army needs men. Men capable of doing a man's job in a great outfit. Men who take a special pride in being a part of a man's army. If you're a veteran, your skills are needed now in your growing United States Army. If you're a high school graduate, you can join now, and after basic training, apply for assignment to an Army school for the finest technical training. If you qualify for the school you select and come within the quota, you'll be assigned to it. However you choose to serve, it's service that means a special pride. The sense of a job well done in a man's army. The knowledge that you're one of the best. Young men between the ages of 18 and 34, men who look to the future, are now choosing the United States Army. Visit your nearest United States Army and United States Air Force recruiting station now and grow with the world's greatest army and the opportunities it offers you. And now back to Harold Perry as Honest Harold, the homemaker. Well, Honest Harold's old sweetheart, Florabelle Breckenridge, has come back into his life, but only temporarily, for she's still engaged to her grain merchant in Charlieville.
Flora Belle and Harold have decided that they'll maintain a brother and sister relationship while she's in Melrose Springs. It's afternoon now, and we find Brother Harold walking home from the radio station.
Didn't get much work done this afternoon. Kept thinking about Sister Flora Belle. This is ridiculous. I'll just put her out of my mind, that's all. I'll think of something horrible. My paycheck.
Oh, hello, Harold.
Oh, hello, Doc.
Howdy, boy.
Pete, how are you today, brother?
Yeah, you sure got a cute sister, Harold.
Things certainly get around in this town. Look here, fellas. Flora Belle just came over here to find her trousseau.
Where'd she lose it?
This is no time for jokes, Doc, and believe me, that wasn't one. Now, I'd like to remind you both that Flora Belle is engaged to be married.
Oh, she's been engaged before, Harold.
She sure has. That's how they formed the Moose Lodge here. 10 fellas got together with a common interest. They'd all been engaged to Flora Belle.
You needn't explain it. Very funny.
Just a friendly warning, though, Harold. I'll tell you, I'd watch my step.
Fellas, I appreciate your concern, but you don't have to worry about me. It's all over between Flora Belle and me. She's just an old flame.
Yeah, but all it takes to rekindle an old flame is a little sparking.
Say, Doc, that was a doozy.
Why, thank you, Pete.
Ye gods, Abbott and Costello.
Well, all I can say is, Harold, when you see Flora Belle, beware.
Yes, sir.
Well, Pete's right, Harold.
Yes, sir, just beware.
Okay, Pete.
Beware, boy. Hey, where are you off to?
I'm going to be where you'll never find me. Hope Mother's got dinner ready. That Pete and his beware. Nothing to worry about. Maybe I hadn't better see Flora Belle too much, though. Maybe I won't call her tonight. I'll just stay home.
Hello, Tootsie Roll.
Oop! Flora Belle, what are you doing here?
Well, I dropped over to talk about my trousseau with your mother. Just thought I'd wait until you got home to say hello.
Oh, hello. Glad Mother's home.
And how's my big brother,
Fine.
Glad to see your little sister,
Yeah. Mother?
Hello, Harold. Flora Belle and I had such a nice visit this afternoon.
That's good, Mother. Well, Flora Belle, it's been nice seeing you. Here's your purse. Drop in again sometime.
Why, Harold, Flora Belle is staying for dinner.
Oh? Well, we'll just have a jolly little dinner then, the three of us.
The two of us, Harold.
The two of us?
Yes, son. I'm going to the Ladies' Aid supper. And Flora Belle offered to stay so you wouldn't be lonesome. Now, wasn't that sweet of her?
But, Mother, why don't you stay, too?
Oh, I have to go to the Ladies' Aid supper, Harold. I'm chairman of the Potato Salad Committee.
Here we are, Harold.
Yeah.
Isn't this nice? You and I being here all alone.
Uh-huh. Well, shall we have dinner?
Well, it isn't quite ready.
Oh. I think I'll go upstairs and clean my BB gun.
Harold, can't we have a little talk?
Talk?
Well, you're my big brother, and I'd like to discuss my fiancé, Willis, with you.
Willis? Oh, all right.
Just think, before long, Willis and I will be married.
Yeah. Keep that in mind, sister.
Oh, Harold, when I cook that first dinner for my hubby, I just know I'm going to be so nervous. I'll probably do everything all wrong.
Well, he'll probably have a good
Not
stomach.
if I just had a little practice.
Huh?
Harold, I just got an idea.
Oh? What's that?
Why don't you be Willis?
Huh?
We'll play like we're married, and I'm cooking our first dinner at home.
Oh, beware.
We'll act the whole thing out. Now, you've just come home from work. You come in the door.
But...
Willis, darling, you come home to your little wife.
I have.
I'm going to give you a great big hug.
Hold it. Willis is coming in again.
Now, supper's almost ready. You just sit down in your easy chair, Willis.
All right.
You just lean back and I'll sit on the arm of your chair here. Now, let me run my cool hand across your tired brow.
Zonk. I could grow into this part. Do that again, Florabelle.
All right.
Hello, Harold.
Whoop.
Howdy, boy.
Hello, fellas.
Yeah, you sure look cozy.
You sure do, brother.
Oh, he's not my brother anymore. He's my husband.
What?
You sure work fast, boy.
Don't you think we make cute newlyweds?
Harold, I told you to beware.
Yeah, but I didn't expect you to be here. Now, look, fellas, Florabelle and I were just pretending we were married.
Yes. And I was just going to serve hubby his dinner.
Well, in that case, we'll be running along.
Good.
Oh, now, just a minute, gentlemen. Won't you stay for dinner, too?
Zoop.
Why, thank you. We'd be glad to.
But, Florabelle, we've only got 3 chops.
Oh, now, lammy pie.
3 chops, that's enough for us.
But, yeah, you can live on love, lammy pie.
Oh, lammy pie to you.
Oh, Harold, I'm home.
Oh, hello, Mother.
Oh, I had a wonderful time at the Ladies' Aid. How was your dinner with Florabelle? Must have been a pleasant little twosome.
Well, it was a twosome till Doc and Pete came. Then it was gruesome.
Oh, were they here, too?
They sure were. They played Parcheesi with Florabelle while I did the dishes.
Well, it was awfully sweet of Florabelle to visit us before she got married.
Yeah. Mother, I've been thinking it over, and I don't think I should see Florabelle again.
You don't?
No. I was pretty sweet on her once, and since she's engaged now, I don't want to start thinking about her that way again.
Oh, well, I understand, son, and maybe you're right. Good night, Harold.
Good night, Mother.
Now, don't stay up too late.
Okay. This is the best way, all right. Sure. Out of sight, out of mind. Oop. There's the phone. Florabelle. Well, I'll just say I can't see her. I'll be polite but firm. By George, I've made up my mind, and nothing is going to change it. Hello?
Hello, Harold.
Florabelle, I've decided that we
Harold, I'm calling to say goodbye.
Goodbye?
I've decided to go home on the 11 o'clock bus tonight, so I guess we won't see each other again.
No, I guess not.
That is, unless you want to drive me to the bus station and tell me goodbye.
Florabelle, I don't think I made my mind up. When I say no, it means yes. I'll pick you up in 5 minutes. Well, here we are, Florabelle.
Yes. I hope you didn't mind coming up here to Lover's Point just once more before I leave.
No, of course not.
Oh, Harold, remember when we used to come up here after the high school dances?
Yeah.
We'd sit here close together and watch the twinkling lights down below.
Mm-hmm. That light on the left is the bus station. Don't you think we better get down there?
Oh, we've got lots of time.
Uh-huh.
Let's turn on the radio like we used to.
All right.
Isn't that beautiful? Harold?
Yeah?
How about singing for me just once more so I can carry the memory home on the bus?
On the bus? Well, all right. Oh, speak to me of love
and say what I'm longing to hear. Tender words of love, repeat them again, I implore you. Oh, speak to me of love and whisper these words to me, dear. I adore you.
Oh, that was thrilling.
Thanks. Well, shall we be going?
Harold, aren't you going to kiss me goodbye?
Well, I don't think I should, Florabelle. After all, you're engaged. Wouldn't be fair to Willis.
But I'm not engaged.
Huh?
Willis called me this evening. He'd heard about me seeing you when he started laying down the law. So I told him if he was going to be unreasonably jealous, our engagement was off.
You did? Mm-hmm. Well, but I thought you were taking the bus back to Charlieville.
Well, I was, but I won't if you want me to stay, Tootsie Roll.
Do I? Pucker up, Florabelle. Yeah.
All right. Oh, by the way, Harold, don't you worry about Willis.
Why?
Why, that big old meanie said he was coming right over here and break you in two.
Zoink.
Harold.
Huh?
I'm puckered.
I'm tuckered. Let's go home.
Here's some news for high school graduates, especially the young men and women who are graduating this year. Let's talk about the United States Army's fine technical schools available to recruits in these times. Your United States Army today is a highly specialized team dependent on many technical skills. The opportunities are unlimited for young men and women who can think and act, men and women who can be trained to support, maintain, and supply. Yes, your Army needs specialists in radar, radio, diesel electric equipment, automotive maintenance, photography, and many other essential skills. As an Army enlistee, you may be selected for one of the many kinds of technical training given in the finest schools available. And if you can qualify, you will be ready for the kind of technical schooling that makes the United States Army the best trained Army in the world. Your Army is constantly looking for men who can handle man-sized jobs. And for women, too, for the Women's Army Corps. Drop in at your nearest United States Army and United States Air Force recruiting station tomorrow and get the interesting details. Be sure to listen next week to the Harold Perry Show, Honest Harold, when Harold meets his jealous rival, Willis. The supporting players tonight included Jane Morgan, Parley Bear, Shirley Mitchell, and David Light.
Who did the goat?
And featured Gloria Holliday as Gloria and Joseph Kearns as Old Doc Yak Yak.
And what a character.
Norman McDonald directed, and the music was composed and conducted by Jack Meakin.
Yasha.
Honest Harold, created by Harold Perry, was written by Gene Stone, Jack Robinson, and Dick Powell.
Fine fellas.
The Harold Perry Show has been brought to you by the United States Army and the United States Air Force Recruiting Service. Visit your nearest recruiting station tomorrow. Bob Lamont speaking.
Good night, Bob.
Good night, Hal. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons, brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good. to the last drop. Music hath charms to soothe the savage breast, to soften rocks or bend a knotted oak. You've heard that before, haven't you? Always thought it was just about right, didn't you? Well, it doesn't always work that way. Not in Springfield, at least, in the white frame house on Maple Street. Not with the Andersons. No, sir, not by a long shot. Like this.
Margaret!
I'm in the dining room, dear.
Margaret, it's wonderful. Wait till you hear what I've done. Where are the kids?
They're upstairs. Jim, what is it?
Honey, it's sensational. It's terrific. This is the biggest day of my whole life.
Jim, put me down, please.
Say, you're putting on a little weight, aren't you?
I am not. What's all the excitement about?
Well, you know that group insurance plan I've been trying to work out with Henry Liggett?
Yes?
It's in.
No.
Yes, sir. Signed, sealed, and delivered.
Oh, Jim, how wonderful.
And that isn't all. How would you like to go to the Toscanini concert? Toscanini and the NBC Symphony Orchestra.
Jim, you didn't pay that broker $12.50 a ticket.
For $3 seats, I should say not. Anytime you find me paying a broker a bonus of $9.50 a ticket...
But you said you couldn't buy tickets.
You can't. They're all sold out.
Then I don't understand. If you can't buy tickets...
We're going as the honored guests of Mr. and Mrs. Henry Liggett. How do you like that?
Jim, I don't know what to say. It's all so wonderful. The insurance and the concert. I've got to get a new dinner dress. I just can't go anywhere in that old one. You don't mind, do you, dear?
Of course not. Go get 2 dinner dresses. What do I care?
Oh, I'll go downtown first thing in the morning and... Oh, dear, I wonder if there'll be time. When is the concert?
You'll have lots of time, honey. It isn't until next Thursday.
Good. Then I can go to Gorman's? Jim, it can't be Thursday.
Why not?
We're having the Gribbles for dinner on Thursday, and then we're going dancing at the townhouse. I made the date just 2 days ago. I told you.
Not for Thursday. Margaret, no. You couldn't.
But I did.
Oh.
Mrs. Gribble wanted to make it Tuesday, but we couldn't because the Smiths are coming on Tuesday. You said we didn't have anything else to do on Thursday anyway, so we made it then.
Margaret, how could you have done a thing like that? How could you?
Jim Anderson, don't you dare blame this on me. You were the one who suggested Thursday.
Oh, honey, what are we going to do?
There's only one thing we can do. You've got to call Henry Liggett and tell him we're sorry.
Margaret, I can't. It's a big theater party, and I just sold the man $500,000 worth of insurance. Now, how can I insult him that way?
Well, would you rather insult Mr. Gribble?
Of course not. I'm still trying to sell him on the group insurance deal.
Jim, it's an accepted fact that no one can be in 2 places at the same time.
Well, let's not get excited. Let's sit down and see if we can't figure something out.
If it were only the Smiths, at least they'd understand.
That's it, the Smiths. I don't mind insulting them.
Jim!
I mean, well, I can explain to Heck, and they can come over here for dinner some other time.
I think you're forgetting one thing, Jim. We're having the Smiths for dinner because Elizabeth's cousin Maud is in town. When we were visiting the Bakers in Lakeside...
She was very nice to us, I know. But that's still no reason why they can't make it some other night.
Hiya, Dad. I didn't know you were home.
I'll explain the whole thing to Heck. Then we can have them for dinner on, say, Wednesday. There's nothing wrong with that, is there?
No, I suppose not.
Hiya, Dad. I didn't know you were home.
Then I can call Gribble and change their date to Tuesday. Now, you see how simple it is?
Jim, I think Bud wants to say something.
What is it, Bud?
Hiya, Dad. I didn't know you were home.
Now, there's an interesting observation. Are there any other vital pronouncements you'd like to make before we continue?
Well, just about next Thursday.
What about next Thursday?
Is it all right if I take the car before dinner instead of after dinner? You see, I promised Joe Phillips...
But I meant to tell you, Thursday is out. You can't have the car at all.
I can't. But it's Thursday. It's my day.
Well, I'm very sorry, Eleanor, but it's out. I'll explain the whole thing to you some other time.
But I always get the car on Thursday. I made a date.
Well, this will teach you not to make dates on Thursday. They're nothing but trouble.
Mother!
What is it, Betty?
Is Father
Yes, dear.
I'll be right down.
Don't do me any favors. Stay where you are.
Hi, Daddy.
You too.
If I can't have the car on Thursday, when can I have it?
I don't know, but I have a great many things on my mind.
But you said I could have it on Thursday. That's why I made the date.
Your father made 2 dates.
He did?
Father, do you...
No.
What?
I said no. Whatever it is, no.
Oh, thank you, Father. Thank you. You're just the sweetest father in the whole world.
What?
Mother said she thought you would, but you don't, and it's just wonderful.
What's wonderful? I don't what?
Mind if I go to the Pie Mew dance? Wait till I tell Janie Liggett.
Betty, wait a minute. I didn't say you could go to the dance. I didn't say anything.
Why, Father, you just said...
I said no.
That's what I said. Hi, Daddy.
Oh, go away.
Mother!
Jim, I don't think that's very nice. You'll gain nothing by losing your temper.
Well, why shouldn't I lose my temper? At this rate, how am I ever going to get straightened out about Thursday?
How did you know it was Thursday?
How did I know what was Thursday?
The Pie Mew dance.
Oh, no. No. This was such a nice day. Everything was going so well.
Betty, your father and I have a very difficult problem to work out. So why don't you and Bud and Kathy go back upstairs? I'll call you when dinner's ready.
He said I could have the car every Thursday. Why should he change his mind now?
Go ahead, Bud.
Father.
Not now, Betty.
But, Mother.
I said not now.
Jumping creepers.
What are you kicking about? I can't even have the car.
Daddy,
What is it, Kathy?
I don't have any place to go on Thursday.
That's fine, baby, fine.
But when I get to be a big girl...
Never mind, Kathy. Just go upstairs.
But I wanted to tell him...
Go upstairs.
Gee whiz.
You know, Margaret, I've been thinking, what if Hector says they won't change the date?
I don't see any reason why he should.
No, but what if he does? Then what am I going to do?
What are you going to do now?
I'm going to call him, and if he says no, so help me, I'll never speak to him again. Turn a man down when he asks a simple thing like that. After all the things I've done for him, a fine friend he turned out to be.
Jim, he hasn't said no.
Well, he'd better not. Hello, Heck. This is Jim Anderson. Now look, Heck. What? Oh, no, Heck. I'm not upset about anything. I just, well, look, Heck, I'm in an awful spot. Yes, you see, we've got dates with the Gribbles and the Liggets for the same night, and, well, we didn't do it on purpose. Look, Heck, is it all right with you if we make our date for a different night next week? Well, then I can switch the date with the Gribbles over to Tuesday, and I'll be in the clear. Okay.
What did he say, dear?
He's going to ask Elizabeth.
Jim, why don't you explain to him that it's a matter of business?
He knows that, Margaret. Sit around this house for weeks, nothing to do, no place to go, and then all of a sudden everything has to happen on one night. Yes, Heck? You can? Oh, that's fine, Heck. That's wonderful. I knew I could count on you. What? Well, how about a week from tonight? Yes, that's definite, Heck. No, no, we won't change it again. Oh, sure. I realize you've got to plan ahead on account of Maud. Well, tell her we said hello, will you? Thanks, Heck. Okay, pal. A week from tonight. Ah, that's more like it. Now, when I get the Gribbles moved over to Tuesday...
Is everything all right, Jim?
Heck said they'd be glad to change it. Now I'm calling the Gribbles.
You see, there was no reason to get all worked up that way. Ask Mrs. Gribble...
Just a minute, honey. Oh, no, not you, Mrs. Gribble. I was talking to... What? She isn't? Well, may I speak to Mr. Gribble? Oh, they are? I see. Well, no, I'm afraid that'll be too late. Just leave word that Mr. Anderson called. Thank you. Good night.
What did Mrs. Gribble say, dear?
She didn't say anything. She and Mr. Gribble went away for a few days. They won't be back until Monday.
Oh, dear. Who are you calling now?
Hello, Heck. Look, Heck, if you want to leave that Tuesday date the way it was... Well, the Gribbles won't be back until Monday, and... Oh, you did, huh?
You did what, Jim?
They've already made another date for Tuesday. With the Hathaways. Heck, we'll just leave it the way it is, a week from tonight. Okay, Heck. And I'm sorry there's been all this mix-up. Right. Oh, sure. Okay, Heck, see you later. A fine little fixer I turned out to be. All I did was move the date with the Smiths from Tuesday to Wednesday. And we've still got 2 dates for Thursday.
Jim, I'm completely confused.
Well, climb in with me. I've been that way all day.
But you told Hector our date was a week from tonight.
That's what I said, Wednesday.
Jim, today is Thursday.
Margaret, I may be a little mixed up about a lot of things, but today is Wednesday.
Yesterday was Wednesday.
Yesterday was Tuesday.
They picked up the garbage this morning, and they don't pick up the garbage on Wednesdays.
I don't care when they pick up the garbage. I had a date with Al Harris on Wednesday, and... today is Thursday?
It's been Thursday all day.
Margaret,
Yes, Jim?
I have news for you. We no longer have 2 dates for next Thursday.
Oh?
We have 3.
Well, that's really no news to Mother. She knew Father was getting things in a stir. You know, he needs to remember something most of us have found out one time or another. It pays to stop and think a little before you do most anything. I'd say even before you buy a pound of coffee. Think about what you want in that coffee. It's flavor, the most in flavor for your money. And right there, you'll see the reason why day after day more people buy and enjoy our Maxwell House coffee than any other brand. That wonderful good to the last drop flavor. Why, you just can't get enough of it. You won't find that famous flavor in any other coffee, you know. No coffee but Maxwell House. And here's why. We have a recipe, and a mighty important recipe it is, because it calls for certain special varieties of coffees to be blended together a special way. It's the one way, the one recipe for that wonderful good to the last drop flavor. That's why our Maxwell House coffee spells so much more pleasure in every cup, so much more flavor in every pound. So for your money's worth and more, in real enjoyment, open up a pound of Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
It's mere moments later in the white frame house on Maple Street. The Andersons' problem still remains. 3 dates for Thursday. Yet there isn't the dark and dismal aura of gloom one might imagine. Jim Anderson, a genius among fathers, has come up with an idea which he himself admits is a dilly, like this.
Margaret, it's the only thing we can do. Would you rather see Henry Liggett cancel the whole deal?
Of course not.
All right. And what's more natural than telling him we'd rather let Betty and Bud have the pleasure of going to the concert?
Well, it just seems so hypocritical.
Honey, this is not the time to think of ethics. We're in a jam, and we've got to get out of it. Now, will you call them, or do you want me to?
I think you'd better call.
All right. In a case like this, you have to take extreme measures, like an operation or something.
Well, I suppose there's nothing else we can do. But if you'd only asked me before you made the date...
Well, I didn't, Margaret, so let's forget about it. Let's just hope I can sell Henry Liggett on the idea, and we'll be all right. Oh, hello, Janie. This is Mr. Anderson. May I speak to your father? Thank you.
Jim, something just occurred to me. If Betty and Bud go to the concert and we go out with the Gribbles, what are we going to do with Kathy?
Oh, we'll rent a cage for her at the zoo.
Jim.
We'll get a sitter for her, Margaret. That's no problem.
It certainly is. You know Kathy doesn't like sitters.
Well, that makes it even. Sitters don't like Kathy. You just have to find one who hasn't heard about her.
Jim, it's not that bad. Kathy may be a little exuberant at times.
Hello, Henry. Jim Anderson. Well, just fine, thank you. Say, Henry, I've been talking to Margaret about this Toscanini concert, and I wonder if you'd mind very much if we let Betty and Bud go in our place. Oh, no, it's just that, Well, we've heard Toscanini, and Betty and Bud haven't, and... it really isn't anything much, Henry. Just something that any parent would do. Of course. You see, I explained to Margaret...
Jim.
That is, Margaret and I talked it over, and we both thought that Betty and Bud would gain so much by hearing the concert, and this is going to be his only appearance in Springfield, and, well, it's nice of you to say that, Henry, but you know how it is when you have children.
Jim, of all...
Thank you very much, Henry. Well, I wish we could, too, but we'll have to make it some other time. Thanks again. Good night.
Jim Anderson, in my whole life, I have never heard anything quite like that.
If you don't mind, I'd rather not discuss it. There are things that women just don't understand. And this is one of them. It's power politics on a local scale, that's all. And, well, let's just not discuss it. Betty! Betty!
Jim, dinner isn't nearly ready.
I know.
Did you call me, Father?
Come on downstairs. And tell Bud I want it.
Okay.
Don't you think you ought to call the Smith?
I'll call Hector first thing in the morning and get the whole thing straightened out. I'll be able to do more with him if he doesn't have Elizabeth around.
You won't forget.
Of course I won't forget.
Dinner's ready, huh?
No, dinner isn't ready, huh?
But Betty said...
I didn't say anything about dinner. I merely said Father wanted you. Don't you want me too, Daddy?
Oh, Angel, this is something your father has to discuss with Betty and Bud.
Can't I even listen?
Of course you can listen. But listen.
Yes, Daddy.
Betty?
Yes, Father.
Bud?
It's time dinner was ready.
Bud.
Oh, yes, Dad?
I've got good news for you, for both of you. I just made arrangements for you to go to the Toscanini concert with the Liggets. Now, what do you think of that?
What time will dinner be ready?
Bud.
Well, I just wanted to know.
Bud, when are you going to learn that there are other things just as important as food?
Like candy.
Kathy, please be quiet.
Yes, Mommy. Is that all you wanted to tell us, Father?
Not quite. This concert is a very important event in Springfield, and I'll expect you to act sensibly and with dignity.
Yes, Father.
I don't want to hear that either you or Bud went whooping around the lobby or did anything to disgrace the name of Anderson.
Yes, Father.
We want to be proud of you. And I think it might be a very good idea, Bud, if you had your hair cut before next Thursday.
Okay, Dad.
Thursday? Father, the concert isn't Thursday. That's the night of the Pine View Dance.
Hey, I have a date, too.
Betty, I explained to you...
I don't want to go to the concert. Biggest dance of the whole year, and you want me to go to a concert.
What are you talking about? They're having a night baseball game in Middletown, and I promised
Wait a minute. Bud, Betty, don't you understand? This isn't just any concert. This is Toscanini.
I wouldn't care if it was Roy Bargy.
How can you say that?
I'd rather go to the dance. I'll go to the concert.
Look, Mr. Liggett is giving a tremendous theater party.
Janie Liggett's going to the dance. It's her own father's party, and he isn't making her go to any old concert.
It isn't a question of making anyone go anywhere. It's a privilege to hear Toscanini. They're charging $12.50 a ticket. People are fighting to get in.
They don't have to fight with me.
I'll go to the concert.
Margaret, will you please explain to these children...
Oh, no, dear. Go ahead. You're doing fine.
Thank you. Look, kids, music is an important part of our lives, especially good music. An appreciation of music is a sign of culture and good breeding. It's a relaxation, a release from the stress and strain of everyday life. As you grow older...
Daddy.
Oh, what is it, Kathy?
I'll go to the concert.
You'll stay home where you belong.
I want to go to the concert.
Kathleen, be quiet. Jim.
Margaret, I'm trying to explain to the children.
Jim, I may not know very much about power politics or business, but I do know Betty and Bud. And you're not going about this the right way.
Oh? You have something better in mind?
Yes, the truth.
Margaret, this is no time...
Betty, Bud, your father and I find ourselves in a very embarrassing position.
Margaret, well, go ahead.
We made dates with two different couples. To go to the concert with the Leggetts and to have dinner with Mr. and Mrs. Gribble. All on the same night.
Boy, who did that?
Never mind who did it. Just listen to your mother. And Kathy,
Yes, Daddy.
blow your nose.
Yes, Daddy.
Go ahead, Margaret.
Well, that's our problem. Your father's in no position to offend either the Leggetts or the Gribbles. And that's why we need your help. If you'll go to the concert with Mr. and Mrs. Liggett, all our difficulties will be over.
Well, creepers, why didn't Father say so?
I did say so. In a slightly different way.
Gosh, we didn't know you were in a spot. If going to the concert is going to help you any, well, gosh.
Father, you know you can count on us, can't he, Bud?
Sure. Who cares about an old baseball game?
I'll go to the baseball game.
Kathy, the way you can help us best is by staying home.
Oh, then I'll be glad to, Mommy.
Well, I guess that takes care of that.
Yes, dear. And I hope we've all learned something tonight.
Yes. Well,
I'll get it.
never mind, Betty. Go in and help your mother set the table. And Betty,
Yes, Father?
maybe we can find a new dress somewhere that's just right for concerts.
Creepers.
Hello? Oh, hello, Henry. She what? Oh, that's fine, Henry. That's just fine. Yes, I'll tell Margaret right away. She'll be very happy. Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, we'll be seeing you. Good night.
Who was that, dear?
That was Henry Liggett, and he was so happy about everything.
Jim, nothing's gone wrong with the insurance deal, has it?
Oh, no, everything's fine. Just great.
Why, Jim, what is it?
Mrs. Liggett thinks we're wonderful, the most thoughtful parents she's ever known. So she wants us to have something she dug up this afternoon. 2 more tickets for the concert. And wait till you hear where she got them. It seems a friend of hers couldn't make it on account of she's going out for dinner that night.
Jim, not...
Uh-huh. She got them from Mrs. Gribble.
Oh, no.
And Father thought he had everything all straightened out, too. Well, some things you just can't count on. Other things, though, you can count on every time. And it's good to know about them. Take coffee, for instance. You want to count on the coffee you buy for wonderful flavor every pound. 'Cause flavor's what you pay for, what you enjoy. And as millions of folks know, wonderful flavor is just what you can count on with our Maxwell House coffee. Day after day, pound after pound, an extra measure of flavor comes your way in that familiar blue tin. Wonderful, good to the last drop flavor only Maxwell House brings you. We're mighty proud of that flavor, you know. It's the reason more people buy our Maxwell House coffee than any other brand. And we'll never compromise on the quality of 1 single pound. Yes, for more flavor for your money, for your money's worth and more, bring home that familiar blue tin of Maxwell House coffee. It's today's coffee buy. Always good to the last drop.
A week's gone by, and it's Thursday again. Springfield, in its best bib and tucker, is pouring into the local opera house for the highlight of the social year, the Toscanini concert. Inside, the orchestra is tuning up. But in the lobby, last-minute arrivals are still making their way into the auditorium, like this.
Betty, go inside and tell Mr. Liggett we'll be in as soon as I get the Smiths and the Gribbles straightened out.
Okay, Father.
And take Bud with you.
Come on, Bud. Hurry up.
I can't. Everybody's pushing me.
Now, where did they go? Hector!
Jim, please don't shout.
Well, they can't get in. I've got all the tickets.
I don't know. When the Smiths showed up for dinner, too, I thought I'd die. Just die.
Yes, Margaret, I know.
You kept promising that you'd call them.
I forgot, Margaret. Now, just as soon you forgot.
How can I ever forget all that good food in the icebox going to waste?
I still think there was enough.
For the Smiths and the Gribbles?
Well...
And why did we have to take them to the Townhouse, the most expensive restaurant in Springfield?
They enjoyed it, didn't they?
Why shouldn't they? At the end of this month, our budget is going to look like a Swiss cheese.
Tickets, please. Kindly show your tickets at the door.
$12.50 apiece for 5 tickets.
Margaret.
And dinner for the Gribbles and the Smiths.
Margaret, there was nothing else we could do.
Do you realize that tonight is costing us almost $100?
There they are. We're over here, Hector.
Tickets, please. Kindly show your tickets at the door.
Mrs. Gribble, here we are.
Toscanini. $100. And less than 2 months ago, it only cost us $5 to hear Spike Jones.
Good to the last drop. Now that famous flavor is yours to enjoy in instant coffee, too. Instant Maxwell House. It's the instant coffee with a famous flavor, the happiest combination in coffee. Wonderful flavor combined with the convenience and thrift of coffee made instantly in the cup. So thrifty, so easy, and best of all, so truly good. Tomorrow, try Instant Maxwell House, the instant coffee with a famous flavor. Instantly good to the last drop. Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman.
Bill, is it all right if I step in here for a minute?
Well, of course, Bob. What's on your mind?
Well, there's a long 4th of July weekend coming up, and I'd like to say a few words to the members of our Good Drivers Club. I've been looking at the figures compiled by the National Safety Council. 579 deaths over the Memorial Day weekend. And I'd like to remind our members once more of their pledge to drive safely and carefully. Look at the 8 safe driving rules again. Talk them over with your parents. Explain them to others who may not have yet joined the club. Let's see if we can't save a few lives. Let's see if we can't make this the safest, sanest, and healthiest 4th on record. Let's just take it easy. Good night.
It pays to be ignorant.
What is a mother-in-law sandwich?
Cold shoulder and tongue.
Pay the man $8.
It pays to be ignorant.
What is a rumba?
A rumba is a foxtrot with the back feel in motion.
Pay the man $9 because
it pays to be ignorant. The star of our show, Mr. Tom Howard.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, here we are back again with that silly quiz program, It Pays to Be Ignorant. So you better start twisting your dials around. There may be something better on another station. We have a board of experts who are so dumb they think Ivanhoe is a garden tool. First, we have to celebrate author Mr. Harry McNaughton, who has just written a book entitled My Mother-in-Law Went to Georgia, or That's What I Like About the South. But here he is, Mr. Harry McNaughton.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. I have a poem.
Yeah?
Yes, she wears her stockings inside out all through the summer heat because it cools her off to turn the hose upon her feet.
Very cute.
Very, very refreshing.
I imagine. Next, we have a woman who's old enough to know what it's all about, but too old to do anything about it. A woman who, when she's laying down, is 10 inches taller than when she's standing up. Here she is, Miss Lulu McConnell.
Well, Mr. Howard, my old man went on another toot last night.
Another toot. What is it now?
Well, he walked into the lobby of a hotel and offered to fight anyone in the place.
Did anyone take him up?
Yeah, the elevator boy.
Very corny, Miss McConnell. Next, we have a man who has been buying his newspapers from the same newsstand for years because he finds pennies on top of the papers. The only man I know who looks worse than his passport photo. Here he is, Mr. George Shelton.
Well, Mr. Howard, I made another investment today, and I hope I'll make a lot of money out of it.
Yeah?
I bought $10,000 worth of airmail stamps.
How do you expect to make money on airmail stamps?
Why not? Airmail stamps are bound to go up.
Remind me to hate you, Mr. Sheldon. Well, those are the experts, folks, so while you're deciding whether to remain with us or not, we'll get right into the first question.
Yes.
Pay attention. This is rather an unusual question.
Yes.
Here it is.
Uh-huh.
It's not my sister. It's not my brother. Still, it's the child of my father and mother. Now, who is it?
Mr. Howard, would you mind repeating the question?
I'll be glad to. It's not my sister. It's not my brother. Still, it's the child of my father and mother. Who is it?
Anyone I know, Mr. Howard?
Yes, it's someone you all know.
Would it be a cousin, Mr. Howard?
Certainly not.
I have a second cousin.
A second cousin? Wasn't the first one any good?
Oh, please. Don't stop that. The question's about relatives.
Oh, relatives. I have an uncle. He's very eccentric.
Yeah.
Do you know that he thinks he's a chicken?
Thinks he's a chicken. Why don't you send him away?
We can't, George.
No?
We need the eggs.
Yeah.
That's some yoke.
Yeah. Will you stop that? Some yoke. Have you any brothers or sisters, Miss McConnell?
Nope.
You have no brothers or sisters?
Nope. My parents were orphans.
Your parents were orphans.
Well, I have a brother in Alaska.
Gnome?
Certainly I know him. He's my brother, ain't he? You certainly ought to know him.
Yeah, all right. Please, will you concentrate on the questions? I said before it's about relatives.
You have a sister, haven't you, Mr. Shelton?
Yes, I have.
I saw her on the street today, but she didn't see me.
I know she told me.
Well, I say, Mr. Shelton, tell me, what does your sister do?
Oh, she's a manicurist.
A manicurist, eh? How's she doing?
Oh, fine. She makes money hand over fist.
Yeah. What a gag that is. All this has nothing to do with the question.
Well, I met a girl on the street the other day, you know. Yes, I raised my hat. I said, hello, sister. She said, hello. I said, where are you going, sister? She said, I'm going to the movies. I said, well, see you later, sister. So long.
Who was she?
My sister.
Oh. Well, you're trying to answer the question. Listen again. It's not my sister. It's not my brother. Still, it's the child of my father and mother. Who is it?
How do we know who it is? Why don't you tell us who it is?
You're supposed to answer the question.
Yeah, we're not supposed to know anything about your relatives.
Certainly not. If your mother and father had a child that's not your sister or not your brother, that's their own business.
Yeah. It certainly is. If I were you, Mr. Howard, I'd keep my mouth shut.
I say. Of all the dumb idiots, to show you how dumb you are, I'm going to tell you the answer.
Oh.
Now, listen, it's not my sister, it's not my brother. Still, it's the child of my father and mother.
Well, who is it?
It's me.
It's you?
Exactly.
It's you.
All right.
Oh, wait a minute now. Tisn't my sister, tisn't my brother. Oh, I say, that's very clever. That's awfully clever, Mr. Howard.
Thank you.
Oh, it's pretty. That's very clever, I must say.
What's clever about it?
Don't you see, Mr. Shelton? It's not my sister. It's not my brother. And yet it's the child of my father and mother. Who is it?
It's you.
No, it's Mr. Howard.
Try off something, will you, Thomas, please, and get me out of this mess. At this point, folks, we usually invite some member from our studio audience to take part in our program. Who have we first, Mr. Starr?
Well, Mr. Howard, we have a gentleman, and here he is, Mr. Oscar Bloomquist.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Bloomquist. It's nice to have you with us. How are you this evening?
Thank you very well, sir.
I'm glad to hear that. Where are you from, would you like to
I'm
tell
from
us?
Waltham, Massachusetts.
From where?
Waltham, Massachusetts.
Oh, Waltham, Massachusetts.
Waltham,
Massachusetts.
That's where they make the
Well,
watches.
put soap in my mouth and call me Bubba. I used to work in that town.
You did?
Yeah, I was a lumberjack in a butcher shop.
You were a lumberjack in a butcher shop?
Yeah, I had charge of the shop.
I said. Well, Mr. Sheldon, we can take time out for a moment while you reach down and pick up your teeth again. You're in charge of the chops. I want to warn you, Mr. Bloomquist, pay no attention to what you hear coming from the experts because they're not responsible. Have you ever been on a radio program before?
Oh, no, sir.
You've never been on a radio?
No, sir.
You're not nervous, are you?
Well,
If I can hold my hand?
Please, Miss McConnell, why don't you act like a lady?
I'd rather act natural.
I see. Tell me, Mr. Bloomquist, what do you work at? What's your line of business?
I'm a chiropodist.
Chiropodist.
That's right.
That's the doctor, in
That's
other
right.
words. I see. Well, it's nice
Like
to...
to hold my foot?
What? Now, please! Hold your foot.
You know, it's a
Hold
most
your foot. That's an OPA project or something. Hold your foot.
most extraordinary thing, you know, Doctor, you know.
Yeah?
My uncle went to the doctor last week, you know.
He did.
Yes, he had water on the knee, you know.
Water on the knee.
Yeah, the doctor told me he had water on the knee.
Uh-huh.
He was so disappointed.
He was.
He thought it was champagne.
You know, I got a brother-in-law's got water on the knee. Yeah. He's a traffic cop down on Canal Street.
Yeah, I see.
Did he go down to see the doctor, George?
Yeah, the doctor told him to wear pumps.
Wear pumps. Mr. Sheldon, that is positively ridiculous. I wish you'd stop with those puns. You're annoying our guest here. Tell me, Doctor, have you ever heard this program before?
Oh, lots of times.
You have?
That's right, sir.
Thank you. Up in Waltham, is that
That's
right?
right.
Are you married?
Oh, you bet.
Oh,
You like to take my temperature?
Take your temperature. Please, will you shut up? What are you laughing at?
The doctor told him to wear slippers.
Is your wife... If you keep laughing, Doctor, we'll have to charge you admission here. Is your wife with you, Doctor, this evening?
No, sir, she's not.
Oh, no wonder you're Tell me, would you mind telling me how do you happen to be in New York this evening?
I just came down to see the show.
Especially to see the show.
That's right, sir.
My goodness, I want to tell you it wasn't worth the expense.
Oh,
Well, it sure is nice. It sure is nice to have you with us.
Yes, sure is. What's your first name, honey?
Well, my friends call me Baldy. You can call me Baldy.
That's fair enough. He's a cute kid, isn't he? Well, Curly, you are... Now, look, Sugarfoot. You can just, you can just call me Tugboat. I got a lot of pull.
You certainly have. Not a pull. But your anchor is dragging. Before you go, Doctor, you've not got to reach into the hat that Mr. Stark has there, please, and pick out a question for us. And will you read the question, if you don't mind, Dr. Blumquist, please? Just take your time and read it right into our microphone.
Who invented the Singer sewing machine?
Thank you. Who invented the Singer sewing machine?
Don't say anything about sewing machines to me.
No?
No, there were some men moving a sewing machine out of a 4-story window today. And as I passed, the machine let go and hit me right on top of the head.
Yeah?
I thought it had split my skull open.
That's too bad.
Put your skull open.
Yeah.
Now, let me see.
Right there, Lulu, right
Where?
there. Right there. See it?
Oh, I don't see nothing.
Well, you can't see the machine, but the stitches are there.
Hey, if you had another brain, you'd have one. Who invented the Singer sewing machine? The question's about invention.
Oh, inventions.
Right.
I say, Mr. Howard, speaking about inventions, tell me something. What is a rank?
A rank?
Yes.
I never heard of a rank.
No, Mr. Edison invented it.
Mr. Edison invented the rank?
I read in a paper the other day where Mr. Edison was an inventor of the first rank.
Inventor of the first rank.
So I called up and...
All right. Mr. McNaughton, without a doubt, you're the biggest jackass I've ever seen.
Wait a minute. Don't forget I'm here, Mr.
All right.
My old man's working on an invention.
Yeah, what is it, Lou?
It's a square bathtub.
Oh, a square bathtub?
Yeah.
What's the advantage of a square bathtub?
Can't get any rings around the tub.
Well, I have a good idea I'm working on now.
You have a good idea?
Yeah.
Well, what is it, George?
Putting shoe polish up in toothpaste tubes.
Shoe polish in toothpaste tubes?
Yeah.
Oh, I said that wouldn't fool me. What? I can tell the difference the minute I put it in my mouth.
Mr. McNaughton, why don't you take another vacation? Go up to the 1,000 Islands and spend a week on each one, will you?
Yes.
Who invented the Singer sewing machine? Have you got a sewing machine, Miss McConnell?
Sure.
Is it a Singer?
Well, it hums a little.
It hums.
Never heard it sing anything.
All right.
Well, I think the greatest invention is the donut.
The donut.
And boy, do I love donuts.
Oh, really, Mr. Shelton? Well, tell me something. Are you a dunker?
No, I'm a non-dunker.
Not that I'm the least bit interested, but just what is a non-dunker?
Well, a dunker dunks his donuts in the coffee.
Yeah.
While I take the donuts out of the coffee and wipe them off.
I see. Why do you dunk them in the coffee, then wipe them off?
I don't like wet donuts.
You don't like
Well, then why do you dunk them in the coffee in the first place?
So I can wipe them off.
Now, wait a minute. If you didn't dunk them in the coffee, you wouldn't get them wet.
Well, if I didn't get them wet, what's the sense of wiping them off?
Mr. Shelton, you're an idiot of the first water.
You're quite a drip yourself.
All right.
You dumb clock, you.
Thank you. Let's get back to the question. Who invented the Singer sewing machine?
Say, speaking of inventions, Mr. Howard, did I tell you I'm working on a new invention? It's a phonograph for babysitters.
A phonograph for babysitters.
Rather. It's an automatic changer.
Yeah, all right. My mother told me there'd be nights like this.
You know, my Uncle Wentworth is always trying something new up at the farm.
Yeah.
I remember one time he crossed onions with garlic.
What'd you get?
Lonesome.
I made a woman inventor the other day.
A woman inventor?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure glad they invented women.
Please, I'm warning you, my patience is getting thin.
And so is your hair.
All right.
I think the greatest invention of the age, you know, is the safety pin.
I think electricity is the greatest invention.
I still say the safety pin.
I say electricity. Why do you keep saying the safety pin?
Mr. Shelton, if you're at a dance with a young lady and your suspenders break, what good is electricity?
That does it, Mr. Stark. Will you step in here and give our good friend $24.10 for his visit here? And thank you a lot, Doctor, for being with us.
Here you are, Mr. Blomquist, and good luck to you.
Thank you, Mr. Blomquist. At this point, folks, I'd like to welcome a delegation of police from Troy, New York. They're here for their police convention of the PBA. Welcome to It Pays to Be Ignorant, folks. I hope you have a nice time. And now, Mr. Stark, how about another guest?
Well, Mr. Howard, we have a very charming young lady, and here she is, Mrs. Irma Williams.
Oh, good evening, Miss Williams. It's very nice to have you come to our mic. How are you this evening?
Fine, thank you.
I'm very glad to hear that. Where are you from, would you like to tell us?
Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Oh, we down Chattanooga. Welcome to It Pays to Be Ignorant. How are things in Chattanooga when you left?
Oh, just fine.
They're good. Do you still live there?
Yes.
Oh, good. How do you happen to be in New York at this time?
Just vacationing.
Just vacationing. Well, you couldn't have come to a better place. Have you ever been to New York before?
No, I haven't.
First time?
First time.
How do you like our little town here?
Okay.
Good. I'm glad you do.
Are you through, Mr. Howard? Are you through, old one?
Am I through? Yes, mister. What do you mean, am I through?
I would like to ask the young lady from Chattanooga some questions.
Oh, I see.
So would I.
Yes.
We're just sitting here like a couple of dopes.
Yes. And very becoming to the both of you.
Does that mean me too, Mr. Howard?
That means you too.
That's what I like. A short, direct answer.
I see. I'm sorry for these interruptions, Miss Williams. I must apologize for the panel here. Tell me, are you married?
Yes, I am.
Uh-huh.
You know, that's a funny thing. I said to my girl last night, I said, let you and I get married.
Yes.
What'd she say?
She said, okay, but who'd have us?
I say, you know, speaking about marriage, yesterday was my wife's birthday.
Yeah.
So I bought her a brand new garbage can.
New garbage can. What was the matter with the old one?
It was full.
It was...
No idea.
That's a swell idea. All right, please. Tell me, how long have you been married, Miss Williams?
4 years.
4 years, that's
Got any boyfriends?
Please, you said you was married.
Well, what difference does that make?
Oh, I see.
Miss McConnell, do you mean to say you have boyfriends?
I ain't talking.
I see. Tell me, have you any family, Miss Williams?
One little boy, 7 months old.
Isn't he's here with you, too?
No.
He's not here with you. You left him home.
Mother has him.
Oh, Mother has him. That's where mothers come in handy, isn't it?
That's right.
It certainly is. Well, it's certainly nice to have you with us. Tell me, then you do do you do anything else but housework? Do you have a business on the side? Or...
No, I don't.
Well, I guess housework keeps you pretty busy.
That's right.
Uh-huh. Your husband, you say, is with you, huh?
Yes.
Good. Well, I hope you're both... Have you seen any shows?
Yes.
You have seen some shows. What show have you seen?
Oh, we went to Winter Take All.
Oh, Winter Take All.
Mm-hmm.
That's very nice. Who, with Mr. Collier? Is that
I
Mr.
don't
Collier's
remember
show?
now.
I think it is.
Would you like a cup of tea and a muffin?
Please. Well, I'm glad you came and paid us this visit. It certainly is nice to have you with us. Have you ever saw a broadcast before?
No.
This is the first one. That is Winter Take All in this one. You've never been on one.
No, sir.
You're not nervous?
Oh, a little.
Oh, well, don't be nervous. We're all one big family here. We don't get along so well, but we are one big family. Well, I won't keep you any longer. Before you go, we would love to have you reach into the hat there that Mr. Stark is holding. You can see it, that dunce cap. And pick out a question for us, please. And would you read the question if you don't mind?
In what key was Rubinstein's melody in F written?
Right? Very nicely read.
These questions are getting very difficult.
Yeah, they are, yeah. I imagine we're going to have trouble with this one. Let me repeat it for you. In what key was Rubinstein's melody in F written?
Mr. Howard, tell me something, confidentially. Who wrote it?
Mr. McNaughton, why don't you send your brain back to the moron it belongs to?
I've lost your address, old boy.
All right. It's worse and worse. If you listen to the question, you'd readily know who wrote it. I'll repeat it once more.
Yes, please.
In what key is Rubinstein's melody in F written?
How many shops and flats was it written in?
Did you say shops or sharps?
Shops. How many shops and flats?
Mr. Sheldon, I'm not interested in shops and flats. I just want the key.
Well, what good is the key if you haven't got the flat?
Mr. Howard, it's logical to presume that this question is a musical question.
Mr. Sheldon, or Mr. McNaughton, you surprised me. You're right. It is a musical question.
Isn't that odd?
Isn't it odd?
Oh, it's
yes.
amazing.
Okay.
I was reading a book about musicians the other day, and in the book it said that Orpheus was such a great musician that when he played, he made trees and mountains move.
So what? When I played the trombone, the whole neighborhood moved.
I can very readily believe that.
My old man's a musician.
Your what?
My old man's a musician.
Your old man. What does he do? Fiddle with his whiskers?
What?
Oh, go ahead, never mind. You already spoiled it, so go ahead. Now, what were you saying?
What is he
I said my old man is a musician.
Good.
He plays a dianophone.
What? What in the world is a dianophone?
Oh, it's an odd-shaped instrument and has a hole in each end. And you have to blow in both ends at the same time.
How can you blow in both ends at the same time?
Do you have to do it?
No.
Then what are you worrying about?
All right.
Tell him to mind his own business, Lou.
Let's get on here.
What was the question, Mr. Howard?
In what key was Rubinstein's melody in F written?
Now, let me figure that out the way you used to figure it out in school.
Okay.
Now, you take 4 apples. Then you
Wait a minute. What has apples got to do with the question?
Why, what's the matter? Don't you like apples?
I didn't say that. I'm just not interested in apples.
Tell me, Mr. Howard, why don't you like apples?
That's a Pretty nasty attitude, Mr. Howard.
Please.
Precisely. Suppose no one liked apples.
Yeah, then nobody would buy them. Then the farmers wouldn't grow anymore.
Exactly. And if the farmers stopped growing, we'd have nothing but a lot of midget farmers.
Yes. If we didn't have any apples, where would the little worms go? Would you deprive a poor worm of a home?
You just keep paying your rent and you'll always have a home. All I want to know is in what key was Rubenstein's melody in F written?
You mean F like in potatoes?
There's no F in potato.
No, how about French fries?
Will you please cut it out? First apples, now potatoes.
Lovely meal we're having.
Yes.
Pass the gravy, will you?
Please, the question's about music.
Speaking about music, I read an ad in the paper the other day.
Yes.
Yeah, it was a musical ad. It said a young man with an upright piano would like to meet a young lady with a spinet. Object, baby grand. $5.40.
All right, come on.
Oh, that's cute, Mr. Howard. Isn't that cute?
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Howard, did you know that I have a boyfriend who plays the violin?
Yeah, what was his name, Lou?
Nero. Now, let's on there. The question's about music. Do you know anything about music, Mr. Sheldon?
Certainly.
You do? Well, why didn't you say so?
Well, you didn't ask me.
Oh, never mind.
I was a born musician.
You were a born musician. Never mind. I'll tell you what we'll do, Mr. Stark. Step in here and give our charming guest $25.90 for helping us out. And thank you, Miss Williams. It was a pleasure.
Well, here you are, Miss Williams, and lots of luck to you.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, the sportsman, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's go out to Jack Benny's house in Beverly Hills. At the moment, Rochester is alone, straightening up Jack's room.
Well, I've put away almost everything the boss brought home from Europe. What's this? Oh, these are some of the souvenirs Mr. Benny brought back. A beret from France, wooden shoes from Holland, and a barnacle off the Queen Mary. He must have got that when he was diving for coins. Say, what's this little book? Let's see. Oh, it's Mr. Benny's diary of his trip. I think I'll take a little peek. No. Emily Post says it isn't right to read other people's personal notes. But Emily ain't here, so peekaboo. Here's the first entry in the diary. It says,
July 10th, dear diary. We arrived in London today. It thrills me to be in this historical old city with all its picturesque scenery. I was lucky to get a room overlooking the beautiful Hotel Savoy. Which is much better than paying Savoy prices and overlooking the dump I'm living in.
that's my boss.
July 20th, dear diary. Last night we opened at London's famous Palladium Theater. What an event. It was the most exciting thing that has happened to me in all my 39 years. The theater was jammed with important people. Everybody was there except the king and queen. Poor things, they couldn't get tickets.
Oh, diary, come now.
August 10th, dear diary. Yesterday we arrived in Paris.
Well, now we're getting someplace.
Paris is a very gay city. Last night the whole gang went to the Kit Kat Club, the Casino de Paris, and the Folies Bergère. But I didn't join them. I visited the Eiffel Tower, the Arc de Triomphe, and the Louvre Museum.
39, he says.
August 17th, dear diary. Yesterday was my last night in Paris, and what a time I had. I met a cute little French dancer, and we went to all the gay spots. We finally wound up in a tiny candlelit cafe, and I toasted her by drinking champagne out of her slipper. It was very romantic till I choked on Dr. Scholl's foot pad. Ah, what sweet memories I have of little Suzette. Every time I think of her, a lump comes to my throat.
Suzette. Well, this is pretty interesting. But I better get downstairs and dust the library. The boss and his gang are going to listen to the World Series. Hope I get a chance to hear it. Should be exciting. Boston Braves versus Satchel Paige. Yeah, I better hurry.
Now, come on, Polly, try it again. Say, bonsoir, monsieur. Polly.
What's the matter, boss?
Oh, I've been trying to teach Polly French, but it's no use. Rochester, arrange the chairs around the radio. You know my gang will be here.
Mademoiselle from Armitage, parlez-vous?
I guess Polly's older than I thought. Been around, too. Now, arrange the chairs, Rochester.
I will. Say, boss, I finished putting away all your souvenirs from your trip. You really had a great time in Europe, didn't you?
Yes, it was wonderful, except for that one thing that marred the end of the trip. Something followed me back from Europe.
What was it, boss? What was it?
An echo.
Oh, for a minute I thought it was Suzette.
No, Rochester, it was a crazy echo. See, it started in Switzerland when I heard the Swiss yodelers, and it followed me ever... Hey, wait a minute. How did you know about Suzette? You read my diary, didn't you?
Well, boss, I just...
Now, wait a minute, Rochester. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. A diary is a personal thing, and you shouldn't have read it. Where did you find it?
In your folio.
In my folio?
Folio lane.
There it is, Rochester. Did you hear? Did you hear that echo?
I didn't hear anything.
But you must have. Listen. Hello. You heard it that time, didn't you?
No, sir, I didn't hear a thing.
But you must have. It was a definite echo. Try it now. Try it and you'll see. Now, you yell hello.
Okay. Hello!
Hello.
Polly, you keep out of this or I'll give you a good spanking.
You better not, boss. The last time you spanked her, she laid a cracked egg.
Oh, yeah. We had to eat it right away. Now, Rochester, the gang will be over pretty soon, so place the chairs around the radio.
Yes, sir.
There's the phone. I'll get it. Hello? Yes, this is Jack Benny. No. My program goes on at 5 o'clock, California Daylight Time. No. That's 7 o'clock in the East. Well, certainly, I'm sure. I did my program at 5 o'clock last week. Yes, I'm positive. You're welcome.
Who was that, boss?
NBC. They're mixed up, too. These different times are so confusing. That must be some of the gang coming over to hear the World Series. I'll get the door. Everyone knows I'm a rambling rose. I'm a beauty growing wild. Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Rosie.
Oh, you heard me singing. Come on in. You know, Dennis, you're the first one to arrive.
I wanted to get here before the prices change.
Dennis, I only do that for the Rose Bowl game. Now, come on in the den and we'll... Hey, wait a minute. Dennis, this is the first time I've ever seen you wearing glasses. Are your eyes bad?
No.
And why are you wearing those glasses?
My uncle died and left them to me.
Your uncle? Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, I can't see a darn thing with them.
Well, for heaven's sake, kid, if you can't see with them, take them off. Just because somebody leaves you something in a will, you're not compelled to use it.
I'm not?
No.
You want to buy a set of teeth?
Now cut that out! And stop making things up. Look, I just happened to remember this morning I saw your uncle walking down the street.
That was my aunt. He left her his clothes.
Well, that's the silliest thing I ever heard. Now, look, kid, you don't need those glasses, so take them off.
Thanks. Oh, say, Mr. Benny, I meant to ask you something. Do you still hear that echo that bothered you last week?
Yes, Dennis, once in a while. It's got me worried, too. I can't figure out what it is.
Well, it could be a figment of your imagination.
Huh?
Or it might be a hallucination brought on by overexertion of the subconscious mind, which can be attributed to a neurotic psychosis.
Dennis, what does that mean?
I don't know. It was on the card I got when I weighed myself this morning.
I thought so. Well, look, the gang ought to be here pretty soon. Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss?
Get some refreshments ready.
Yes, sir. Are we going to push the hot dogs or the peanuts today?
We're not going to push anything. They'll look, they'll see. If they like, they'll buy. Just get them ready.
Okay. Will you let me know when Satchel Paige is pitching?
Yes, I'll let you know. Well, I guess they're here. Go in the den and sit down, kid. Hair of gold, eyes of blue, lips like cherry wine. I've got the eyes, I've got the lips, I wish the hair was mine. Oh, hello, Mary. Hiya, Don.
Hello, Jack.
Hi, Jack.
Don, where's your car?
Why, I left it at Mary's house and we walked over.
Well, I don't blame you. It's such a sunny day.
Not when you're walking with Don.
I see what you mean. Come on in. The game hasn't started yet.
Oh, by the way, Jack, I want to thank you for that nice present you brought me from England.
Oh, what'd he bring you, Don?
A genuine cowhide belt, but I feel a little guilty when I wear it.
Guilty now? Why?
Well, I hate to think that 2 cows had to die so I could hold up my pants.
All right, Don, all right. Don, you don't have to shake like that. We haven't been sponsored by them for 7 years. Now, come on, let's go in the den and sit down.
Okay. Well, look who's here. Hello, Dennis.
Who's that?
Dennis, take off those glasses.
Okay. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Dennis.
Dennis, I didn't know you wore glasses. Are your eyes bad?
Don't answer him, kid. I wouldn't go through that again for $1 million. Now, look, now let's get ready to hear the game. Huh?
Say, Jack, on the way over here, I was telling Don all about our trip to Europe, and he got such a big kick out of it.
I sure did, Jack. How was London? Did you have a good time there, too?
Did I, Don? I went everywhere. Waterloo Bridge, Piccadilly Circus, Westminster Abbey, all the places you read about.
Did you go to Buckingham Palace to see the changing of the guard?
Well, not exactly.
Jack went to the Bank of England to see the guarding of the change.
Say, Mary, that was a pretty good gag. You know, you ought to save that.
For the program?
No, just save it. Now, look, as soon as Phil gets here...
Oh, boss!
Yes?
Is Satchel Paige pitching yet?
The game doesn't start for 10 minutes.
Oh!
Gee, come to think of it, you know, I don't even know who is going to pitch.
I bet it won't be my uncle.
Dennis, now be quiet.
Say, kids, I'll bet Bob Hope's the most excited person in Hollywood on account of the World Series.
Why?
Well, Bob owns the Cleveland Indians.
So what? Jack owns Cleveland.
Owns Cleveland. A few square miles. She makes a big thing out of it. Well, it's almost time for the game.
Jack, wasn't that an exciting finish in the American League this year?
It certainly was. And yet, you know, when I had lunch with Leo DeRocha in New York this summer, he told me he thought the National League was going to be in a tight race, too.
But, Jack, anyone could see that the Boston Braves were running away with a pennant.
That's exactly what I told Leo. There it goes again, that echo. Now, don't tell me you didn't hear it. You heard it, didn't you, Don?
I didn't hear a thing, Jack.
Neither did I.
Did you hear it, Dennis?
No, but don't go by me. I'm wearing glasses.
Well, I told you to take them off. This echo is driving me crazy. If it doesn't stop, I'll do something desperate.
Oh, don't get so excited, Jack. Supposing you do hear an echo. What's so terrible about that?
Plenty. Someday I may sit down and hear Fred Allen's program twice. Just think of that. Rochester, there's the buzzer.
Is Satchel Paige pitching yet?
No.
Then I'll answer the door.
Jack, who do you really think will win the series?
Well, Don, it's my belief that Cleveland has a decided edge in pitchers, but Boston seems stronger in fielding. Now, while they're evenly matched in batting power, Cleveland seems to rate the psychological advantage. Therefore, I pick Cleveland. And, Don, I base this conclusion on my complete knowledge of sports.
Some knowledge of sports.
What?
You think Gorgeous George plays a violin with Phil Spitalny.
I do not. I found out last
Hiya,
week...
Jackson, Dauncey. Hello, Livy, you one touch of Venus, you.
Hello.
Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Alice.
Dennis, give me those glasses! What a kid.
What about the game, Jackson? Started yet?
No, and there's no sense listening. It's all settled. Grantland Benny picks Cleveland to win.
Yes, and they will win, too.
What are you talking about? Cleveland ain't got a chance.
Oh, they haven't, eh? Would you like to bet $100?
Yes.
Well, call up Bob Hope. He's taking all he can get. Come on, put up or shut up. Wise guy?
Never mind about Hope. I'll bet you $1. I just want to win one of your dollars.
What are my dollars? Why?
I want to see what Washington looked like when he was a boy.
Oh, fine. Phil, you don't even know who George Washington was.
I do, too. George Washington was the father of our country.
Well.
He was first in war, first in peace, and first again with tobacco men.
Phil, who told you that?
I cannot tell a lie. I did it with my little fat commercial.
Oh. Well, very good, Don, but I didn't know they had cigarettes in those days.
Well, sure, Jack. When Washington threw that dollar across Potomac, they threw back a packet of Luckies and 83 cents change.
No. Huh?
Yes, but they didn't have any matches then, so they threw him a Boy Scout and 2 sticks.
Gee, Mary, I always thought...
Come on, Jack. Look what time it is. Are we going to listen to the game or not?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, wait a minute, Jackson. Before you turn on the radio, I want to tell you the most amazing thing you ever heard.
What is it, Phil?
Last week I saw a ball game. There were 16 home runs and not a single man scored.
Wait a minute, Phil. 16 home runs, not a single man scored. How was that?
They were all married. Oh, Harris, you've got so much more than Spike Jones. Why should you fight us?
Phil, tell me something.
What?
Which one of your heads has the Tony? Now, let's get settled down and
Say, boss, is Satchel Paige pitching yet?
Rochester, the game hasn't started.
Well, they ought to broadcast his warm-up.
I'll let you know when it's time.
Mademoiselle from Armitage, parlez-vous?
Darn that bird. I told you to keep quiet.
Who are you?
Polly, take off my glasses.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Hey, Jackson, come on, turn on the radio.
Yeah, let's hear the game.
Okay.
Folks, do you have a friend or relative who drinks too much? Well, just remember that alcoholism is a disease that can be cured by
That's not the station.
Don't turn it off, Jackson. I want to tell Frankie about this.
Never mind, Frankie.
Oh, come on, Jack. Find the station or we'll miss the game.
All right.
And here we are in the bottom half of the third inning in what promises to be an exciting ball game.
Gee, it started already.
What a crowd. The stadium is jammed with important people from all over the world. Everybody's here except the King and Queen of England. Poor things, they couldn't get tickets.
Gee, they miss everything, don't they?
There's one out. Bases are loaded. Keltner's on first, Mitchell on second, and Kennedy and Greenberg are on third.
He won't get off for anybody.
As you know, Bearden is pitching for the Indians and Bickford for the Braves. Bickford's taking his time, and he's plenty worried.
I don't blame him.
Boss?
What?
Page?
No.
Oh!
I wish he'd listen on his own radio.
Bickford, the pitcher, is winding up. Remember, folks, one out, Boudreaux at bat, and the bases are lonely but loaded.
Gosh, the pitcher's really in a hole.
Holy ole.
Holy smokes, there it goes again, that echo. You heard it this time, didn't you, Mary?
I didn't hear a thing.
Neither did I.
Neither did I.
I didn't hear it either.
What?
Boudreaux is still at bat, and here comes the pitch. It may be a hit. McCormick fields the ball and throws it to home where it's a close decision. He's out. No, he's safe. No, he's out. No safe. He's out. He's safe. Here's the official decision. He's half safe.
Half safe?
Now Robinson is coming up to bat. Here's an interesting sidelight on Robinson. At the opening of the game, he was 5 feet 2 inches tall. Now in the 4th inning, he's 6 feet 3 inches tall.
What?
Everybody here is wondering how Robinson grew so.
Oh,
Oh, Nelson, you may not be from Boston, but you certainly use your bean.
Jack, are you sure you got the right station?
certainly.
Robinson is waiting for the pitch, and here it comes. It's a hit. It's a long, long fly. The ball is going out toward right field. It's still going. It's going. And now, ladies and gentlemen, while the ball is in the air, the Cleveland Indians will serenade the Braves. That was the Cleveland Indians serenading the Boston Braves. Now, back to the game. The ball is still in the air. What a long fly. It's still going. There it goes over the right field fence and out of the Cleveland Stadium. It's still going.
Gee, kids, that's about the longest.
Jack, your window.
Say, that was a hit, wasn't it?
Robinson is being congratulated by his teammates as he crosses home plate. As you know, Robinson is an outstanding player and came up from the minor leagues where he used to play shortstop for Do-Wah-Diddy.
Do-Wah-Diddy?
Why, that ain't no town and it ain't no city.
No, but it's awful small and awful pretty. Do-Wah-Diddy.
Hey, what's going on here, anyway?
Hey, boss, isn't Satchel Paige pitching a terrific game?
Satchel Paige, he isn't pitching.
He is on my radio.
You know, kids, I can't figure out.
Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who may have tuned in late, this ball game in Cleveland is in the 3rd inning. In New York, it's the 5th inning. And in Nevada and California, it's the 2nd inning.
What?
Except in Washington and Oregon, where the broadcast was called off on account of rain.
What is this, anyway?
While we're waiting for the next batter, I'd like to mention a few celebrities who are here today. Right below me are Mr. and Mrs. Gary Cooper. To the left of them are Mr. and Mrs. William Powell. And below them are Mr. and Mrs. and Mrs. and Mrs. and Mrs. and Mrs. Artie Shaw.
No wonder the king and queen couldn't get in.
And now it's the last half of the 9th inning. 2 out, and Doby is up to bat.
The last half of the 9th already? He's crazy.
Here comes the pitch. It's a hard hit ball going out between 2nd and 3rd base. It's a hot grounder, and Dennis Day's uncle is under it.
Dennis Day's uncle?
Doby is out, and the game is over. But we'll not know who won until the final returns come in from New York, California, Washington, and Oregon.
Oh, my goodness.
Ladies and gentlemen, the foregoing was a paid political broadcast and does not necessarily express an opinion.
Mary, turn off that radio.
Okay.
Now, kids...
And now, folks, I'd like to tell you how thrilled I've been to...
Wait a minute! Who turned on that radio again?
I did.
Oh, nuts! Come on, kids, let's go in the kitchen and buy some sandwiches.
Ladies and gentlemen, during the last war, the chief hope of our enemies was to divide the United States along racial and religious lines and thereby conquer us. Let's not spread prejudice. A divided America is a weak America, and we need the same harmony among our various racial and religious groups that was the source of our strength in war. Through our behavior, we encourage the respect of our children and make them better neighbors to all races and religions. Remind them that being good neighbors has helped make our country great and kept her free. Thank you. Jack will be back in just a moment, but first...
Ladies and gentlemen, due to unforeseen commitments, Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman couldn't be with us tonight, but they'll visit us in a couple of weeks. Be sure and stay tuned in for the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, which follows immediately. And on Saturday night, listen to A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. There it goes again. Oh, well, good night.
America's finest silver plate is 1847 Rogers Brothers. From Hollywood, International Silver Company, creators of 1847 Rogers Brothers Silver Plate, presents The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet, starring young America's favorite couple, Ozzie Nelson and Harriet Hilliard. Well, let's look in and see what the Nelsons of 1847 Rogers Road are doing. It's quite late at night. So late I can't even see what time it is. Oh, thank you. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. And all we can hear are the customary sounds of night. The grandfather's clock in the hall, a couple of crickets chirping on the lawn, the distant screams of the pedestrians on Sunset Boulevard. We tiptoe up the carpeted stairs and peek into the bedroom. Aren't we devils? The stillness there is interrupted only by the gentle ticking of the clock. Oh, wait a minute. I think I hear Harriet's voice.
And I think I really should get that hat because I haven't had a thing to wear with my navy blue outfit except that old hat I bought last year. And, besides, that really doesn't go with my navy blue anyhow.
Ozzie replies,
Oh, hello. He sure falls asleep fast. Well, I may as well go to sleep myself. Oh, goodness, the faucet in the bathroom's dripping. I'll never fall asleep now. Ozzie. Ozzie, dear, wake up.
Good night, dear.
Ozzie, there's a drip in the bathroom. I say there's a drip in the bathroom.
Doesn't he know this is a private home?
Oh, please, dear. It's the faucet in the bathroom. Would you get up and shut it off? It'll keep us awake all night.
I don't hear a thing. Good night, dear.
Oh, honey, I'm sure the faucet is dripping. Aren't you going to get up and turn it off?
Well, let's wait until the next time you hear burglars, and then I can get up for both of them at the same time.
Ozzie, it may flood the bathroom. We could both be drowned in our sleep.
Okay. Go to the closet, and on the top shelf there's a box. Get it.
What's in it?
Water wings.
Very funny, very funny. You mean you're not going to turn off the faucet?
Well, darling, it isn't bothering me. Why should I bother it? Live and let live, I always say.
Oh, you dog.
And let sleeping dogs lie.
You mean to say you can sleep with that going on?
I told you I don't hear any dripping.
Oh, for goodness sakes, listen.
I don't hear a thing.
There, did you hear that?
I don't hear a thing. It must be your imagination. I didn't hear that one either.
Ozzie Nelson, you know you hear it just as well as I do.
Okay, the faucet is dripping a little. So what? I'm tired.
Oh. So you won't do a little thing like shutting off the faucet for me. The day of chivalry is certainly dead. In those days, a man would never let his wife do any menial work.
Listen, if these were the days of chivalry, I'd probably be a knight, wouldn't I? And I'd have to go out and fight dragons and things, wouldn't I?
Well, I suppose so.
Well, if I'm out fighting dragons, wouldn't you have to get up and shut off the faucet?
That's not one bit funny. I'm not kidding. This is going a little too far. You don't love me anymore.
Oh, darling, where's your sense of humor? Of course I love you, and you know it. I love you more than anything in the whole wide world. I think you're the most wonderful wife a man ever had. Now go and shut off the water.
I will not. The floor is cold, and you know it.
Well, it's cold on my little piggy-wiggies, too, you know. I tell you what I'll do. I'll show you that chivalry isn't dead. I'll be a gentleman about it. I'll play you gin rummy. Loser goes.
Gin rummy? Oh, we haven't got any cards.
I'll get the cards. Where's the light? Oh, there. The cards here in the dresser, Harriet?
I think they're in the hall table.
Oh. They're not here, Harriet.
Try the medicine cabinet in the bathroom.
Funny place for cards in the bathroom.
And while you're there, turn off the faucet.
Oh. Okay, there. Harriet, I can't find the cards here.
Never mind the cards.
Never mind, but how are we going to decide who... I've been tricked, and by my own wife, too.
Well, anyway, dear, the faucet is shut off.
I might as well admit it was beginning to bother me, too. Boy, I'm sleepy. Oh, this bed feels good.
Thank you very much, dear.
No, nothing at all.
I'm sorry I tricked you, Ozzy.
Oh, that's all right.
Now we can sleep.
Oh, good hours.
Good night, dear.
Good night. Oh, for the love of Mike.
Obstinate little gadget, isn't it?
Wait a minute, I got an idea.
Where are you going? What are you going to do?
I'll be right back. There, that did it.
What'd you do?
Honey, I must admit that I fixed that leak with a simple little device that the average husband wouldn't have thought of.
What'd you do, leave a finger there?
No. It's a very simple psychological matter. Since I couldn't stop the drip, I merely turned the water on a little harder, and since a steady stream of water makes little or no noise, presto, I have eliminated the disturbing elements.
Oh, Ozzy, you're wonderful.
And if you should hear the gentle flowing of the water, just imagine you're out camping by a mountain stream, and you'll fall right off to sleep.
Darling, sometimes I think you're an absolute genius.
Oh. Well, maybe you're right at that. Oh, good night, dear. It's morning already.
I just woke up, too. It's a lovely day.
Well, might as well hop out of bed and get dressed. Holy smokes, this is the worst early morning fog in history. Well, Harriet, the room is flooded.
Flooded?
Yes, hurry, get dressed. Quick, grab your shoes as they float by.
Oh, something must have happened with that faucet. You better get to the bathroom and see what's wrong.
Oh, I just happened to think of something. Harriet, remember last night when I figured out a way to stop that drip by letting the water run a little faster?
Yes.
Well, even the greatest of scientists on the eve of world-shaking discoveries often overlook matters of less magnitude in their zeal and absorption.
You mean you left the stopper in the sink?
Right.
Well, Mr. Scientist, you'll just have to get busy and clean up this mess before you get any breakfast today.
Okay, it's my own fault, and I'm perfectly willing to take the consequences. But how am I going to get rid of all this water? Shall I get an 1847 Rogers Brothers silver-plated spoon and ladle it up?
Well, you could, dear. But a simpler way would be a pail and 2 mops.
Well, I don't know much about this. What do I do with the mops?
Well, just make believe it's New Year's Eve.
Make believe it's New Year's Eve?
Mm-hmm. Just wring out the old and ring in the new.
Oh, wow, what a job that was.
Morning, Pop.
Hello, David.
Ready for breakfast now, dear?
Yep.
All through upstairs?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't take you so long after all.
No, just 3.5 hours. I am now an expert on mopping up operations.
Well, here's your breakfast, dear.
I'll just have the toast and the eggs.
Don't you want any orange juice?
Please, no liquids.
Will you excuse me, dear? I want to call a plumber to come over and fix the faucet.
Well, you're not serious, are you?
Well, of course I am.
Well, you don't think I'd be so idiotic as to have a plumber come all the way over here just to fix a leaky faucet?
Well, why not? Last week you called in an electrician just to change an electric light bulb.
Go ahead, make fun of me.
What do you think I'm doing now? No, honestly, honey, you're a very, very, very clever fellow. And I love you dearly, but there's no sense in having the house wash away.
Now, Harriet, stop talking nonsense. House wash away. We have a little flood around here, and everybody gets frightened to death.
Nobody was frightened.
Oh, no? Then who hung those water wings in the bathroom?
Those aren't water wings.
Oh.
Gloria's probably waiting to clear away these dishes. Oh, Gloria! Gloria!
Did you call me, Mrs. Nelson?
Yes, I did, Gloria. We're finished breakfast. Hey, by the way, your room is exactly under ours. Did the water leak through?
Well, the water leaked through, but nothing got wet. You see, I sleep with my mouth open.
You mean you swallowed the water?
Well, I don't know, but come to think of it, this morning when I ate a piece of toast, I could hear it splash. Tell me, Mrs. Nelson, how did the flood start?
Well, Mr. Nelson thought it'd be nice to let the water run and dream we were out camping beside a mountain stream.
Oh, sure. It was all my fault.
I went camping once. Way up on a mountaintop.
Oh, my, that sounds romantic.
Oh, it was romantic. One night I was sitting under the stars, and someone sat down beside me, and he put his arm around me. And we sat there not saying a word, just looking at the stars. And then the moon came up just in time.
Well, what do you mean?
5 minutes more and I'd have been engaged to a grizzly bear.
Oh, it must have been frightening when the moon came up and you were sitting there with a grizzly bear.
It must have been. He ran like everything. Well, I hope the flood in the house didn't do too much damage.
Oh, I don't think so. Nothing really serious.
You should have seen that water dripping down the stairs this morning.
Well, I'm sorry you didn't wake us, Gloria. Try to remember. Always call us any time you see anything unusual in the house.
Well, that's not so unusual.
My goodness, if water dripping down the stairs isn't unusual, what is?
Water dripping up the stairs?
I see what you mean. Well, Gloria, be prepared for anything around here this morning because Mr. Nelson insists he's going to fix the leak himself.
Mrs. Nelson's just jealous because she's not mechanically inclined. Are you mechanically inclined, Gloria?
Oh, yes. I could go for a nice mechanic any time.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if we had to call on your boyfriend Elmer before Mr. Nelson's through.
Oh, but Elmer's no good at fixing things.
Why, didn't you tell me the other day that Elmer was a handyman?
I just meant that he only lives 2 blocks away. He's a handyman. Well, I better clean away these dishes.
And I better go upstairs and fix that leak.
Can I go with you, Pop?
Now, you see that, Harriet? You're afraid I'm going to flood the house, but thank goodness at least my son has confidence in me. Come on along, David.
I'll be right with you, Dad, as soon as I get my sailboat.
Yeah, it's really leaking all right.
Yeah, but are you sure you can fix it?
There's nothing to it, David. You just watch. There isn't anything your old man doesn't know about plumbing. I know this sink like a book. You can assist Daddy in the operation if you like.
Gee, thanks, Dad.
Now we go to work. Wrench.
Wrench.
Pliers.
Pliers.
Screwdriver.
Screwdriver.
Hammer.
Hammer.
Iodine. I think maybe I'd better go with this a little different way. Aha, here we are. This'll take care of the old leak. Now watch, David. I just put the monkey wrench on this pipe, and I twist it to the right. Turning to the right always shuts things off, David.
Are you sure, Dad?
Positive. That's how all pipes are made. Twisting to the right shuts them off. And I hit the monkey wrench with a hammer now to turn it real hard.
Pop!
that loosens the whole thing up.
It won't, son.
Are you sure, Pop?
I'm as sure of that as I am that tomorrow will be a beautiful day. Well, that's California for you.
Well, as the walrus might have said to the carpenter, now it's my turn to speak to those of you who have been saving for the day when you could go to your silverware dealers, ask for 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate, and get it. That day will be here very soon, too. If you could see the town of Meriden, Connecticut, where the home of 1847 Rogers Brothers is, you'd be sure of that. For in Meriden today, the harsh, urgent clamor of war machinery has given place to the quiet hum of silversmithing. The skilled hands that broke all records turning out fighting weapons are again engaged in the task they love, the creation of America's finest silver plate. Soon the silver plate itself will be at your silverware dealers, as lovely in design, as incomparable in craftsmanship as always. We feel sure you'll want to wait that short while, that before you buy any new silverware for your home, you'll want to see the famous silver plate of the 1847 Rogers Brothers. Well, things are sure in a mess at the Nelson household at 1847 Rogers Road. Ozzy's attempt to fix something has led to complete disaster. Instead of fixing the leak in the pipe, Ozzy has succeeded in breaking it and causing a small-sized flood. As our scene opens, our hero is entering a nearby plumbing shop.
Say, could you come up to our house right away? We got a busted pipe that needs fixing.
Well, I'll tell the boss about it.
Well, what about you? Aren't you a plumber?
Me? No, I ain't no plumber. I'm just a plumber's helper. I ain't allowed to fix nothing. I'm only allowed to watch it being fixed.
Well, look, this is rather urgent.
Okay. Just relax, mister. Give me your name and address. I'll put it on the list. And as soon as the boss can look at it, you'll be taken care of. That's the best I can do.
Well, the name is Nelson, and the address is 1847 Rogers Road. Try and rush it, will you, because it's an emergency.
Okay.
You got that address, haven't you? 1847 Rogers Road.
Okay. Everything is an emergency. The guy's got a little leak, so it's an emergency. Some people don't seem to realize there's a... Hey, wait a minute. The war's over. Hey, boss! Here's another address for you to stop at. You better hurry. It's an emergency.
Nelson, 1847 Rogers Road. Thanks, I'll go right over.
Yes?
Mr. Nelson?
That's right.
Well, may I come in? You're next on my list.
I'm next on your list?
Yes. Didn't you send for a plumber?
Well, yes, but
Is something the matter?
Well, I just wasn't expecting a lady plumber. Tell me, have you plumbed long?
A few years, and I like it. When I started, I never thought I'd feel this way about plumbing.
I never thought I'd feel this way about a plumber.
Oh, I understand you have a broken pipe in the bathroom.
We have? Yes, of course.
Well, of course. Didn't you call
Pardon me, boss. I got all the tools here.
Oh, thank you. Just lay them down there, Tyrone. And, Tyrone, would you please find the water shut off?
Okay, boss.
And keep in touch with me.
Okay, boss.
I'm sorry I was so confused, but, well, it's just that most plumbers are men, and you're quite the opposite.
Oh, well, I'm sorry that I've upset you so.
Oh, that's all right, really.
After all, in these times, women drive buses, they work on railroads, they use riveting machines. They do just about everything.
That's right. Who knows, someday a few of them might even learn to cook.
Well, now, I think I'd really better get to work on that leaky pipe.
Tyrone, calling the boss.
What's that?
Oh, that's our portable communication system. Sort of a walkie-talkie. Saves us a lot of time. Boss to Tyrone. Come in, Tyrone.
I think I found that water shutoff, boss. There's a knob here that looked like the opening to a coal chute. But then I remembered that in California they... Say, they do have coal chutes here, don't they?
Keep trying, Tyrone.
Is somebody here, Ozzy?
Oh, yes, dear, it's the plumber.
Oh, good. I'd like to watch you. Oh. Are you the plumber?
That's right. I'm the plumber.
Oh, you must tell me who does your hair. It's adorable.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like it. I had my hair done at the Pierre salon.
That pipe is...
Pierre specializes in lady plumbers. In fact, he calls this the lady plumber hairdo.
Oh, well, it's really beautiful. That big pompadour in the center and the braids on each side. It's so romantic.
Yes. It represents a water boiler surrounded by stovepipes.
Tyrone, calling the boss. Come in.
Yes, Tyrone?
I think I found out where the water shutoff is. I'm down in the basement, and in here they got a sort of a den, you see. And in the corner of the den, they got a small bar, and there's some, I'll call you bar.
Look, I don't mean to be personal, but that perfume you're wearing, is that a Pierre creation, too?
Say, it's quite a leak,
Oh,
and they've got
yes, Pierre didn't feel that those imported perfumes fit my profession. You know, temptation, surrender, follow me.
And he made that special perfume for lady plumbers?
That's right.
What is it called?
Come here before I slug you.
Oh, my. This Pierre sounds original.
Pardon me, that leak in the pipe, it's only covered by rags. And
Oh, my goodness, we forgot about the leak.
Oh, dear, say, I wonder what happened to my helper, Tyrone. Calling Tyrone. Tyrone. Tyrone?
Happy New Year!
Where are you, Tyrone?
Would you please inform our hostess that we are running out of ice cubes?
Oh, dear, something tells me I'll have to fix this without Tyrone.
Well, how you coming along?
Oh, fine, thanks. You know, Mr. Nelson, I'm the kind of plumber that doesn't believe in taking chances. Some plumbers might try fixing this by putting in another washer. Some plumbers might try fixing this by putting in another piece of pipe.
What are you doing?
Installing a new sink.
What a day this has been. Sure is good to get in bed.
You betcha. I never thought when I heard that faucet dripping last night that it would lead to such complete reconversion.
No, neither did I.
What a routine. The new wash bowl and the new tub that you had to get to match the wash bowl.
Yeah, I know.
Seems an awful lot to go through just to stop a dripping faucet. Oh, well, let's get some sleep, shall we?
Okay. Oh, good night, dear.
Good night.
Harriet.
Yes, dear?
Do you hear anything?
Not a thing.
Neither do I. Good night.
Ozzie and Harriet of 1847 Rogers Road will be back in just a moment. Meantime...
Oh, Mr. Smith, did you ever hear of that man, Tantalus?
Oh, you mean the character in Greek mythology? The fellow that had all that delicious food put before him, only it was always just out of his reach?
That's the man. And that's the way I feel, too. I've been hearing so much about 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate, how unusual its designs are, how beautiful and rich-looking. It's got so I dream about owning 1847 silver plate, and then I wake up and realize there isn't any to be had. It's very tantalizing, Mr. Smith.
Well, it won't be tantalizing much longer, at least not in the same way. Pretty soon you will be able to buy this lovely silver plate. Then the tantalizing part will be which pattern to choose.
Well, the first love pattern looks very beautiful in the pictures I've seen in the magazines.
The pattern itself is even more beautiful. Notice when you see it how richly raised the ornament is, how deeply etched. That kind of craftsmanship was formerly found only in solid silver. It took 1847 Rogers Brothers to carry it out in silver plate.
I know. I've heard they've done some wonderful things with silver plate.
Be patient a little longer, and you can see what they've done firsthand. 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate will be at your silverware dealer soon. Wait until then. It's well worth waiting for, believe me.
Ozzie. Ozzie!
Yeah, I hear a dripping noise, too. How do you like that? We had a whole new sink put in, and I still hear that dripping noise.
But, Ozzie...
I might have known better than to trust a woman plumber. She puts in a whole new sink, and there goes that dripping noise again.
But, Ozzie...
Please, Harriet, don't try to protect her just because you happen to be a woman, too. I know a drip when I hear one. I'm plenty sore. Can you imagine...
Ozzie, will you please look down at the end of the bed? Your hot water bottle's leaking.
The United States Armed Forces Radio Service presents My Little Margie, starring Gail Storm and Charles Farrell. It's morning in the Albright apartment, and as Margie serves breakfast, her father looks over the morning mail. After going through the usual batch of bills and circulars, he opens a letter, reads it, turns to Margie, and says,
"Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle."
A monkey's uncle? Dad, do I have a cousin you've never told me about?
I'm talking about this letter. Now, who do you think it's from?
Who?
Guess.
Zsa-Zsa?
Oh, stop. You could guess if you tried. Now, who could send me a letter that would make me feel young again, that would stimulate me, that would quicken my pulse?
Your draft board.
Well, I guess I'll have to tell you. It's from my old college chum, Mike Magruder, otherwise known as Big Moose. Oh, good old Big Moose. Best friend a guy ever had.
Yes. You've told me something about him. How he used to wear your clothes, use your car, steal your girl.
Oh, what a friend. We used to share and share alike. Anything I had was his, and anything he had was mine.
What did he have?
Nothing. Oh, good old Big Moose.
Sounds like he should have been called Big Mooch.
He was a confirmed woman hater.
A woman hater?
Yeah, he'd hate to be away from them.
Sounds like he was part moose and part wolf. I'll bet you were the same way in college, huh, Dad?
Oh, well, not exactly. I was sort of bashful in those days. There were over 600 girls on our campus, and I never kissed one of them.
Which one?
Oh, I mean that, Margie. I'll never forget. There was one girl I was crazy about.
Mm-hmm.
I finally got up enough courage to ask her to be my girl. I said to her, "Birdie."
Was that her name? Birdie?
No, but that's what I used to call her.
Why?
She was pigeon-toed. Anyway, I said, "Birdie, I want you to be my girl. I know I'm not as handsome as Big Moose. I'm not as good a dancer as Big Moose, and I'm not as popular as Big Moose."
What happened?
Well, she asked me to introduce her to Big Moose. What a guy. Boy, I'd like to see the Moose again and relive some of those good old football days. I'll never forget the play we used against State. It was a double reverse with a Statue of Liberty handoff.
Big Moose carried the ball, and my job was to block out the opposing fullback.
Mm-hmm.
Now get that chair out of the way, and I'll show you how it went.
Okay, Dad. Go ahead.
72, 54, 48. Hike! Now I go through the line and smack the opposing fullback like this.
Hello? Well, don't just sit there, Margie. Help me pick him up.
Oh, what hit me?
Fullback Odette. What is going on? Well, Dad was living in the past for a moment. He got a letter from his old college chum. Oh, you mean the letter from Big Moose?
Mrs. Odette, how do you know about the letter?
Well, every morning when the doorman delivers the mail in this building, he usually stops by my apartment first with my mail. So in appreciation, I usually brew him some coffee.
I see.
Sometimes I even fix him a big breakfast, too. But, that all depends.
Depends on what?
On how many other people's letters he has that I want to steam open.
Say, Margie, while you were talking, I read the second part of Big Moose's letter. What do you think it says?
His son is coming to New York.
Okay, Mrs. Odette, you might as well tell her the rest.
Well, his son's name is Mike Magruder, Jr., and he's coming in for a visit. He'll be here tomorrow.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I've never met Big Moose's son.
I guess they call him Little Moose.
Yeah. Oh, I guess he's just about your age, Margie, and... Oh, say, this is great.
What's great?
My daughter and Big Moose's son. Oh, what an ideal match.
Now, wait a minute, Dad. I'm perfectly capable of picking my own boyfriend.
Well, if you pick Freddie Wilson, you're not capable. Now, Margie, I want you to cancel all your dates for the rest of the week and devote all your time to Big Moose's son when he gets here.
But, Dad...
I have spoken. Who knows what this might lead to? Now, just think. Someday my daughter may be married to Little Moose.
Me? Marry Little Moose?
And may all your children be elves. Hello, Margie. Where's your father?
He went out for a while. Mrs. Odette, what am I going to do about this situation?
Well, from what your father said, Big Moose was a husky, handsome man. And if Little Moose is a chip off the old block, you've got nothing to squawk about.
Well, that's not the point. I don't like the idea of Dad running my life for me. I'm over 21. I can pick my own boyfriend. Oh, what am I going to do?
Oh, no, Margie, I wouldn't cry like that.
You cry any way you like. This is my way.
Oh, knock it off. Knock it off.
But, Mrs. Odette, suppose Dad insists that I marry Little Moose.
Well, what's wrong with that? Marriage is a great institution.
Well, I'm not ready for an institution.
Oh, Margie, marriage isn't so bad. Take it from an old hand. Why, I've walked down that aisle so many times I know the way blindfolded.
You've had your quota of husbands, all right, haven't you?
I've had more than my quota. But the idea is to find the right man. Now, you take my fourth husband. Oh, from the first day we were married, he stayed home every night.
That's what I call devotion.
The doctor called it gout.
Come in.
Hi, Margie. Hi, Miss Odette.
Hi, Freddie.
Hello, Freddie.
Say, what's wrong with you? You don't look happy.
I'm not. Dad's closest pal in college was a fellow named Big Moose. Big Moose has a son named Little Moose, and he's coming to town, and Dad wants me to spend all my time with him.
Well, how long's he gonna stay?
Maybe forever. Dad has visions of Little Moose marrying me.
Marrying you? What about me?
I think he'd rather marry me.
Margie, quit kidding. You know what I mean.
I know. But what can I do about it? I wish I could figure out a way to stop Dad from interfering in my life. Picking my boyfriend.
I know how you can stop him.
How?
Elope with me. That's the best thing.
What's the next best thing?
Well, I don't don't think it's right for him to run your life, Margie. If he was my father, I'd say to him...
You'd say what?
Hi, Pop.
Now, Freddie, this is none of your affair, and I don't want you to butt into it.
Well, you've got no right to run Margie's life.
Tell him, Freddie.
Yeah, tell me. Now, listen, Margie. Little Moose must be a human dynamo like his father, and that's the kind of a boyfriend I want you to have.
Well, I'm a human dynamo, too.
You, a dynamo?
Sure, everything he has on is charged.
Mr. Albright, why don't you approve of me? Tell me why.
Oh, that'd take all day.
I want Margie to have a man for a boyfriend.
Well, I'm a man. I've got a lot of good points.
Name them.
Well, I'm clean cut.
I'll concede that.
I've got character.
I'll concede that, too.
I'm honest.
I'll also concede that.
I've got brains.
Freddie, you should have quit when you were ahead.
All right, Freddie, I've heard enough from you. Now scram.
Bye.
Now, Margie, baby, believe me, I'm only doing this because I've got your best interest at heart. And someday, you'll thank me.
I thank you?
You're welcome. Now, whatever you saw in that Freddie Wilson is beyond me. He'll never amount to anything. He has no goal in life.
His goal is to marry me someday. But now it looks like you've kicked the goal. Oh, hello, Mrs. Odette.
Well, Margie, today is the day.
Yep. Today is the day that Little Moose comes into my life. And today is the day I start teaching my father a lesson.
Do you think your plan will work?
It's got to. You haven't told anyone, have you?
Why, Margie, you know me.
Yeah, that's why I asked.
I haven't told a soul.
Hello, Margie. Oh, I see they've delivered the groceries.
Yes. Dad, I wanted...
Margie, I'm not going to argue this whole thing all over again. After all, a father knows what's best for his daughter.
Okay, Dad. Whatever you say.
And furthermore, what I say goes and I demand... Margie, do you feel all right?
Of course, Dad. I've gotten a message. I'll do whatever you say.
Oh, that's swell, baby. Gee, he'll be here any minute now. Margie, put on your cheerleader sweater. You know, the one you wore in college.
But why?
Well, you've got to greet him properly.
Well, can't I just greet him with a simple hello instead of a somersault, 3 tigers, and a locomotive?
Oh, all right. Oh, that must be him. Come in.
I beg your pardon. This is the domicile of Vernon Albright, I presume?
You presume, right?
And you are Vernon Albright, I also presume?
Stop presuming and get to the point. Who are you?
I am Michael Magruder, Jr.
What? You mean to say that a skinny, scrawny-looking goof like you is Big Moose's son?
Please, I'd prefer that you refer to Pater as senior.
Why, you pipsqueak.
Please, you're fogging my bifocals.
Well, so this is Little Moose.
Little Moose? He looks more like Little Mouse.
What's the matter, Mr. Albright?
What do you mean?
Your face has the look of a man who has just bitten into a sour apple.
Oh, nonsense. He'd never think of biting you.
I might even go so far as to say you look a little puzzled. What am I, a strange creature from another planet?
Oh, of course you're not from another planet.
But you sure are a strange creature.
What was that?
Oh, I said I'm going to the movies. There's a double feature.
If I heard you the first time, madam, and let me assure you that I'm quite normal. As a matter of fact, I'm rather average. No different from any other brilliant genius.
Michael, did you go to the same college Dad and your father went to?
College? Oh, you poor, sweet child. Of course not. What could college possibly teach me that I haven't already learned by myself? Well, I've read Homer's Iliad in the original Greek, Virgil in the original Latin, and Victor Hugo in the original French.
Did you ever read Little Abner in the original English?
Are you referring referring to a comic strip? Oh, how vulgar. People who read them are abominably stupid.
Really? Well, just shake my hand and call me Knucklehead. Tell me, Michael, what are your interests in life?
Well, I find archaeology absorbing. Last year in Cairo, I unearthed old Egyptian prisons and found petrified remains of the prisoners.
Oh, I see. That's where they get the expression hardened criminals.
Let's go back to little Abner. Mr. Albright, I understand you're in the investment business.
Oh, that's right. I am.
Confidentially, do you feel that the fiduciary obligations of Luxembourg and Argentina, clandestinely organized in international cartels, can seriously undermine the position of the pound sterling on the Paris bourse?
Well, you see, I mean...
that is, of course, disregarding the French franc.
Oh, well, if you disregard that, naturally. Mrs. Odette's, what's the name of that double feature?
Lost in a Fog, starring Vern Albright. And I'll be glad when you're dead, you rascal, you.
Speaking of entertainment, would you care to accompany me on a night of merriment and revelry, Margie?
Oh, I'd be glad to, Michael. Let me show you to your room, and I'll put a fresh face on, and we can leave in about half an hour.
Big Moose Magruder's son. I just can't believe it.
Oh, poor Big Moose having a son like that.
Oh, it's probably that girl he married, Priscilla Higginbottom. Oh, what a bookworm she was.
I don't envy you putting up with that boy for a week.
Oh, I don't know. It could have been worse.
What do you mean?
Well, you know how Big Moose was always borrowing things from me.
Yes.
Well, I used to go with Priscilla myself.
Yellow. Oh, hello, Jerry. No, I haven't seen the guy yet, but he's Big Moose Magruder's son. Gee whiz, he's got to be 7 feet tall. Well, I decided that I'm going to show Margie I have muscles, too. Oh, yes, don't get funny. Listen, Jerry, you got an old pair of football shoulder pads I could wear under my jacket? An old mattress? Oh, boy, that's even better. There's nothing like a little stuffing. Yes, thanks, Jerry. You're a pal. So long.
Come in.
Oh, Mr. Albright.
Hello, Freddie. How have you... Wow, Freddie. What's happened to you?
What do you mean?
Oh, you look swollen.
Yeah. The body beautiful. I'm taking a muscle building course.
Oh, let me feel.
I've only been taking the course 1 day, but already you can see the improvement.
Yeah. Who gives the course? Professor K-Park? K-Park? From the mattress stuffing of the same name. Now, look, Brady, if you're doing this to impress Margie, you can stop. You're a better man than Little Mouse right now.
Little Mouse?
Big Mouse's... Big Moose's offspring. And the trouble is, he didn't spring far enough.
You mean the guy's a square?
A real 8-ball.
Boy!
Hi, Freddie.
Hello, Margie.
Freddie, what's happened to you? Are you sick?
Sick?
Dad, is it possible to get mumps in the shoulders?
Margie, they're supposed to be muscles.
Muscles? How vulgar.
What do you mean, vulgar? My muscles are as refined as anybody.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you, Freddie, but I never could stand the barbaric type.
Freddie? Barbaric? Little Freddie?
Well, compared to Michael, of course. Michael is so wonderful. He's so smooth, so polished.
What is he, a man or a floor wax?
Margie, you really like the guy?
Oh, Oh, yes. Well, he's so intelligent, so sophisticated. He's creating a new hairdo especially for me, and he's designing a new gown to bring out my personality.
This guy has too much talent for one person. There should be two of them.
Yeah, and I'd love the job of splitting him up. Oh, hello, Freddie.
Good evening, Mr. Albright.
Dad, Michael and I are going out this evening.
Darn it, Margie, what do you see in that guy anyway?
Well, Michael says we are two kindred spirits. He says his psyche is in tune with mine.
Well, he better be careful. I'll pull down his aerial.
Good evening, all. Ah, there you are, Margie. Ready to go?
Quite. Dad, we're going to a recital featuring Antrim Salavidercio. He's going to sing Rossini's Una Voce Poco Fa.
Gee whiz, Margie, I don't get it. You never went in for bebop before.
Yeah, I beg your pardon, young man. I don't think we've met.
Oh, that's right. Freddie Wilson, Michael Magruder.
How do you do?
Freddie, you could say pleased to meet you.
Yeah, I could, but I have to live with myself.
I wish I could show you how to make that painless. Mr. Albright, are you using your car tonight?
Well, I was going out to see a client.
Well, don't you think you ought to walk? I mean, a man of your age who was so athletic in his youth. Insurance mortality tables show that...
All right. Take the car. I'll walk.
Oh, you're very kind. Oh, by the way, could you tide me over with $50?
$50?
Oh, you're right. Oh, that does seem like a paltry sum to entertain your daughter. Yeah, make it $100.
$100? Now listen, young man.
Incidentally, I'm writing home tomorrow. Is there anything you'd want me to tell my father? What a great guy you are? Or...
Here's $100.
You sure stuck your oar in at the right time.
Thank you.
Come along now, Michael. Good night, Dad. Freddie.
Mr. Albright, I just want to ask you one thing.
What's that, Freddie?
Did his parents ever have any children?
Mr. Albright, excuse me for being inquisitive, but you've looked rather jumpy and nervous for the past few days. Is it on account of Michael?
Mrs. Odette, if you don't mind, please don't mention that name. Every time I hear it, it's like a charge of electricity shooting into my head.
Okay, suits me.
Dad, has Michael come in yet?
Mr. Albright, what's happened?
I just blew a fuse. Margie, he isn't here.
Oh, so it is Michael who's been disturbing you.
Yes, and he's been here almost a week, and already I'm a candidate for the booby hatch.
Well, personally, I feel sorry for the boy. When I look at him, I'm a little touched.
You're a little touched. He's already touched me for $300. Oh, that's the only thing he's inherited from his father. From Big Moose to Big Mooch.
Now, calm down, Mr. Albright.
Well, how can I? Oh, I don't care so much for myself, but I'm worried about the effect he's having on Margie. He's even got her writing poetry.
What's wrong with writing poetry?
On the head of a pin? Mrs. Odette, would you please talk to Margie and try to get her to give up this jerky genius?
Nothing doing, Papa. You started it. Now let it finish you.
Dad, did you want to see me?
Yes, baby. I want to talk to you about Big Mooch.
Dad, if you are referring to Michael, I find your attitude very unreasonable. I like him very much.
Oh, but baby, he's too smart for you.
What?
Do you realize he's willed his brain to the Smithsonian Institute? And they ought to take it away from him before he's ready to give it up.
Dad, I've made up my mind. Michael and I are getting to the serious stage.
Mr. Albright, are you trying to persuade your daughter to give up Michael? Why, he's such a sterling character.
He isn't sterling at all. He's solid brass.
Dad, regardless of what you may say about Michael, it will not change my feelings for him.
Ah, there you are, Margie. Are you ready for our stroll through the art museum?
Now listen, you half-baked quiz kid. I want to leave my house immediately and never come back, you hear? Or I'll punch you right in the nose.
Well, who said he wasn't an athlete? Looks like he's captain of the track team.
Dad, how could you do such a thing? And to the son of your lifelong friend.
I don't care. I'd rather risk losing a friend than my daughter. Margie, I forbid you ever to see that mental monster again, and that's an order.
There you go, interfering with my life again.
Oh, baby, I don't mean to. I'm only doing what I believe is best for you, and I promise, if you'll forget all about this Michael character, I'll never interfere with you again.
Dad, would you repeat that, please?
Well, yeah, of course. I'll never interfere with you again.
Mrs. Odette, you're a witness. You heard him.
Naturally, I hear everything.
What do you mean she's a witness?
Dad, read this telegram. It came a few days ago.
Oh, let's see. Why, it's from Big Moose. It says his son isn't coming here at all. He eloped with his girlfriend and went to Hawaii for a honeymoon.
That's right.
Well, then, who in the Sam Hill was the character who ran out of here?
My nephew. He's an associate professor at Columbia University.
Yes, and he very obligingly consented to help me out when I decided to teach you a lesson in minding your own business.
I knew who he was all along. Did you think you could fool me? What do you think I am, stupid? Margie, I ask you a question. Margie, how dare you speak to me like that?
Yes, sir. I'm his little Margie.
My Little Margie is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
From Hollywood, California, we offer The Smiths of Hollywood. Greetings from the Smiths, ladies and gentlemen, portrayed as usual by Jan Ford as daughter Bumps,
Did you hear the earthquake last night?
Brenda Marshall as Nancy Smith,
Earthquake, darling. That was Uncle Cecil coming home quietly from the Rosebud Bar and Grill.
Harry Von Zell as Bill Smith,
Yes, Uncle Cecil, what do you have to say for yourself this morning?
It wasn't my fault, William. I had a bottle of scotch and ran into some bad companions. 3 friends who didn't drink.
and that was Uncle Cecil from England, played by Arthur Treacher. Sit down, forget your problems, and enjoy a different half hour of radio, as introduced by the music of Charles Hathaway and the orchestra. But first, a word from the management. And now, without further noise and hubbub, the Smiths of Hollywood. First, meet Uncle Cecil.
Cecil, if you please. Greetings from Hollywood, the home of the smog-kissed oranges. Strange town this, you know, only place they don't talk about the housing shortage. With 2 families in every garage, they call it a garage shortage. Wonderful opportunities here, however. Every growing boy has a chance to make a fortune, either as a movie star or as an undertaker. And you know, you never can tell what will happen next in Hollywood. Yesterday I had an amazing stroke of fortune. I made $200 in 2 minutes. I almost lost it in 2 minutes also, by mentioning it to the family.
Pop, come look what Uncle Cecil has. Cabbage.
What a disrespectful way to talk about $200.
200? What? Uncle Cecil, where did you ever get such a wad?
I bet he stuck up a filling station.
Ooh, what a nasty example of a small human being.
Let me see that money. Uncle Cecil, did you fleece some veteran of $200?
You mean there are still veterans left with $200?
Never mind. How did you get that money, Uncle Cecil?
A most amazing thing happened, William. I was walking down the boulevard, you know where that broadcasting station is?
Yes.
When suddenly a long, hairy arm reached out and seized me.
A gangster?
Worse than that, the master of ceremonies on one of those radio quiz shows. Well, I was snatched inside, asked a few leading questions, and handed a bowl of goldfish.
Come to the point. How did you get $200?
Very simple. For every goldfish I ate, they gave me $10.
Gosh, how did they taste?
Well, with peanut butter, you'd be surprised. I must confess I never made $100 easier.
100, but you said you had $200.
I consider that second 100 hard-earned money. Goldfish, oh. I managed 18, got through 19, and even 20.
And then what happened?
I went off the gold standard.
Uncle Cecil, now that you're wealthy, I'd like to remind you that there's an IOU in my piggy bank for $3.28.
What do I care where you keep your IOUs?
And that reminds me, you said last week if you ever got any money, you'd help me with the expenses. I'll give you 3 days to pay your board.
3 days? Fine. I'll take Christmas, Easter, and the 4th of July.
Now, just a minute. Before that money is all gone, Uncle Cecil, how about what you owe me?
I'm sorry, William. I won't be able to pay you this week.
That's what you said last week.
Well, I kept my promise, didn't I?
How about my piggy bank? I think anyone who would take advantage of a small child's trust should be prosecuted.
Ooh, what a vile child. Why don't you go outside and play with one of your little friends?
I only have one little friend, and I hate him.
Uncle Cecil, don't dodge the issue. Now, how about your board bill?
I was happier when I was poor. You know, you remind me of a pack of vultures.
Vultures don't come in packs. You want to see the IOU you gave me for $45?
All right, a herd of vultures. I find nothing more boring than me old IOUs.
Who ever heard of a herd of vultures? And here in my wallet is another IOU, the one you signed last Saturday night.
William, no court of law should hold a man responsible for what he does on Saturday night. Is it a covey of vultures?
It's a covey of quail.
Oh.
Someday you'll want to borrow more money, too.
I never wanted to borrow money in the first place. Could it be a school of vultures or a bevy?
It's a school of fish and a bevy of grouse. Serves me right. If I see a penny of that money, I'll be lucky.
There, William, you're lucky. I say, would one say a flock, a gaggle of vultures?
A gaggle? The vultures don't come in gaggles.
Well, what do vultures come in?
Politics. No, Uncle Cecil, I'm asking you now for the last time. Are you going to pay me?
No. Thank heavens we don't have to talk about that anymore.
I intend to collect that which is due to me if I have to carry it to the highest court in the land. Now, how about that IOU?
Take your hands out of my pocket, you ugly little growth. William, is that the real estate page? Pass it to me, will you? I'm thinking of investing in land.
Oh, Uncle Cecil, at California prices, $200 wouldn't buy you a mud ball.
Well, of course, on the other hand, I may buy a car. Are the new Cadillacs out yet?
You might be able to buy the horn.
Then I could go around blowing my own horn, couldn't I? Ha, 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 ha. I say that was rather foul, wasn't it?
Yes.
Listen, Uncle Cecil, what do you need 2 cars for? Mine and the one you're going to buy.
William, you speak as though I'd taken over your car. You use it almost as much as I do.
The only car you'll be able to buy for $200 these days is a kiddie car.
Oh, nonsense. Haven't you heard the announcements on the wireless? They're trying to give them away.
Oh.
No money down, no co-signers, no red ribbons.
Red ribbons?
Yeah.
In America, Uncle Cecil, we say red tape.
Oh, yes.
And listen, you mustn't believe everything you hear.
Why, yesterday I heard of a chap named Honest Al. Says he wants everybody to have a car. Says he promised his poor old mother before she died that he'd sell all his cars at a loss. Come in and make an offer.
I know, but listen, Uncle Cecil, I have heard plenty of times that a lot of these used car places are just rackets run by a lot of crooks.
Honest Al, a crook?
Well,
how could a man who loved his mother so much be a crook?
Honest Al would probably sell you his mother if you made him an offer.
Yes, but what would I do with Honest Al's mother?
Seriously, Uncle Cecil, if you're really going to buy a used car, be sure to choose a reliable dealer.
Honest Al is reliable. He said so himself. You know, I think I'll go down and have a look at those cars he's selling at a loss. I prefer convertibles. Something not too flashy. Perhaps a conservative brown to go with my brown tweed suit.
Or something green to go with your complexion.
Oh, what a vile child. I say, William, now that I'll be using the garage, you'd better think of something to do with your car. Cheerio. I guess that must be Honest Al's establishment there. I say, what a novel way to advertise. 3 bear traps hanging out in front.
Uncle Cecil, that is a junkyard. Honest Al's is on the other corner.
Why did you have to come along?
You might need a co-signer.
Now, you leave the business end to me. I know how to deal with these fellas. I don't want him to know I have all this cash.
I think you were awful smart to pin it to your underwear.
Oh, snap your bubble gum and be quiet. I say you, where would I find Honest Al?
What do you want with him?
Well, I'm thinking of making him an offer.
Oh, you want to buy a car? Well, come in, friend. Step right in.
Said the spider to the fly.
Yes, I was interested in your ad. About all those cars you must get rid of at a loss.
Well, I'm certainly delighted to meet you, friend. And you too, little girl.
Ugh, what an oily handshake.
I'm Honest Al. What's your name, little girl?
At school they call me Square Deal Smith.
Ha ha. So we want to buy a car, do we?
Do I look that stupid? He's the one who wants to buy a car.
What a cute little thing. Here, take this nickel and go buy yourself a lollipop. Don't hurry back.
What an oily nickel.
Now, let's get down to business here, shall we? How much is that tan convertible?
Well, friend, that car's a good, clean job. The best buy in the lot. Was owned by an old lady who only drove around in her own backyard.
Well, now, how much is it, old boy?
Well, friend, Honest Al never haggles over money. Give me $3,000, you can drive it off the lot.
Yes, well, now, for $3,000, I ought to be able to fly it off the lot. My dear fellow, you're not serious, are you?
Well, make me an offer, friend.
$200.
My dear friend, you're not serious, are you? $200.
Why don't you two stop wasting each other's time? You're both serious.
I'm friend to tell you what I'm going to do. Come on over here behind this billboard. And now, there's something I don't show to everybody who comes in here, you know.
Really? I don't blame you. What is it?
What was it?
Go get your lollipop, small fry. Our friend, this beautiful car belonged to my mother. A sweet, dear old lady who never drove over 20. I have a special sentimental attachment for her.
Yes, well, now, how much is it without the special attachment?
My friend is the best buy in the lot. Of course, it needs a little paint. That's the original finish.
You're so right.
You know, I really wanted a convertible.
Oh, this is more fun. It's a collapsible.
Well, friend, would you like to start her up?
Well, yes, as a matter of fact, I would. Where's the starter?
Here's the crank.
Gee whiz, look at that thing with the bulb.
That's the horn. Why, just listen to that, friend. Beautiful. They don't make horns like that anymore.
No. I say, those are odd-looking lights. How do you turn them on?
Simple. Just light a match to the wick. You never have to worry about the glare.
How do you dim them? Blow?
I say, this isn't one of those hot rod jobs, is it?
This one isn't even warm.
Didn't I give you a nickel for a lollipop? Our friend, this car has another feature. A radio. I'll switch it on. There. Slip these over your ears.
Earmuffs on a hot day like this?
Those are earphones. Here, listen, I'll plug them into the dashboard.
And that was In My Merry Oldsmobile, second on your Hit of the Week program, as played by Skidoo
Skidoo Hathaway and his... Here are your earphones back, Honest Al. I don't believe this is the car I want despite the radio. A later model, perhaps. How about that sedan over there?
That one? Ah, friend, that proves you know your cars. Why, that's the best buy on the lot.
Yes, you're fond of that sentence, aren't you? How much is that Best Buy?
Well, as a matter of fact, friend, I hate to sell that one. You see, I got the back seat rented out to a couple of veterans.
2 veterans live in the back seat?
Yes, a paratrooper and a whack. At first, one rented the front seat and one rented the back. But they decided to get married and save money.
God bless our happy sedan.
My friend, he used to have every car in the lot rented out, but the government is ruining business.
I'm afraid I don't follow you.
Well, the Veterans Housing Project. My tenants got to demanding all the conveniences of a Quonset hut. I tell you, friend, the government shouldn't interfere with free enterprise.
Were you in the war, Honest Al?
I certainly was. Why?
I was just wondering which side you fought on.
People like you ought to be investigated.
No friction, please now. Honest Al, how much is that car?
Well, friend, to tell you what I'm going to do. Let's lay our cards on the table.
My dear chap, I'm not here to play gin rummy. How much is that car?
Well, let's be honest. How much do you intend to spend?
Well, I had in mind about $200.
Well, there's a coincidence, friend. That car you picked out. For $200, you can drive it off the lot. Why, the motor purrs like a cat. Furthermore, when you buy a car from Honest Al, you get a blanket guarantee.
Really? Well, I think I'll take the car.
Fine. Give me the cash and I'll get the formalities to sign.
Yes, if you'll pardon me, I'll get the cash.
Uncle Cecil, if you're smart, you'll leave that money pinned to your underwear.
Quiet, you little income tax deduction. Al, let's get the paperwork over with, shall we? I want to show off the car to my nephew. I say, Bunce, I got myself a bargain, didn't I? Ever ride in a better car?
I still don't believe it. You better knock on wood.
Oh, what is
Gee,
that?
this is a smart car. It's doing the knocking for you.
I say, what's coming off here?
Maybe the wheels are. You think we can make it home?
Oh, I say, listen to that.
Put it on automatic and let's bail out.
Well, thank heavens the car is guaranteed. Hang on, dear. We're going back to Honest Al. But Al, dear Honest Al, we didn't get 2 blocks before the car broke down.
You were lucky. Your deal's a deal. Now quit bothering me.
And what about that blanket guarantee you mentioned?
Well, read it. It's just what it says, a blanket guarantee. It protects you from ravel, rip, moss, and the shrinkage at the dry cleaners.
Uncle Cecil, I think you've been had.
Bumps, I think we need a lawyer. Come on, let's go and consult your father.
Oh, hey, good heavens. What was that?
I don't know. It came from the driveway. Look! It's Uncle Cecil. He must have bought a car.
Well, then what's he doing with that thing? Nancy, come on.
Well, hadn't I better take the fire extinguisher?
Uncle Cecil, are you all right?
None of your crude humor, William.
Where did you buy the flamethrower?
But this was the best buy in the lot. Only $200.
I should have made you walk home.
It would have been a pleasure.
William, I'd like your legal opinion. I seem to be in a bit of a jam.
Uh-oh.
These papers that rascal had me sign, just what do they say?
Well, here, let me see them. Hereinafter referred to as, whereas party of the first part reads...
Bill. Bill. Why do legal documents sound like that? Why aren't they written in language people can understand?
Nancy, don't be silly. What would happen to us attorneys if we made contracts so just anyone could understand them? Oh, brother.
What's the matter now?
Honest Al. Guys like that ought to be shot.
Tell me what I signed.
What didn't you sign? You've got 2 years of payments. And at what an interest rate. Look at this. And insurance. Now, here's a new one. Hail insurance.
Oh, dear, oh, dear.
I tried to warn you, Uncle Cecil.
What a jip this contract is. Even the fine print has fine print. And this guarantee. Now, there is a laugh.
William, I want you to help me send that scoundrel up the stream.
Did you tell him the car broke down right after you got off the lot?
I told him, all right.
Well, what did he say?
Well, he said, isn't it wonderful what a little sawdust will do for a transmission?
Yes.
And the highbinder had the nerve to say he'd buy the car back for $75.
He did. Well, listen, you had better take it. You'll lose your whole $200 if you miss one monthly payment.
Monthly payment?
Yes.
Oh, what have I done? What's so confoundedly funny?
A few minor expenses.
I say we won't let the chap get away with it, William, will we?
Well, Uncle Cecil, you can't help yourself. You're stuck, but good. You owe $290, and Honest Al seems to have his own finance concern.
Darling, if he's a crook, how can he stay in business?
Nancy, dear, I am just a lawyer. I don't write the laws. Uncle Cecil, if you can sell it back to that fellow for $75, believe me, take it.
And lose $125? Do you think I'm a fool?
Oh. In basic English, yes.
Ooh, that scoundrel is going to be sorry he crossed swords with me. Why, I was a scoundrel before he even ever thought of it. I'm going to get my money back.
How, party of the first part?
Oh, you little homespun scarecrow, mind your own business.
Well, you better stick to goldfish, Uncle Cecil, and leave sharks alone.
I'm going to get my $200 back somehow. If I could find someone as dumb as I was...
That would be hard. Maybe you ought to advertise. Honest Cecil, make me an offer.
I say, what an idea. William, is there any car paint around?
Oh, no. Listen, you are not going to doctor that thing up and sell it to some other innocent soul.
That thought had never occurred to me. I say, I think I'll look in the garage for some car paint.
Uncle Cecil, just because Honest Al is a crook...
Well, I might even double my money. Well, I'm off to the paint parts. Uncle Jimmy has got a beautiful...
Bill, darling, lunch is ready. Are Bumps and Uncle Cecil out in the garage?
I don't know. I'll look. Should be. She was helping him paint. Hey. The car is gone.
Impossible. They couldn't have driven off in that thunder machine without us hearing.
Well, they could have coasted down the driveway.
Uh-oh. William, old boy, will you come and tow me home?
Now, Nancy, that isn't particularly funny. Hello? Tucumcari Tow Service. We've just gone out of business. Tow your own car home.
Hey, does Cecil Smythe live at this address?
Oh, I beg your pardon. Yes, he does.
Well, this is Honest Al. I've heard what he did with that car I sold him.
Well...
Now, if he'll come in, I'll be interested in making a deal with him. He knows my number.
Okay.
Who was it, darling?
Honest Al. Sounds like he wants to buy the car back, all right. Willikers, Uncle Cecil must have done a fine paint job. Hello?
Hello. This is the Daily Times. Could you tell us where to find Cecil Smythe? We want to get pictures and a story about his car for the evening edition.
Hello, this is Honest Al again. Look, tell that Smythe character I've got to see him at once. I want that car back.
From a drugstore at Sunset and Vine. Uncle Cecil, he's out in the car. I think you better come down right away. What's happening? Here, listen for yourself. Oh, you better hurry, Pop. Bring a tow rope and a writ of habeas corpus.
That mob. Hey, isn't that Uncle Cecil's car?
Yeah, parked right in the middle of the intersection.
Oh, look at him, standing on the hood.
What's he doing?
He's making a speech. Listen to him.
Well, let me get in there closer. Hey, Nancy, look what he's painted in red letters on the side of his car. This is an Honest Al bargain.
Sawdust in the transmission.
Paper in the brake bands.
Monthly payments for 2 years. Honest Al belongs behind prison bars.
Gabriel, Steve, let's listen to what Cease is saying.
False advertising is the root of all evil. It lies, cheats, and bilks an innocent public out of its hard-earned savings. Honest Al, what a misnomer. Honest Al has made thousands by his false advertising. False advertising should have a coat of arms emblazoned on all its products. A smiling liar riding a guarantee rampant on a field of fine print with the legend beneath, cheat the buyer. I speak as one of the bilked. You see before you an orphan whose last cent went into this tiddy tangle of misrepresentation. And if you don't believe me, only examine this guaranteed car, which is broken down here in the intersection an hour after I bought it.
Uncle Cecil?
1 hour, that's all.
Uncle Cecil, listen.
Get away, child, you bother me. Let me tell you about Honest Al's blanket guarantee.
Uncle Cecil, I got a message from Honest Al. He says he'll take the car back.
Scramble, child.
He'll give you double what you paid if you'll just shut up and get off the street.
Beware of Honest Al's friendly credit terms. You'll go hungry for years. What did you say, child? Honest Al wants to buy the car back?
Yes, that's right.
Where is he?
He's on the outskirts of the crowd with his hat pulled over his face.
Oh, cowed, eh? Ladies and gentlemen, I have just received a communique from Honest Al himself. He's trying to buy my silence. Another man would be tempted to accept.
He's offering $400.
I accept. I say, advertising does pay, doesn't it?
Cecil, you baffle me. Half the time, you're as bad a scoundrel as Honest Al himself. Then all of a sudden, you come through with flying colors.
You certainly gave Honest Al a setback, Uncle Cecil. I hope it teaches him a lesson.
Gee willikins, Uncle Cecil. 400 smackers. That certainly proves honesty pays.
Yes, well, what are you going to do with the money? Pay us off, I presume.
Yes, how about that IOU in my piggy bank for $3.28?
You little vulture.
Yeah. How about my collection of IOUs?
And how about what you borrowed from the food kitty?
You're a pack of vultures.
Vultures don't come in packs.
I don't want to go through that again. I tell you, I need this money.
Oh, now, you're not going to buy another used car, are you?
No, William. But I'm thinking of going into business.
What?
Square deal, Smythe, cars sold to the loss. Ho, make me an offer.
Oh, no.
Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair brings you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks, written by Al Lewis. For many teachers throughout the country, the past week marked the beginning of a new semester. And for our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, it was quite a busy time.
Thanks to our beloved principal, Osgood Conklin, it was even busier for me than for the rest of the faculty. For in addition to my school duties, he had me typing reports at home in the evenings. All week long, I didn't have a moment to myself. And worse than that, I didn't have a moment to Mr. Boynton. Friday morning at breakfast, I couldn't help bending my landlady's sympathetic ear. So you see, Mrs. Davis, not only have I spent the past 4 nights working for nothing, but I haven't been able to spend any time with Mr. Boynton.
That's a shame, Connie. But why did you take on all that extra work? You told me yourself you volunteered to do it for Mr. Conklin.
Of course I volunteered. I'm too young to face a firing squad. But it's not the work I mind. There's something else that bothers me.
Now, look, Connie, I know that Mr. Boynton is tall, dark, handsome, charming.
That's what bothers me. It's where he's been while I've been busy.
Mr. Boynton? Why, he's probably been at home every night, twiddling his thumbs.
You're wrong, Mrs. Davis. He's been at Miss Enright's 3 nights in a row. And for all I know, he's been twiddling her thumbs.
I don't think you have to worry about Miss Enright, Connie. She may be a capable English teacher, but when it comes to looks, she's no competition.
I don't know about that. She's quite an attractive person these days. These foggy days, that is. Well, I appreciate this pep talk, Mrs. Davis, but I'd better get ready to leave. Walter Denton said he'd pick me up early.
Good, Connie. That'll give you a chance to plan your counterattack. If you really believe that the enemy has secured a foothold in your territory, you've got to get busy and storm the heights.
You're so right. Boynton Heights, here I come. I'm glad you were prompt this morning, Walter. There's something I want to attend to before my first class.
I know, and I hope he's in his biology lab when you get there. Look, I don't mean to pry into your personal life.
Good, let's keep it that way.
But I couldn't help noticing how little you and Mr. Boynton have seen of each other during the past week.
Now, listen,
Oh,
Walter.
I know it's because of all the extra work you've had to do. Oh, even Harriet Conklin, our principal's own daughter, told me she thought he's been driving you like a horse.
Oh, I don't know. I always whinny while I work.
And you've noticed something else, too. Miss Enright hasn't let any grass grow under her feet.
Please, Walter, Miss Enright's gardening problems don't interest me.
You know what I mean, Miss Brooks. She's had dates with Mr. Boynton one night after another.
Walter, I know you're fond of me and mean to be helpful. But if this intensely personal conversation doesn't stop, I'll get out and walk to school.
Gosh, Miss Brooks, I didn't mean to intrude on your privacy, but it just happens that I have a wonderful plan to get Mr. Boynton out of Miss Enright's clutches once and for all. You want to hear it, Miss Brooks?
How can I help it? I'm not going to get out and walk to school.
Now you're talking. Oh, the scheme is very simple. We just fight fire with fire. For the past 3 nights, Mr. Boynton has had dinner at Miss Enright's place. Everybody knows that.
What does she live in, a television studio?
Please, Miss Brooks, you'll stop the flow.
Sorry.
Obviously, Mr. Boynton keeps coming back there because he gets some good food, and the price is right. Hence, the old saying is proved again, the way to a man's heart is through his stomach.
Well, that may be one of the better routes, Walter, but how do we interrupt Miss Enright's regularly scheduled trips?
That's where the fighting fire with fire comes in.
Please, Walter, burning down a fellow teacher is arson.
No, you don't burn her down. You simply tap the same source that she uses for tempting recipes. Then you invite Mr. Boynton to your lair, your place.
Well, what is her source of recipes?
Miss Dugan's domestic science class. The girl's learning to cook at the best recipes you've ever seen.
And Miss Enright borrows them?
Sure. After school, she takes them right off the bulletin board in Miss Dugan's room. And they print new ones every day. And Harriet tells me they're so simply written that a sub-moron could follow the instructions.
Thanks, Walter.
I didn't mean it that way, Miss Brooks. But I know you haven't had much experience cooking, and
You're right, Walter. Mrs. Davis does all our cooking.
Well, Harriet's going to meet us at school this morning and take you into the domestic science class for a little brush-up. And then you invite Mr. Boynton to dinner tonight and let nature take its course. Well, here we are. You get out, Miss Brooks, and I'll find a place to park.
All right, Walter. Oh, I keep forgetting. You've got tin slats where the doors should be. Give me a hand, will you?
Oh, sure, Miss Brooks. There you go. Well, the corrugated tin looks nice instead of doors, doesn't it? I got the idea from the new Hudson.
The new Hudson?
Yeah. This is the car you step down out of. Oh, and there's Harriet.
Hi, Miss Brooks. Walter.
Hiya, Harriet. Take our charge in tow. I'll just be a couple of minutes.
Okay, Walter. See you later. Come on, Miss Brooks. Let's go in.
All right, Harriet. You seem to be the doctor.
You just leave this thing to us, Miss Brooks. We'll have that certain party eating out of your hand in no time.
If I break any more dishes at home, he'll have to.
Now, here's our plan, Miss Brooks. Mr. Boynton's favorite dish is Boston stew.
Boston stew? How do you know?
Miss Enright pumped him for it yesterday.
Seems like a lot of trouble to go to.
Now, at Miss Enright's suggestion, Miss Dugan is going to get the best possible recipe for Boston stew and put it on the bulletin board sometime today.
Then Miss Enright will stop by and... Excuse me, Harriet. I think I'll drop into the domestic science room for a minute.
I knew you'd catch on. I've got to stop by Daddy's office, but I'll join you in a little while. We've still got some time to brush you up on some fundamentals.
All right, Harriet.
Well, if it isn't Miss Brooks.
Miss Enright.
What brings you to the domestic science room, darling?
Oh, I've always been domestic. Only nowadays you've got to make a science out of it.
Well, if I've said it once, I've said it a dozen times. The way to a man's heart is through his stomach.
By now, that should seem like the old Ox Road to you.
I suppose you're referring to my constant dinner companion of the past week.
Yes, I am. While I was home alone working overtime, you were home with Mr. Boynton working overtime. And I don't think it's fair, Miss Enright.
All's fair in love and war, darling.
You're just loaded with goodies today, aren't you?
After all, if Mr. Boynton likes good food prepared with loving care, who's to prevent him from getting it?
If I may borrow one of your best used cliches, two can play at that game. I'm going to prepare a dinner for Mr. Boynton that he'll never forget.
You? Oh, darling, you're not the type. Think of the time and money you spend in a beauty parlor to make yourself fairly presentable. A steaming kitchen would play havoc with your fragile charms.
You don't say. Well, for your information, Miss Enright, food can be cooked just as well on a pretty modern range as it can on an old pot-bellied stove.
Are you inferring
if the girdle fits, wear it.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith. No other dentifrice offers proof of such results. Proof that Colgate Dental Cream helps stop tooth decay before it starts. 2 years' research at leading universities using Colgate Dental Cream, hundreds of case histories, makes this the most conclusive proof in all dentifrice history on tooth decay. Conclusive proof that when teeth are brushed with Colgates right after eating, Colgate Dental Cream helps stop tooth decay before it starts. Yes, the toothpaste you use to clean your breath while you clean your teeth now offers a safe, proved way to reduce tooth decay. Modern science shows decay is caused by mouth acids, which are at their worst right after eating. Brushing teeth with Colgates as directed helps remove acids before they harm enamel. Colgate Dental Cream has been proved to contain all the necessary ingredients, including an exclusive patented ingredient for effective daily dental care. Get Colgate Dental Cream today. Big economy size, only 59 cents. Always use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay before it starts. Remember, no other dentifrice offers proof of such results.
Well, when lunch period came, I hastened toward the school cafeteria to invite Mr. Boynton over for dinner. As I passed the principal's office, however, the door opened and I heard Mr. Conklin murmur,
"Halt!" Step into my office a moment, Miss Brooks.
Aye, aye, sir.
Sit down, please.
Thank you.
Since this is your lunch hour, I'll be brief. I just want to tell you that I appreciate your getting out that typing during this past week.
Oh, you're welcome, Mr. Conklin. Well, see you later.
One moment, please. The spirit with which we tackled a difficult task was most admirable. In fact, as I watched your fingers flying over the keys, putting in carbon paper, second sheets, making erasures, oiling and cleaning the machine, then washing up and starting all over again, I realized that to me this wasn't work at all.
To you, it wasn't.
No, indeed. It was actually, fun. Now, there's another report I must have typed, about 30 pages.
30 pages?
Yes. One long evening will do it.
Oh, good for her. Those Chinese secretaries are really marvelous. Now, if you'll excuse me...
Miss Brooks. I'll be over at your home about 7 tonight.
Mr. Conklin, don't you think you've been a little partial to me lately?
Partial?
With these honorary jobs, I mean. You know how carefully we teachers try to avoid making pets out of any students, and, well, you've got to be doubly careful in your high office not to pet any teachers. I mean, show any partiality. Look, I'd like to make a suggestion.
Mine is an ever-open mind, Miss Brooks.
I know. Why don't you give some other teacher the opportunity of working with you tonight?
Who, for instance?
Well, it's not my place to mention names, but I'm sure Miss Enright would love the opportunity.
Miss Enright, eh? She is a competent sort of an individual. Even more competent than some I've used. Yes. I think I'll ask her about it right now.
Oh, don't ask her now, Mr. Conklin. Surprise her. Just drop over to her place tonight with the work under your arm.
But how can I be sure she'll be at home?
She'll be at home, all right. If you'll just get there at 7 o'clock sharp, Mr. Conklin, I can promise you'll find Miss Enright cooking, with and without gas. It's nice to be having lunch together again, isn't it, Mr. Boynton?
Oh, it's more than nice, Miss Brooks.
It is?
Certainly is. This goulash is terrific.
That's all right for cafeteria food, I guess, but there's nothing like a home-cooked meal. Don't you think so?
Oh, I sure do. I've been very fortunate that way during this past week. I've had a couple of home-cooked meals.
You've had 3, but who counts? What I'm so subtly suggesting, Mr. Boynton, is that you have dinner at my place tonight, for a change.
Your place?
Yes, I thought I'd prepared dinner for 2. Perhaps some special recipe you're fond of?
I wish you'd asked me sooner, Miss Brooks. I promised to have dinner with Miss Enright tonight.
Not again.
Yeah, not again.
Walter, how long have you been eavesdropping behind that history book?
Oh, I haven't heard a thing, Miss Brooks. I was just thinking about what to go and get at the steam table.
Well, you're excused any time, Walter.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Boynton. But all I can say is anybody that'd eat dinner with Miss Enright instead of a certain other English teacher must have some of his marbles missing.
Walter!
I'll see you later, Miss Brooks.
I can't understand his attitude.
Oh, I guess he just doesn't like Miss Enright.
I can understand his attitude. Look, Mr. Boynton, I happen to know that Miss Enright will be extremely busy this evening. Mr. Conklin's bringing her a report to type.
Mr. Conklin, are you sure?
It was the least he could do. But don't worry about your dinner engagement, Mr. Boynton. All you have to do is transfer your appetite to my table.
Well, if Miss Enright is going to be busy, I guess I could accept your invitation. Got to eat somewhere.
You're too gracious. Is it a date?
Oh, it's a date. But, Miss Brooks, did I understand you to say you were going to cook the dinner?
Certainly.
That's strange. I never thought you knew anything about cooking.
Oh, you'd be surprised. I know some very strange things about cooking.
Hi, Walter. What brings you to the domestic science room?
You'll see, Harriet. I'm glad the others have all gone. Yeah, there. It's up.
What is it, Walter? What did you put on the class bulletin board?
It's a recipe for Boston stew. I printed it myself.
You printed it?
Sure. I got the idea when I heard Mr. Boynton say he was having dinner with Miss Enright tonight.
But, Walter, you don't know anything about Boston stew. What ingredients did you use in the recipe?
Believe me, Harriet, what I printed in this recipe would be banned in Boston.
Golly, it's not poisonous, is it?
Of course not. Just pleasantly sickening. Now, we better get out of here before old Enright comes in. Boy, this'll teach her to try and take up all Mr. Boynton's time just because Miss Brooks is busy working.
Miss Dugan! Oh, Miss Dugan! Oh, I guess everybody's gone home. Uh-oh. What's this on the bulletin board? Recipe for Boston stew. Now, that's what I call a coincidence. Come to Connie, baby. Mr. Boynton should be here soon, Mrs. Davis. How is the Boston stew coming along?
All right, Connie, but there's so many strange ingredients. I must have 15 things cooking in 4 different pots. How does it look to you?
Well, frankly, Mrs. Davis, it looks like the stuff they pulled the big mow out of. But it must be a good recipe, or it wouldn't have been tacked on the bulletin board. Now, then, did you saute the codfish balls in beef gravy and baste the frankfurters with molasses?
I I did, Connie.
And did you stuff the olives with shredded wheat before frying them?
Yes. And now I'm just bringing the horseradish and turnip greens to a slow boil, Helen.
Good. And now we come to the main part of the recipe. Wait a minute, I'll read it for you. Under a low flame, gently stir codfish balls in shallow pan while adding 1 cup popcorn. Add bay leaves and wintergreen lifesavers. Then fold in 3 cups peanut brittle. Garnish with diced carrots and allow to simmer in 1 bottle of warm Coca-Cola.
Well, every man to his own taste, I suppose.
Oh, it was very nice of you to help me with this cooking, Mrs. Davis. But remember now, it's our secret.
Of course, dear. As far as Mr. Boynton is concerned, your loving hands alone prepared this masterpiece. Now, I'll just take my coat and be running along, Connie. I'm having dinner at my brother Victor's house.
You told me that before, Mrs. Davis. What time are you due at Victor's?
6 o'clock. What time is it now, Connie?
6:30.
Then I better hurry. I wouldn't want to be late. It's Victor's birthday today, you know.
You told me that before, too.
Really? I am getting absent-minded. Now, where did I put his present? Oh, here it is on the cupboard shelf. 6 nice golf balls. See?
Yes, they're very pretty. Wait a minute, Mrs. Davis. There are only 5 golf balls here.
Oh, that's all right. Victor never plays golf anyway. Well, I'll be going now, dear. Just let the Boston stew simmer for another few minutes and then turn off the gas.
I may not have to turn off the gas. This stuff looks strong enough to blow it out.
Oh, that must be Mr. Boynton now. I'll just slip out this back door and be on my way. Lots of luck with the dinner, dear.
Thanks again, Mrs. Davis. Wish your brother a happy birthday for me.
I will. Good night.
Good evening, Miss Brooks.
Welcome, Mr. Boynton. Let me put your umbrella in the closet.
This is Miss Enright.
Sorry. They both have the same type frame. Come in, I suppose.
Thank you, darling.
Give me your coat, Mr. Boynton. I'll hang it up for you.
Oh, thank you.
Here's my coat, dear.
Just throw it over that chair.
Your hospitality is overwhelming.
You see, Miss Brooks, I took the liberty of bringing Miss Enright along for dinner because we did have a prior date, and she didn't have anything else to do.
But what about...
Mr. Conklin? Well, fortunately, he phoned me about that typing assignment you arranged for me. But I told him that as much as I'd love to help him, I couldn't because of my sore finger.
What sore finger?
The one that got better as soon as I phoned Mr. Boynton. But now that we're here, I don't see why we can't have a fairly jolly dinner party.
Oh, I'll bet you've got a swell dinner ready. What's that I smell? Is it coming from the kitchen?
I wouldn't be surprised if it was running from the kitchen. Well, I guess I'll have to set another place at the table
Don't
now.
you lift a finger, darling. I'll set my own place and pitch right in like a good little sport. We girls have to stick together, you know.
I'm stuck with you, all right.
Well, I'm going into the kitchen, if I may, and help carry things out when they're ready.
All right, Mr. Boynton.
Digging through the echo shadow screaming night, breathing in the Eyes on town's crooked ledge. Whispering ghosts tangled in my veins. Dreams heavy like the chains pulling at my stains. Skies turn to pitch, wander in the maze. Lost within a haze, searching for the blaze. Beneath the surface lies a shattered sea. Fragments of who I'd never dare to be. Drowning in the deep.
The door. You just go on back to the kitchen.
Oh, don't worry about me, Miss Brooks. I'm pretty handy around the house.
Yeah, the wrong house. Walter.
Hiya, Miss Brooks. I knew you were going to be all alone tonight, so I got permission from my folks to eat with you. Can I come in?
Why not? Although about my being alone...
I've got a story to tell you that'll really cheer you up.
I can use it. Come into the dining room, Walter. We're about ready to start.
Oh, swell. Of course, I've got a date with Harriet tonight, so I'll have to go right after dinner. But I want you to hear the rib I pulled this afternoon.
Well, if it isn't one of my favorite pupils, how are you, Walter?
Miss Enright, but I...
What, didn't you expect me either? We're all being surprised tonight, aren't we?
Well, I put everything in this big platter, Miss Brooks. Oh, hello, Walter.
Oh, hello, Mr. Boynton. What are you doing here?
I was invited.
So was Walter. We're all invited. Now, let's sit down and get this over with. Start eating, shall we?
Fine. I'll be the Papa Bear and do the serving. Well, here's yours, Miss Enright.
Thank you, I think.
Here's your dish, Miss Brooks.
Thank you.
Now you, Walter.
Oh, boy, I'm starved.
Well, go on and eat, my boy. This is food that's fit for a king.
Yeah, I'll try one of these round things first. This is kind of slippery.
Look out, Walter. It's rolling off your plate.
Where'd it go?
I caught it on the fourth bound. Here you are.
Say, this is a pretty strange kind of food. It says Spalding Crowflight on it.
Spalding Crowflight?
Don't give it another thought. Victor never plays golf anyway.
Just what kind of a dish is this, Miss Brooks?
Oh, can't you tell? This is Boston stew.
Well, sure, anybody knows that. You can tell at a glance that this is good old Boston stew.
So that's why the recipe wasn't on the bulletin board in the domestic science room. You took it, Miss Brooks.
Why not? First come, first served, I always say. Now, let's dig in, shall we?
But, Miss Brooks...
You better start eating, Walter. Remember what you told me. You've got to go right after dinner.
I know, but this isn't the way I want to go. Please, look, Miss Brooks, I got to talk to you privately for a minute. Come on into the kitchen. Hey, excuse us, folks.
Just continue eating, won't you? I'll be back as soon as I see what's wrong with Walter. What is it, Walter? What's the trouble?
That recipe for Boston stew. That didn't come from the domestic science teacher. I printed that myself.
You?
Sure. That was the rib I started to tell you about. I thought Mr. Boynton was going to have dinner with Miss Enright, so I wanted to fix her wagon. I just put down everything I could think of in that recipe.
Oh, this is terrible. I've got to stop them.
Yeah, you better. I'm going to take a powder out the back way. If Miss Enright finds out about this, she'll kill me.
And if she doesn't, it's my turn tomorrow. Listen, folks, don't touch the... Where's Miss Enright?
The strangest thing happened, Miss Brooks. She took one spoonful of the stew and got the most peculiar look on her face. And then she excused herself and ran out the front door. I don't know what got into her.
I do. Mr. Boynton, please.
She never acted that rudely before. I can't understand
Well, never
it.
mind that now. I hope you didn't taste that stew.
Taste it? Well, I've eaten 2 plates of it. Oh, it's delicious, Miss Brooks. Well, I feel warm all over. Just goes to prove the old saying, the way to a man's heart is through his stomach.
Mr. Boynton, with 2 plates of that stew in there, the super chief couldn't get through.
Eve Arden as our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight? Yes, tonight. Show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives Kay Daumit's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Not a soap, not a liquid. Luster Cream shampoo leaves hair 3 ways lovelier. Fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight, yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, Mr. Boynton was so grateful for the Boston stew, he could hardly wait till the dishes were finished before inviting me to a movie. But as we headed for the closet to get our coats, the front door opened and a familiar voice murmured, "Halt!"
Mr. Conklin.
Oh, hello, Boynton. Well, Miss Brooks, since Miss Enright has a bruised finger tonight, I brought over this 30-page report, and I'm going to let you type it.
Thanks a million.
Gosh, Mr. Conklin, well, we were planning to see a movie.
Well, you'll have to go alone, Boynton. This is business.
Awfully sorry, Miss Brooks. I'll go get my coat out of the closet.
All right, Mr. Boynton. Mr. Conklin, can't this typing be postponed?
I'm afraid not. This is so important, I even skipped my dinner so that we could buckle right down to work. By the way, while we're working, I could use a little snack. Do you have anything around that I could eat?
Eat?
Yes.
I have just the thing for you, Mr. Conklin. Mr. Boynton.
Yes, Miss Brooks?
Stick around. I'll be with you in a minute.
Next week, tune into another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, directed by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Boynton is played by Jeff Chandler, Mr. Conklin by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Gloria McMillan, and Mary Jane Croft.